you're seeing hundreds go up at a time sometimes. And, they'll hoist the flag to cheers, throw firecrackers. Some have breached the building. And what you're actually starting to see is a sign of police presence starting to ramp up on the outskirts of the what I would describe as the hottest zone here, which is right in front of the Capitol, where Joe Biden will eventually possibly be sworn in as president of the United States, although I don't know if you can have an event in public, given what's going on here today. But just on the periphery of that hot zone, you have police starting to amass. I've seen officers from Montgomery County nearby putting on their riot gear, and they're being heckled by Trump supporters on the vicinity. They're telling them things like, I thought you were on our side. When the revolution starts, who are you going to be with, us or them? And the officers are not engaging the crowd. They're just being quiet, putting on their gear. And some of the Trump supporters, I heard one say, well, silence is golden. I guess we know who you stand with. And that's kind of the scene here. It's a very broken, very divided politics that has degenerated into something that I never thought I'd witness in a democratic and free society.
Alex, I just want to know more about what you are seeing and what you've seen. So are you saying that you are seeing images of protesters continuing to try and get inside the U.S. Capitol building? Have you seen people come and go? Do you know anything about the armed standoff, where some of these protesters have been? Are they still in either of the chambers?
Sure. So I didn't join the crowd that was trying to get in the building. So I didn't get right on the edge of that. I was hanging, I guess, in the second and third tier of the crowds. Second tier being people watching those folks trying to scale the building, and the third tier, which is basically people just milling about and hanging out with their friends on the National Mall. So what I'm seeing is, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 people. Hundreds of those people are participating in at least trying to breach the marble part of the property, right, to get onto the front steps, to get into the doorway. I don't know what's happening inside. I haven't tried to get inside. Frankly, I think that's a pretty dangerous place to be right now.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Okay, so we've heard from. I just want to get more of a sense, Alex, about what you've been seeing, what you've been hearing from your vantage point.
Yeah, so I just heard a bunch of conversations, milling about the crowd, incognito. I haven't been wearing any press gear here. Just listening to people talk, and I'm not hearing anyone suggesting that the crowd should tone it down. I think the important thing to keep in mind, and it was obvious up until today, even before today, it was obvious that a large number of people here believe this is 1776, that tyranny is upon them and they have to overthrow their government, or at least defend the current president from being replaced. Because nobody in their party has had the guts to stand up to them and tell them this is insane, and so that insanity is now spiraled out of control, and you have people. And I heard your previous guest, even today, people are both siding this stuff. I never saw anyone try to take out a peaceful transition of power. So you try to both sides of that. That's just absolute total insanity and does not belong on public airwaves. I think those people are going to be discredited for the rest of history. People who talk like that today.
And we're also, I just want to tell you what Susan Ormiston, our colleague, CBC Susan Ormiston, that the Trump supporters breached the security. They got into the House. A Trump protester sits in the seat in the well of the House. Also that there's a reported armed standoff at the door of the House floor. Protesters swarmed inside the Capitol building. House members, including the Vice President Pence, were evacuated from the House floor. So these are just some of the information. U.S. Congress members were told to shelter in place as the protest situation tips out of control, with Trump supporters breaching Capitol Hill. And as you've been saying, Alex, and you can see, you can kind of count more or less with your eyes. Thousands surround the building, hundreds inside. We're also hearing from the Prime Minister of Canada, Trudeau, and the Prime Minister is saying that he is concerned by the violence in Washington, that he's monitoring the situation, that he believes that the U.S. institutions are strong, and that hopefully everything will return to normal shortly. So the Prime Minister of Canada also reacting to these images seen around the world. And as we can see, these images are live, right, Control Room? I just want to make sure they're live. Okay. And so we are seeing, as you've been talking about, Alex, it certainly looks as though there's more and more of Well, you tell us. You say that you're seeing more of a police presence in the last little while?
In the last few minutes, and just to add a bit of context,
Go
I haven't
ahead.
seen hundreds of people. I haven't seen hundreds of people storm into the building.
No.
I've seen hundreds, and I don't know what's going on inside. I just know on the edges of the building there are hundreds of people gathered on the front steps facing the east side, basically facing the Capitol Hill neighborhood, and then hundreds more on the edges. Like I said, the marble, facade of the building facing the west side, which is the side that would normally host a presidential swearing-in ceremony in 2 weeks. So hundreds of people around the building. What I have also seen, I've seen dozens of police officers. They're just not anywhere close to the scale of the task at hand. So I don't know whether there are people preparing to mobilize farther away. But on the edges of the property, you have, I'd say, 24 police officers in armored vehicles, and they're putting on bulletproof vests and helmets and getting ready, I suppose, to do something. It's not entirely clear what, because several dozen people are not going to control that crowd. And what's happening in the meantime is people passing by are frankly berating them and insulting them for trying to control or looking like they might.
Yeah, so this is clearly a volatile situation. And Alex, you say, you've been a reporter for a long time. You've covered many different places in the world, places that are not democracies. How would you characterize, what we are seeing today?
You are seeing people talk about guardrails protecting a democracy, and everyone says, well, there are guardrails. The American system is built to endure. Well, I think for weeks we've seen the sparks fly off these guardrails, and now there are no guardrails practically. You basically have people inside the heart of the American political system disrupting its most basic procedures. I would make a distinction between this and other disruptive protests I've covered. I covered I was an editor, but I covered from afar the Quebec student strikes in 2012. Those protests, while they were raucous, while they were huge, the threat of violence was not even close, not even close to the same scale. Just so much more acute here. People are you hear conversations, people talking about violently overthrowing the government like it's going to buy candy at the store. I've never seen anything like this, to put it mildly.
This is a day that is supposed to just, maybe just describe, before you do that, Alex, I just want to let people know exactly what the Prime Minister had to say. We're obviously going to play this tape. This is I believe this is a radio interview. The Prime Minister of Canada saying, obviously, we're concerned and we're following the situation minute by minute as it unfolds. There is an important electoral process unfolding in the United States, and I think we all want it and need it to unfold properly and peacefully. So we certainly hope things will calm down, but we're going to keep watching carefully. And he was asked about the transition, that the idea that this should just be a normal, peaceful transition of power from one president to the next president. The Prime Minister saying, I think the American democratic institutions are strong, and hopefully everything will return to normal shortly. But we're going to continue to do what we need to do to make sure that Canadians are well served in our relationship with the United States, regardless of how things unfold. We are also hearing from Ivanka Trump, the daughter of Donald Trump. Ivanka Trump tweeting out moments ago, American patriots, any security breach or disrespect to our law enforcement is unacceptable. The violence must stop immediately. Please be peaceful. So, Alex, you're starting to hear from, and do we have a Marco Rubio tweet, control room? Is there? Okay, I just want to put that up. I don't know exactly what it says, but can we put up the Marco Rubio tweet, or tell me what it is? Anyway, yep, there it is. Okay, Marco Rubio, Mr. President, the men and women of law enforcement are under assault. It is crucial you help restore order by sending resources to assist the police and ask those doing this to stand down. Alex, this is the Republican senator from Florida, Marco Rubio, saying, Mr. President, the men and women of law enforcement are under assault. It is crucial you help restore order by sending resources to assist the police and ask those doing this to stand down. This is just incredible.
I want to add a
Go ahead, Alex.
significant player here because he is among the cohort of Republican senators who are up for re-election in 2022. And he's already being threatened. There have been protests outside his house, people threatening to primary him unless he votes to overturn the election result, right? So he's under tremendous pressure, probably among all Republicans, the one that I think I'd be watching the most closely over the next couple days. And again, I've been outside. I don't know what he's decided to do on the floor. But here outside, hearing that he's pleading with the president to stop this or to intervene is significant. I'll see what he does when it comes to, if he puts his money where his mouth is and votes for a peaceful transition of power. Because, again, he risks getting primaried by the president's supporters and maybe losing his own political career for standing up today.
We, Alex, and I want to let our viewers know that we are expecting to hear from President-elect Joe Biden from Wilmington, Delaware soon, and obviously we will take that we will take that live as soon as it happens, but that we are expecting to hear from, there it is, the image, that is Wilmington, Delaware. What a different image from what is happening in Washington, D.C., but a short distance from Washington, D.C., Wilmington, Delaware. The U.S. President-elect Joe Biden is expected to speak any moment now. We will bring that to our viewers soon. What do you make, though, of, Alex, what we have heard from the U.S. President, Donald Trump, today in what he had to say, and now more recently in tweets, and the Minority Leader McCarthy says that he was the one that said, Donald Trump, you have to calm these people down, after obviously ginning them up just hours ago, right, Alex?
I think the horse may have left the barn. I mean, I don't know where it ends. I assume, I've been afraid that something like this would happen for months. And it's you don't want to be alarmist. So if some of the stories I've written from the road, from speaking to people in different parts of this country, try to strike a balance between conveying the deep and possibly explosive tensions in this society without, trying to predict things going off the rails. But it was obvious when you talk to people, especially the people I've talked to in purple counties, the areas of the country where the different streams of the nation meet. You hear a lot of tension, and it would have taken someone or some additional people a while ago to say, we need to calm this down. Let's not encourage, let's not feed this anger and paranoia. And I don't know if it's presumably too late to quell that, but I don't know. I honestly don't know where the situation goes.
But it's interesting, Alex, that you say that you could foresee something like this happening. I don't know whether the police in D.C. didn't, or the Capitol Police didn't foresee this. Maybe they did foresee this, but they were clearly overwhelmed. They were clearly, the U.S. Capitol building was breached. There are people that have gone inside. There was an armed standoff. There seems to be something that happened that this just got out of control, where you had this ceremonial certification that was supposed to take place, where you had both chambers meeting, and then lawmakers kind of, grabbing gas masks and also pleading with the president to calm people down.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly how things have worked out on the floor of the chamber. Again, and I don't know what the latest is with law enforcement and the military in terms of why they have not been, or the National Guard or police have not been deployed in greater numbers. It's obviously going to be a story that people will be investigating for quite some time. But yeah, right now all I can tell you is there are a few dozen law enforcement officers outside the Capitol wearing riot gear, and it's not clear they're doing much.
Alex, thank you. All right. The CBC's Alex Panetta outside the U.S. Capitol in Washington. And a reminder, Joe Biden is expected to speak soon in Wilmington, Delaware, and we will certainly bring that to you live. I want to bring in the CBC's Katie Nicholson. She is in Washington near the Canadian Embassy. Katie, tell us what you are hearing, what you are seeing.
We've been seeing an awful lot of people walking away from the Capitol building today. particularly in the last, I guess, since I talked to you, about 45 minutes, people really wanting no part of the violence that they've witnessed here. I spoke to a longtime Republican. He was here because he really does believe that there were issues with this election, and that's why he wanted to come here today. But he said, you know, it is our First Amendment. We are allowed to protest, but it's the people that actually crossed into the chamber that he's very upset about. And he says that anyone who commits any kind of violence, anyone who you know, destroys property should be prosecuted, and that's one of the reasons he's walking away right now. At the same time, we've seen people in combat gear heading in there and saying, hold the line. So there is still people here with an appetite for violence, people who are so angry about the rhetoric and the temperature here that they are headed there. To get in the midst of the ongoing sort of confrontation between protesters and police that is now, it's inside Congress. I did have a few words with our crew. They were just leaving, actually. They had witnessed all of this, gathered a lot of the tape that you guys are seeing now, those initial breaches of the boundary. Crew's telling me that, you know, there were some initial, there was some pepper balls. Police did sort of administer pepper balls, that there was some pepper spray that was, and tear gas, maybe just one canister, just trying to hold people back initially. But really, there hasn't been that much in the way of violence on the outside. So a lot of what Alex Panetta was telling you, that's basically my information as well, that, you know, there are a lot of people still there, still all around the steps. But also a lot of people who don't want any part of this violence. So, you know, I've been talking to Trump protesters all day, and it's hard to believe that some of the people we talk to would want to have any part in this. I don't know if you're interested in hearing from them at all. We do have, I know, a clip or two of them. From earlier, and it just gives you a sense of what led up to this. So, Andrew, I'm hoping you guys have this tape, but this is just a tape of some of the anger that was felt, but definitely not the sort of people you would expect to storm Congress today.
We're here today as a start because this whole corrupt process that we just went through, we're going to have to find a way to fight it and to push back on it.
I don't want this to be certified today. I think it's a joke.
I'm hoping that Vice President Pence will stand up and be truly strong and courageous and do the right thing.
And Katie,
now, these people were hoping for some sort of a political Hail Mary.
yeah.
This is clearly, this is crossed the line. This is something we see in another country.
And Katie,
at the same
hold
time,
on.
Andrew,
I just want to.
President Trump perhaps has realized. Yep.
Oh yeah. What were you going to say? Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, there seems to be something has dawned on President Trump that perhaps he's let the genie out of the bottle here. He has tweeted and called for law and order. I just want to read this tweet out to you. I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. So whether that tweet's going to reach anybody who's already crossed the threshold in the chamber,
and the press secretary, Katie, and I don't want you to go anywhere, the press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, has just tweeted out that at Donald Trump's direction, the National Guard is on the way, along with other federal protective services. We reiterate President Trump's call against violence and to remain peaceful. We can also say that Mike Pence, the vice president who was inside the Senate but was removed from the Senate, saying just moments ago, the violence and destruction taking place at the U.S. Capitol must stop, and it must stop now. Anyone involved must respect law enforcement officers and immediately leave the building. Peaceful protest is the right of every American, but this attack on our Capitol will not be tolerated, and those involved will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So that is a tweet from the U.S. Vice President Mike Pence, who was inside the Senate chamber and was removed, as these protesters breached inside. So do we know anything more, Katie, on what is happening inside the U.S. Capitol building right now?
So I'm losing you a bit here, Andrew. I can
go
tell
ahead.
you that here we go. Just going through Hill Twitter here, there are a number, it's not just the politicians, it's staff who are taking to Twitter right now who have been told to shelter in place. So all buildings behind us all around the Capitol, there are people who are terrified right now that somebody could harm them for the business of democracy, for what was supposed to be a very routine session in the Senate. I mean, obviously this wasn't going to be as routine. We knew there were going to be objections to the Electoral College, but certainly not this level of drama today.
And also, Katie, I just want to let you know that Lindsey Graham, the Republican senator, has also just tweeted, and this is what he had to say: "I support peaceful protest, but not violence and destruction. People need to leave the Capitol now. This is a national embarrassment." We are also hearing from sorry, I'm just going through this quickly as I'm learning about this. The Senate Democratic leader, Schumer, is responding to what Trump tweeted, calling on protesters to remain peaceful, saying, "It's a little late for that, don't you think?" So we're getting lots of reaction from politicians, some of whom it would seem are still inside the U.S. Capitol building. So Katie, I know there's some, that is from Chuck Schumer.
Black Lives Matter are terrorists.
Sorry, Katie,
So
I know there's
going
something.
to just
You go ahead, Katie, go ahead.
Obviously, it's getting a little fractious here.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons that the D.C. mayor has actually enacted a curfew, which is going to kick in at 6 p.m. tonight. And it's actually looking forward to tomorrow as well. There is fear that what happened on the steps of the Capitol and what happened last night and what happened at the last Stop the Steal rallies in D.C. could continue here. There is real fear of continued violence on the streets. So, I mean, I think you get a sense in talking to me. There are an awful lot of people who want to there's hostility towards media, and there is, in general, a lot of anger here as well. So not everybody here is violent. Again, I want to stress that. We spoke to some rational people today, but there are people whose tensions, whose anger, people are inflamed, and this is the byproduct. This is a divided nation right now, and it's a divided Republican Party, clearly.
And so, Katie, maybe talk to us a little bit about what was supposed to be happening in the Capitol, in the U.S. Capitol today, right? I mean, it's certainly on delay, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, essentially, this was the certification of the Electoral College votes, and we knew that there were going to be a handful of Republican senators and sort of House members, House representatives, who were going to object to the Electoral College certification of 3 states. And this was going to prompt and prolong debate so that the certification process of President-elect Joe Biden would take longer. Vice President Mike Pence made it very clear that he wasn't going to interfere in this process. He sent out a letter earlier today. The Electoral College certification process is usually very dull. It's usually just as pro forma. You read out the votes, it's certified, it's done. I would think the most dramatic time that this happened was probably Bush v. Gore. And you might remember that it was actually Al Gore who was forced to certify the vote against him running for president. And that had very little fanfare. I believe Maxine Waters might have briefly objected. And the whole thing is over very quickly. In this case, it was going to be dragged out because there were a number of politicians who had different agendas. I would say most analysts would say they were trying to curry favor with President Trump by dragging out this process. But constitutionally, there was really no way ever to change the election. The Electoral College is what the Electoral College is. The American people spoke with votes, and Joe Biden won the election with more than 7 million votes. So this is basically what was supposed to happen today. We were supposed to be covering sort of people going in and out of various sessions, objecting to the electors in various states, 2-hour breaks of debate followed by an objection to another state. This was going to be quite a dull day, actually. I mean, a little bit dramatic, but not like this. This is the opposite of that. That, as I called it, dull, boring. That's democracy.
Yeah.
That's the process, and it was. that's what was supposed to happen today. So the weird thing is, there's been a delay now in the certification of President-elect Joe Biden.
Well, I mean, it seems as though,
I guess it has succeeded.
Because Katie, we don't think that the situation is under control. I mean, it doesn't appear to be under control in such a way that ceremonial certification would continue, right?
No. I mean, if people are sheltering in place, they are not carrying out the business of the nation. They are fearing for their lives and listening to the security forces that are inside the Capitol. And I mean, this whole thing has been it's been put on pause right now.
What have you learned?
American democracy has briefly been put on pause by this.
Yeah. What do you know, Katie, about what police, law enforcement expected today and what has happened? Because it clearly would appear as though something happened where they just didn't, there are people, protesters storming the U.S. Capitol building.
Well, I can't tell you what happened exactly on the ground. I know that the police, in speaking with our crews who were there, they said that the police held a line, but they really retreated into the Capitol, which allowed this breach to happen. So I suppose there's going to be a lot of analysis after the fact how this happened. People will maybe wonder if maybe there should have been more shored up defenses, if there should have been more officers, straight up at the Capitol. I can tell you the city has been pretty much on lockdown for 2 or 3 days. Streets started to get closed, stores, windows were getting boarded up. The National Guard was called in without weapons at the request of the mayor, just to help with traffic control, basically. The DC police had a very strong presence here. They had very sort of calm, orderly presence. And then something changed this afternoon. It just changed along the march around Freedom Plaza, and you could feel it. And suddenly the police were there, much more present. They weren't just standing back and watching. They were taking a much more they were being seen. They wanted to be seen. They were making their presence known. And then I guess all hell broke loose. We started hearing sirens going up and down the street. And here at this end, you have to understand, it's quite a distance, a number of blocks between the Capitol and where the original rally was on the Ellipse. It's quite a distance. It's about, for a medium good shape person, maybe 40-minute walk, right? So it's quite a distance, and it was all along here, just stepped up police presence, various streets sort of shut down by squad cars and dump trucks and fire trucks all along this area. And it changed from block to block too. There are some streets where this is still almost like a Trump rally party, and then there are the streets closer to the Capitol where clearly something very different happened. And there are pockets of hostility, for sure. There are pockets of hostility, but the bulk of people came here today not seeking violence. I don't want to clear that. I want to make that clear as well.
But Katie, there's been it's been quite a dramatic day, right? Because we had the rally with Donald Trump saying that he would never concede this election to Joe Biden, who was elected as the next president. And now, a short time after that, we saw protesters, hundreds, thousands, in the streets, and then many, I don't want to give an exact number, but storming the U.S. Capitol building. There was an armed standoff. They got into the floor of the chambers. There were senators and House of Representatives that were told to grab gas masks to shelter in place. The Speaker, the Vice President had to be removed. I mean, this is a day that dramatically has unfolded and is still a very fluid situation.
Yeah, and Andrew, I think it's worth pointing out that this violence, it was a great leveler because it put both Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell in the same boat where they've had to shelter in place, and they're both probably back there, just waiting to be cleared. This situation, like we said, not under control. So this attack on Congress it's really. It hits at both parties, and there's been a lot of rhetoric about the Republican Party being sort of torn apart. This whole idea of drawing out the Electoral College vote. This was basically, that's me, I'm the fake news.
Right.
the rhetoric was, it was already divisive between, I think I'll let these guys finish.
You know what? I'm going to let... Okay, you know what, Katie? I just don't want you to be in a situation that is...
If I might finish.
Go ahead.
The rhetoric around the electoral college delays and whether or not...
Okay, that's...
Whether or not this was actually carrying... Okay. You know what?
Okay.
Another time.
No, we can't do that. We have to. We're sorry. We need Katie Nicholson in Washington. We need to get her to a safe situation. But we're going to continue our coverage with J.C. Planis. He is a former Republican state lawmaker in Florida. He is also an elections attorney. J.C., what do you make of what we're seeing?
As an American, I apologize to what has just happened to your reporter. The First Amendment is supposed to be something that we respect in this country. Freedom of the press was something conceived by the Founding Fathers as important to our democracy. Donald Trump has destroyed the Constitution, and as a result of that, he has attacked the press. Not only should it not happen to press in our own country, but foreign press from another country, you guys should carry diplomatic credentials. This is an embarrassment, and again, I apologize to the people of your country for what has just happened to your reporter on the air.
Yeah. Okay. What do you make of what is happening inside the Capitol building? Do you know anything about? Have you heard from lawmakers? What do you know?
I guess two of the lawmakers that I was closest to got defeated in this election, so okay. I don't have the normal insider. Well, there's a couple of lawmakers that I considered friends, but I guess this whole melee has put a damper on the friendship. I'm 50 years old. I was born in the shadow of the Vietnam War. My earliest political memory is Watergate. When I was 4 years old, my mother telling me that Nixon had to resign. This is by far more shameful than anything that has ever occurred in my lifetime. What I have witnessed today is just beyond comprehension. Let me preface that by saying that I think that what was about to happen today was already shameful. This was a fair elections. I'm an elections attorney. I've actually investigated fraud. When there is actual fraud in an election, it is visible not just right after the election, it's actually visible before the election. Because if there's 20 people registered in a one-bedroom efficiency apartment, you can see that on the voter registration rolls. So if there was fraud, we would have seen it 9 weeks ago. The reason that the Trump campaign has lost 62 cases is because there is no evidence of fraud. Unfortunately, Trump has incited this to the point that now lawmakers are saying, well, 45% of the country doesn't believe in the integrity of this election. Well, they don't believe it because Trump incited it. The fact that we were going to have this debate in Congress today was already an erosion of our democracy that was shameful. The fact that it has now devolved into this,
and JC, we should say that we are getting reports that one person was shot inside the U.S. Capitol, and that there may be Capitol Police that have been injured.
It goes with the pictures I have been seeing. I saw the video of the woman in the stretcher being taken out. It's kind of, I hate to sound hyperbolic at these times, but it's kind of hard to say that the blood spilled today, if there was, is not on the hands of those who have supported Trump's claims of a rigged election for the past 8 weeks. I mean, everyone had a right to vote for who they wanted to in this election. That's a free and fair election. But once even the Attorney General of the United States said that he had seen no evidence of fraud, everybody had a duty to stand down. Elected leaders had a duty to basically realize that once these judges were dismissing these cases, there was no there. There was no fraud. So just the fact that we were doing this today, the fact that Trump told people to show up today, I mean, I just don't see how he escapes criminal culpability. I can't tell you how this is going to end today, because I'm sure the people around Trump are realizing and telling him that he may not escape criminal culpability with what's going on? And what if he tries to escalate it further? This is unprecedented. It's a sad day in my country.
You know, I mean, yeah, it is one thing, right, JC, when you have protesters that tear down some barricades, that breach the U.S. Capitol building. It's another thing when we now hear that it has become violent to the point where at least one person was shot, that there are multiple officers that have been injured. I mean, this has become violent.
They invaded, first of all, they invaded the Senate chamber. There are pictures already on TV of folks sitting in the chair of the president of the Senate. That's an attempted coup in any other country. I mean, listen, if we were watching, what we are watching today had occurred in any Latin American country, people would be on TV asking the State Department to denounce what is going on, saying that this is horrible. But even if what was supposed to happen today, if you know, whoever the Ted Cruz is in Uruguay was protesting a lawful election, we'd be condemning it. We are doing today, elected politicians started today doing things that they would have condemned if they were being done in other countries. The arrogance of these individuals who have condemned things in other countries and yet were instigating it today. The president spoke at a rally today and incited the folks that ended up marching to the Capitol.
We've seen him tweet. We haven't heard from him. Do you think people need to hear from Donald Trump? Do they need to hear from him? He said, well, you know, stay peaceful, but this was after saying he wouldn't concede the election. So do people in the streets of Washington, those protesters who are inside the Capitol building, do they need to hear from him? I know we're going to hear from Joe Biden soon, but do they need to hear from Donald Trump?
At this point, I mean, I can only imagine the words, I resign, I'm sorry, I committed a mistake, please go home. That's probably the only thing that will diffuse the situation. I'm worried. At this point, I can tell you that I believe there is still a 20% chance that Biden's inaugural doesn't occur on the 20th. I mean, if we're looking at someone who doesn't back down, unless members of Congress find their spine today, and once they clear out the Capitol, they come in, they gavel in, and they immediately impeach Donald Trump,
JC,
or members of the cabinet invoke the 25th Amendment.
JC, appreciate your time.
Yes,
Thank you. JC Planis in Miami.
Thank you.
He's a former Florida Republican lawmaker and an elections attorney. We continue our live coverage of protests from Washington.
Thank you, guys.
This is a CBC News special presentation.
Hello, I'm Adrienne Arsenault, teaming up with Andrew Nichols, who's been on the air for hours already with special coverage of Capitol Hill under siege. We would like to welcome our viewers from CBC Television and now go to a live shot because you are looking at an extraordinary and really disturbing scene at the U.S. Capitol. We are about 3 hours into the chaos now after armed protesters breached the 4 layers of security outside the Capitol building. They burst into the rotunda, into the House chambers. Some proceeded to sit in Senate seats. We are chasing reports of one person who has been shot. Details still scarce at this moment. But right now, members of Congress are in lockdown. They have been told to stay in their offices. They have been alerted to where the gas masks are, told to stay quiet. We have heard from police officers inside the Capitol who have been asking for help and reinforcements. This was not and should not have been a surprise, and yet it seems to be one. So, Andrew, I've been listening to you navigating this with extreme diplomacy. We don't have a language for this, right? So beyond an attempt to overthrow the democratic election in the United States. I'm curious, firstly, though, as to those suggestions of an injury, what is the latest you're hearing?
Yeah, you know, we're hearing these multiple reports of officers that were injured inside the U.S. Capitol building, one person shot. But again, it's very difficult on days like this, right, Adrian, because you're trying to get a sense of exactly what is happening. You've got reporters on the outside that are seeing the protesters come and go. We have some of our reporters, Katie Simpson and her crew, that saw some of these barricades being taken down. And then, of course, these images of the U.S. Capitol building, the steps. And you spent many years in Washington, right, where it's just like you can tell there are protesters that aren't where they should be on the steps. And then we heard that information throughout the afternoon that no, not only were they on the steps, they had breached the Capitol building. There was an armed standoff inside, and it still seems to be a very volatile situation.
It is, you know, even one of these moments would have been striking. Yeah. An armed protester sitting in Mike Pence's chair. Capitol Police drawing their weapons inside the chamber as members of Congress duck under desks. Any one of those things would have been extraordinary. People who have watched Washington, D.C. for a long time remember in 1998 when a Capitol Hill police officer was killed. There are certainly memories for many of the Vietnam era where protesters barged into the rotunda. But really beyond that, Andrew, this is unfortunately unique. It is terrifying for many people who are observers of American democracy. One of them, CBC senior Washington editor Lindsay Duncombe. We need your insight here, my friend.
My goodness, Adrian, you know, you mentioned that this was something that we should have seen coming, but I think the most striking thing was those words that we heard from the president at his rally today, a rally that was full of falsehoods about the election, a speech that followed several inciting sounding speeches at Freedom Plaza yesterday that really fueled the emotion of what we saw and are seeing unfold on Capitol Hill. You know, this has this real sense of emergency to it, but it also tells us a lot that we are not hearing from the president right now. This is an attempt to stop the election of Joe Biden, but we don't see Donald Trump presenting any alternative, or rather, this is the creation of chaos as Donald Trump is leaving office, and really enforces the vanity that he has presented this transition period with since it became apparent that he lost the election.
Lindsay, thank you very much. I'm just wondering if you can bring people up to speed. They weren't very far into the certification process, correct?
No, not at all. We were on the first state. So the way that this works, and we've all had to catch up on this, Adrian, because normally what was going to happen today on Capitol Hill is just a rubber stamp. These are how the Electoral College votes went in each state. They're read, they're certified, and we move on to the inauguration. Instead, what we saw was lawmakers, a dozen senators, more than 100 members of the House, Republicans, who support the president's false claims that the election was stolen from him. What they did was go through and say that they wanted to press debate to challenge the particular states that they believe were stolen. At no point did it appear as though was there ever any chance that they would have the votes in order to make a difference. In fact, one of the things that would have been one of the most dramatic moments of the Trump presidency happened today before all of this began, and that was Mitch McConnell standing on the floor of the Senate and saying that he did not support this effort to overturn
Lindsay,
the election.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut you off, Lindsay.
Derailing of democracy.
Lindsay, if you don't mind, we're going to cut you off. We need to go to a live shot where President-elect Joe Biden in Washington is about to speak. And sorry, he's in Wilmington, Delaware.
At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. liberty, the itself, assault on the people's representatives, and the Capitol Hill Police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic, an assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen, the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's a reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
And that was President-elect Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware. I just want to bring your attention to the pictures on the left side of the screen. We have not seen these before. This is a Capitol Hill police officer clearly backing away from protesters. We know that earlier in this day, what Joe Biden refers to as a god-awful display, police officers within the Capitol had been calling for help because they had been backed into corners. That is a sense of what they were talking about. But what President-elect Biden was talking about some 2 weeks away now from being the occupant of the White House is that he had a message for both the American people and particularly for Donald Trump. He said, "I call on President Trump to go on national television now and demand an end to this siege." He said that, to be very clear, a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent, it is disorder, it is chaos, it borders on sedition, and it must end now. So these are words, this is a tone, an exhausted tone from an exhausted country that again, these images are a little hard for everyone to process. And we know that 1,100 National Guard members, that's the entire deployment of Washington's National Guard, has now been ordered to the U.S. Capitol. Not sure why it's taking so long. That request for National Guard assistance was put in some time ago. Washington is nothing if not bureaucratic. There were layers to go through before permission was granted. It has now been granted. But it's not just the National Guard. Andrew, what else are you hearing about who's going in?
Yeah, we are hearing Maryland state troopers, I believe Virginia state troopers. So it is an interesting question in terms of why this call for National Guard or this call for help, and those images that we saw earlier. So much was happening this afternoon, Adrian, that I hadn't seen those images, right, of the police officer, of the Capitol Police backing away. And it clearly shows a situation that is out of control. I mean, this is protesters inside the U.S. Capitol building. As we heard from the U.S. President-elect, rummaging through the desks in the Senate, on the floor of the House, and so these are some of these images that we saw from the Huffington Post from earlier.
Let's just have a listen to this. So police officer all by himself. You can hear him calling there, explaining where he is. He's on the second floor, that he's alone, that he's asking for help. These are not at all the images anybody ever thought they would see in the U.S. Capitol.
And we know that we've had reports, right, of officers that were injured. And there was at least one person shot inside that building this afternoon. That's the latest information that we have. But this clearly escalated and led to a situation. And maybe let's listen. And then now these are the images outside. I believe the CBC's Alex Pineda is also outside. Yep, let's go to Alex. Alex Pineda, can you just tell us where you are, what you're seeing?
What I'm seeing now, I've actually left the immediate area around the Capitol to get the phone charged and to start writing. But what I did see was some of the most surreal scenes I've ever witnessed. I'm probably the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. And you've got, you had roughly, let's say, 4,000 or 5,000 people on the Capitol property, on the doorstep of the Capitol, meaning that includes the areas of the mall and some of the streets around it. And on the inner layer of that crowd, you had some people trying to get in. And I would say that there were several hundred trying to get at least onto the doorstep, and literally onto the windows and doors of the building itself. I'm not sure how many actually breached the building and got inside. I assume it was quite a few, based on the number of people I saw trying to get at least close to the building.
And Alex, I want to continue speaking with you, but I want to let our viewers know that we are hearing from a senior White House official that Donald Trump will have a taped message that is coming shortly. We heard from the president-elect Joe Biden saying that the president needs to speak. He has tweeted and has called for people to stay calm and to respect law enforcement, but that the president is in fact going to issue a taped message, and that is coming shortly. Alex, based on what you're seeing out there in terms of the protesters that you've been speaking to, do you think that that's what they need to hear? They need to hear from Donald Trump telling them to stop?
I have no doubt that the president unequivocally saying, "Go home, this is enough," would have an effect. That it would reduce the crowd size. It would calm people down. I'm not sure that that's in his constitution. I'm not sure he'll want to unequivocally condemn today's activities. And B, I don't think it'll completely quell this crowd. I was just on the metro leaving the area around the Capitol, and the conversations I heard were I mean, frankly, deranged. People are convinced this was a great day. They're exchanging website links for stuff you can't share on Facebook and Twitter because they'll be deleted, like QAnon, like conspiracy theory type stuff. They're swapping the most insane conspiracy theories about Mike Pence, things I would not in a million years say on the air, for libelous and more reasons of libel and morality. These guys are thinking basically it's 1776, and they're defending democracy in their view. So I'm not sure that even a videotape statement from the president puts the genie back in the bottle. I think we're in a tough place for quite some time.
Okay, Alex, stand by. It's Adrian here. Be safe, but stand by because Donald Trump has just issued a statement effectively. He posted a video to Twitter. The bones of it are that he told protesters, you have to go home now. But let's listen to him.
I know you heard we had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election. Everyone knows it, especially the other side. You have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. Go home and go home with peace.
So, lest you're thinking, come on, CBC, get your act together with the audio, that ambient sound that you heard of the crowd was actually what was happening at the microphone at the White House. So it was very hard to hear Donald Trump. That did not seem to bother him because in the course of that, that statement, he repeated the unsubstantiated and unsupported claims that the election results were fraudulent. He said, we have to have peace. He continued to say, I know how you feel. I love you. Please go home. But there was no problem for him in terms of letting those angry voices play out, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was interesting because I thought the same thing at first, Alex. I guess it has just been so loud that is how the U.S. president sent it out. So he sent out this tweet, and you could hear the protesters, but these are protesters that are there because of him. But he is saying that, he continues to repeat, Adrian, as you've been saying, and Alex will get you to talk more about what you're seeing on the ground, continues to repeat that this election was stolen from him. It was not, that the results were fraudulent. They were not. But Donald Trump saying, you have to go home now. So he's basically saying, he's telling his supporters who have come there today that he is thankful for them, but that they have to go home. Alex, what do you make of that message from the U.S. president?
That's kind of what I expected. I thought he would tell people to stop the worst of the behavior, not concede that the whole thing was probably a bad idea, to continue to suppress his election conspiracy mongering, and I don't think that that's necessarily close to enough to put the genie back in this bottle.
So, Alex, I just want to paint a picture for you because I know you've been outside, but the reports from inside is that before the members of Congress were heading out, many of them, as some were ducking under desks, some have posted pictures of themselves with gas masks, but some rushed to grab and protect the certified votes, because that is what this day was all about, and it is a symbol of protecting what is clearly a very fragile democracy at the moment. But I should also tell you that there are now SWAT team members, pictures of them emerging from inside the Capitol itself. And I'm wondering, Alex, as you're outside, I know we sometimes see pictures of people walking away from the Capitol. Have you heard from anybody about how they're feeling about this day?
Yeah, so I would say that more people are leaving than arriving by far right now. I've seen thousands of people leave, while the crowd there was still large. At least it was, 20 minutes ago, last time I was on the Capitol grounds. So no, the crowd's getting a bit smaller. I think it's still significant, and I saw people I saw police officers putting on that riot gear. So I'm not surprised to hear that there are officers on the premises now in more robust equipment, because I saw them kind of preparing and mobilizing on the perimeter around the Capitol. And they were being heckled. They were being insulted by people walking by, saying, I thought you were on our side. Are you going to be with us or with them? That kind of stuff. And I have to let you in on something that I probably would not have mentioned on the air up until today, and I probably wouldn't have put it in stories, is that this is the kind of conversation people in Washington... Hello?
Are you all right there, Alex?
Yeah. Yeah, so I do. So people in the city have been having these kinds of conversations for months. What would the police do? What would the military do in the event of it? And this is not...
Okay. Alex Pineda in Washington having a little bit of difficulty there. We just lost him on the phone. It sounded like somebody was asking him for identification or something. I don't think it's too much of a concern, but we will try to get back to him. In the interim, let's go back to CBC Senior Washington Editor Lindsay Duncombe. Lindsay, you have some breaking news about Georgia.
Yeah, we do. Remember, that is how the day started with those two Senate runoff elections. Overnight, the first seat was called for the Democrats, and now CBC News can report that that second seat in the Georgia runoff elections has also been called for the Democrats. Jon Ossoff defeating the sitting U.S. Senator Perdue, meaning that the Democrats have flipped two Republican Senate seats in this runoff that drew so much attention after the November election. So that is also part of the backdrop, the intensity that we are seeing play out on the streets of Washington today. It means that once Joe Biden is inaugurated, the Democrats will have control, the trifecta. They will have the White House. They will have the House, although with a diminished majority than the previous Congress. And they will also control the Senate by the most narrow of margins, because by winning these two seats, what that means, Adrian, is that there is a 50-50 split in the Senate, and that any tie votes would then be broken. That tie would be broken by the vice president, which will be Kamala Harris. So what began as good news for the Democrats today has gotten more promising in terms of the Biden agenda, but we seem so very far away from what that all means now, given what continues to play out in the Capitol.
Well, I mean, absolutely. 2 weeks will not erase the anger and the division, and the math alone will not overcome the gulf between, Republicans and the splinters within, between Democrats and splinters within the Republicans. Are you hearing anything about how people in Georgia are reacting? Because we know earlier today there were worries that is what's happening in Washington going to spill over to other states. Are you seeing any evidence of that, Lindsay?
I had heard some reports that there were concerns around the Capitol building in Georgia, not recently, within the last half hour or so. So that may well be something that is developing and that we will continue to watch. It'll be very interesting to see how what we are seeing happen here in the Capitol plays out in other places, other flashpoints where Trump supporters exist across the country.
Okay, Lindsay Duncombe in Washington, thank you very much. So just a heads up, everybody, we do want to say goodbye to our viewers watching in Newfoundland and Labrador. Your supper time news is next, and our special live coverage continues for viewers in the rest of Canada. So go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, Adrian, thank you. I think we're going to bring in the CBC's Katie Nicholson in a second, but I think that it might be useful just to kind of read out some of what Donald Trump had to say, because it may be tougher for us to hear, because we've got lots of people talking to us in our ear. But there was so much ambient sound. The ambient sound was the protesters. That is how Donald Trump fed it out. So in case you weren't able to hear, and we'll probably play that back for you as well soon, but the U.S. president saying this was following what Joe Biden said, saying he came out and said, these protesters need to hear from him. They need to hear from Donald Trump. And then they did a short time ago. Okay, they have it fixed in a control room. So I'll let you, I won't read it out. Let's listen to what Donald Trump sent out on Twitter. Here is a video just moments ago. Let's listen.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us. From me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. but go home and go home in peace.
Okay, so that was Donald Trump. I want to clear something up there. That audio was fantastic. So initially we were told that the first audio was fed in with all that ambient sound. That's not true. The first audio was fine. We're having a bit of a day. But so is Washington's. But again, once again,
loud. It has been loud in the streets of Washington today.
But not quite
Adrian.
that loud. Not quite that loud. So I'd like to bring in CBC's Katie Nicholson now. She is in Washington, right near the Canadian Embassy, right in front of all the chaos. So, Katie, I know it's been a very long day for you. A lot of chaos. I know the image breaks up every now and then. Walk us through what the latest is.
Well, in fact, Adrian, I have moved because it was a little too raucous down in front of the Canadian Embassy. We were five blocks away from the Capitol. Trump supporters can be quite hostile to media, and they sort of swarmed our little crew. We have a security guard, as you often do in potentially dangerous situations, and so we just very calmly sort of removed ourselves from the situation. But I think it's worth mentioning that we were heckled for quite maybe 2 blocks as we sort of made our way out of there. And so that is a good temperature reading, I think, of what it's like here. There are pockets of very angry people who are continuing to feel very sore about the results of this election. That's why they're here. And because they don't accept that this was a fair election. They don't accept that there wasn't some fraud constituted here, even though even Republican election officials have weighed in and said, no, these are free and fair elections in state after state after state. So got a little flavor of that today. And also, we were close to the Capitol, and so therefore we saw people running towards danger. They were wearing combat gear. They were talking about holding the line. And in fact, when I was here speaking with Andrew a little earlier this afternoon, there were a number of people urging others to make that run. It's a bit of a gauntlet. It's about 20 odd blocks to storm the Capitol. And that has been, there is an underpinning here. There is a subsection of people here, and that is what they want to do. They want to overthrow the election. This is what they want to do, and they want to do it by any means necessary. And we saw that. We saw that in people going over the barricades, in firing off firecrackers, and ultimately forcing their way inside the Capitol today. So it's been a day, Adrian.
That it has. Katie, strange question, and I don't expect you to entirely have the answer to this. So we've seen these scenes. We've heard of possible injuries. I haven't heard anything about arrests yet. Has anybody been arrested for what's going on?
Yeah, so our earlier crews were on site and did observe what appeared to be arrests. I have not checked in with DC police yet, so I don't want to give any false information. But certainly with the police stepping up their presence here, and with, so many police interactions with protesters, I'm sure that we can expect to hear of some arrests.
Sure.
There certainly were skirmishes last night on the streets.
Well, Katie, I can tell you, as you're speaking,
that's what happens.
As you're speaking, Katie, the pictures we are showing certainly constitute a whole raft of criminal behaviors. We're looking at pictures right now of people breaking the windows to get into the Capitol building, then climbing in. We have seen photographs of people who have broken into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, sitting in her chair, people waving Confederate flags, marching through the rotunda, members of Congress wearing gas masks.
Tear gas deployed.
Tear gas deployed.
And Adrian,
go ahead, Katie.
Yeah. I mean, I want to just let you know, I spoke to some Republicans who were walking away from all of this, who, it is enshrined in the Constitution. Americans have right to protest. But one particular Republican that we spoke to, we did feed that interview up. I don't know if you have the tape yet, but he's lived in D.C. all his life. It tends to be a fairly liberal town, but he was sort of a Republican, lifelong Republican. And he said he was here today because he disagreed with the outcome of the election. He did not think that allegations of fraud were followed up on. He was here to protest. But when he saw people go over the barricade, that for him that broke the law. And so that's why he walked away. A lot of people have walked away. Now, a lot of people are walking away because there's been a curfew put in place. People need to get out. It's going to kick in around 6 o'clock tonight. Mayor put it in for 2 nights, so tonight and tomorrow night. The hotels all around this area are absolutely packed. When we were leaving the office last night, our office isn't too far away, there were people partying in the streets and waving flags, and it was becoming hostile. The fear is tonight that happens again here. People are riled up. There are way more people here tonight than there were last night. And given what's happened at the Capitol, I think those are very valid fears that this could spill over again.
Katie,
so,
I just want to...
what could happen tonight is anyone's guess. Yeah.
Katie, I just want to reassure some people. I know you mentioned that you were down near the Canadian Embassy earlier and had to move away, wisely so. We have heard from Ambassador Hillman, who has tweeted since that the embassy staff are all safe. That's an important thing to mention because I know it was a bit raucous down there, but the Canadian Embassy staff are okay. Andrew?
And Katie, I just wanted to ask you, I know that you're on the streets and you are not near the Capitol building like you were before, but do we know what's going on inside the U.S. Capitol building? We keep getting these images that have kind of come into us where we saw people breaking windows. We saw a security guard that was literally kind of walking backwards up some steps away from protesters, trying to get them to stand back. But do we know what is happening inside the building right now or the extent of the injuries inside?
I wouldn't be able to give you that information at this point because literally I have been moving from that sort of fire into this frying pan. So, but I'm certain that we do have people who are going to be able to answer those questions for you. We have been hearing multiple reports of where people are in the building and at what stage of play that's at. So I would leave that to our other folks on the ground.
Okay, Katie, thank you very much. I just don't go anywhere, my friend, but I just want to let everybody know when earlier we were speaking with Alex Pineda, the line cut out in a situation like that. That always causes a lot of anxiety at this end for him. He's absolutely fine. It was an audio problem. You know, 2020 really hasn't ended, everybody. It's just continued. I should let you know as well, CNN is reporting, and we are checking on this, that 2 pipe bombs have been found. One at a building that houses the RNC, Republican National Committee offices, and one in the U.S. Capitol complex. So, as always, these are early days when you hear reports like that. We need to do a lot more verification, but there is an indication that is doubly concerning. Big question. Mike Pence was ushered out of the Senate earlier today. Not sure where he is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good point. And Katie, on the ground there, you know, we've heard from the U.S. President Donald Trump. Presumably, a lot of the protesters that are there may have gone on Twitter and heard from Trump as well, saying, you know what, again, repeating that the election was stolen when it wasn't, but saying it's time to go home now. You know, do you have any sense? I don't know whether you've had a chance to speak to people, but you know, what are people going to make of those kind of that message of, you know, yeah, all right, it was stolen, but go home? I mean, any sense of that, Katie?
I mean, the people that I talked to took great lengths to be here to support the president, and because they believe that democracy that is being threatened. They believe that, well, I could just rattle off the conspiracy theories that I've heard about Satanists taking over the government, you know, it's the Pizzagate scandal. These are people who consume a different media diet than you or I, and they are steeped in a number of things that they believe that have been disproven, but have also been they've been amplified by the president. So for now, for him to put a sort of a hasty video up and tell them to retreat after a diet of 4+ years of feeding them information and stoking this, I don't know that that's going to be effective in this situation. I mean, I spoke with people who had come, they chartered 52 people, chartered a bus from Ohio to be here. They're here for the long haul. They were here to effect change. Now, they had been thinking politically, and they were leaning on hoping that Mike Pence was going to pull a rabbit out of his hat. They certainly weren't speaking about storming the barricades. I believe we do have that tape. We could throw to that if you wanted to hear it, just to get a sense of the anger and the belief system that some of these people have.
Well, we might have it, or we might not. I'll tell you what, Katie, as soon as we get it, we will go to it. I would like to throw to a picture, I'm crossing my fingers here, we have it, of something that happened inside the Capitol building earlier. This is Speaker Pelosi's office. That is a man who has broken into Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office and is sitting in her chair. And, you know, it is just one of many photos like that today. The security at the Capitol was completely overrun by these protesters, some armed, not all of them though. The requests for help from the National Guard were sent out much earlier. It took them quite some time to arrive. We don't know what happened, why that delay. Certainly there's no shortage of law enforcement in Washington to respond. Arrests, we're still waiting to hear accounts of many arrests, but certainly it seems that many are warranted at this point. Injuries, we are hearing of at least one person shot. There was an anecdotal report of seeing a woman packed into an ambulance, but beyond that, not a lot of information. It is, you know, it is almost 4:45. They have about an hour and 15 minutes left to get off the streets of Washington, D.C., because the mayor of Washington has declared that there is a curfew that is not coming from the federal government, that is not coming from the president, that is coming from the mayor of Washington, D.C. Someone we rely on all the time for some insight is in Washington right now. It's Paul Hunter, and I'm hoping we have you, Paul. Oh, there you are. Uh-oh, you've got that wistful look on your face, like you cannot make hide nor hair of what's happening here.
But I can't, you know. I mean, on the one hand, I've been watching this all day, Adrian, and like on the one hand, none of this is new. We've been talking about these kinds of feelings in, you know, so-called Trump Nation for, you know, 4 or 5 years now. But I've never seen anything like this. No one has seen anything like this. It's sort of unreal, but it's stoked by Trump. I mean, we heard the statement from him, but that's the same kind of thing he's been saying all along. I've talked to all kinds of Trump supporters over the weeks and months and years, and they quite literally believe everything he says. And so when he says this election is being stolen from you, they believe it. And they get angry because a lot of Trump supporters are people who have felt they've been left out of the political process their whole lives. That was part of the attraction to Trump in the first place. And so when he says things like that, it resonates and it matters. Now, did anyone think that it would turn this way? Well, at least up until we heard from Trump earlier today, again, stoking it to the last second. You know, I don't think anybody ever thought it would get like this. When I was watching this earlier, one of the things I was thinking, Adrian, was, you know, 14 more days. I mean, it may well be a case of we ain't seen nothing yet. We're very close to the handover in this country that prides itself on peaceful handovers of power historically. We're only 14 days away from that, but we're still 14 days away from that, if you know what I mean. Joe Biden has a hot mess on his hands.
So I certainly understand what you mean by that. 14 days away, again, much the same way that December 31st, 2020 did not mark a break, really, from what we've all been going through. It is possible that in some ways 11 a.m. on January 20th won't mark a break. But does this, Paul, in any way feel like a pivot point for Republicans? And I ask that because earlier today, in the middle of this madness, you had people like Marco Rubio saying, these people will only listen to Donald Trump. Please, Donald Trump, please say something. You had Republicans fleeing and hiding under their desks, who must have been terrified as well. Is this a departure for them?
We don't know. Republican politicians Notably those eyeing 2024 already, setting aside whether Trump himself decides to run again, who knows, right? But the Marco Rubios, the Ted Cruzes, some of whom have, in fairness, like Mike Pence, spoken out against some of what we've seen today. But these are the same people who stood up earlier and argued against what was going on in the Electoral College count. So they know, right, that there are millions of people, this is a tiny fraction on Capitol Hill today, who are devout followers of Trump, whom I have talked to these people who say they await Trump's word on who to vote for next time. They know to get that block of votes, you have to appeal to these people. You wonder why, you wonder why the Ted Cruzes of the world and the others have been kind of towing the line on this, right? Because they don't want to offend Trump. They don't, and by extrapolation, they don't want to offend millions of people who support Trump, who believe in Trump, who will do whatever Trump says and will vote however Trump tells them to vote next time. So that's the sort of calculation they have to make on this. If you don't stand by Trump, if you don't call this a fraudulent election, if you don't say go have at her on Capitol Hill, you risk, goes the thinking, looking weak, looking like an enemy, the other side, a Democrat, a socialist, whatever label they want to give you. That's what's at play for politicians who want to get reelected or elected to a higher office. It's a complicated game for Republicans right now.
So, Paul, I would venture that Republicans are going to be tested shortly, and help us know whether this is going to go anywhere, because U.S. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar says she is preparing articles of impeachment against President Trump with all of 15 and a half days left in his term.
Good luck. Good luck. You know, I mean, you know, not to go too far into that rabbit hole, but I heard some chatter about, the 25th Amendment. That's the part of the Constitution that says the president is incapable of holding office. There was some talk of that at the very beginning of his administration. You may recall it kind of didn't really go anywhere, but as a way because you need the entire cabinet approval and a majority on Capitol Hill. Arguably, maybe, would this tilt things on Capitol Hill? You don't know, because this is pretty extreme, right? Like, again, here's a word we've been using a lot lately for U.S. politics, uncharted territory. We've never seen this before. And what do you do? And like I say, 14 days is effectively tomorrow, but it's a long way away, and a lot can happen. He's the president of the United States, the most powerful individual on the planet, and he's got 14 days to do whatever he wants.
Paul, Andrew here, just wondering, when we heard from the president moments ago on Twitter, when he says to the protesters, we had this election stolen from us. It was a landslide election. Everyone knows it, especially the other side, but you have to go home now. You have to have peace. We have to have law and order. Can you say both things? I mean, what the protesters, a lot of the supporters that you've spoken to, how does Donald Trump have that both ways? I mean, there's a curfew in place in just over an hour from now.
Starts at an hour, right on the streets behind me. I know. I'm wondering how I'm going to get home tonight. This is Donald Trump. He's had it not just both ways, every way he's wanted from the get-go. As I was walking down to the office, I come down 14th Street behind me, and there were, stragglers from the protests on Capitol Hill going back to their hotels with, they bought snacks and beer for tonight, truly. And they were chilled out. It's like they'd been to any demonstration. They probably hadn't heard Trump's message, but they will hear it when they flip on the TV tonight. Who knows what to make of that? I think what they'll take away from that is he may have said, yeah, go home because things were getting a little hairy, a little out of control on Capitol Hill, and that's not good. But you're right to be there, is the implicit message when he says this was a fraudulent election and it was stolen from you. Yeah. It's the same message he's had all along. And if they're going to take, in my view, if people who were on storming Capitol Hill today take anything away from Donald Trump tonight, it's just that one part. Yeah, he's right. He's sticking by it. This election was stolen. We were ripped off. We got to do something about it.
Paul, with the inauguration in 2 weeks' time, I know that seems like an impossible stretch of time, because I think we're all worried about the next 45 minutes to an hour. But what does this change for that? I mean, we know there's not going to be a parade now, right? Maybe that's because of COVID. I have no idea. But what are you hearing about what what the security concerns are for the inauguration.
Well, it's hard. That is a bridge that's a little far away at this point relative to how things might be different after today. You know, the first thing I thought when you were posing that question, Adrian, was I think Joe Biden's comment some weeks or months ago about how if Donald Trump refuses to leave office, they have a perfectly good security team capable of kicking out trespassers. That still holds true. Everything, you know, it's funny, for all the, you know, craziness of the last several weeks, sort of up until today, everything has worked, right? Everything plodded along. Yes, there were people stomping and huffing and puffing and saying things, and it was delayed and there were complications, but it was moving along, right? Nobody doubts that Joe Biden will be sworn in as president on January 20th. Will there be demonstrators showing up on the mall, which is the Biden team is encouraging people to either not come out or be socially distant, all those things, wear masks. If this crowd turns out, you know, I don't know. Like one of the things today that was interesting was that how unexpected it was that it would escalate to that level. And so security forces were caught off guard. The National Guard eventually came in. Muriel Bowser, the mayor of D.C., had sort of prepared forces, but it wasn't nearly enough. Like the security force on Capitol Hill, there's so many layers, as you recall, Adrian, of security forces in this city, completely unprepared for that. But who would have ever thought demonstrators would bust into Nancy Pelosi's office and sit on her chair and write notes to her saying, we'll be back? But now they know. So that's a long way of saying, I don't know the answer to your question, but you can bet they are meeting right now while they're dealing with what's going on Capitol Hill. But they're trying to figure, you know, they'll have a plan for January 20th, because otherwise, you know, the other thing that commentators were quick to point out today was the world is laughing at this country. It's an amazing country, right? And it's full of amazing people, but this puts itself up for mockery. You know, the country that boasts of, if not inventing democracy, fine-tuning it, and the peaceful transitions of power, et cetera, it's open to utter mockery. And it's sad, because this isn't the way this country is supposed to be.
Indeed. Oh, Paul, a couple things there. Firstly, thank you. Secondly, there are going to be questions for the Department of Homeland Security, because apparently they're not very good at getting rid of trespassers. And thirdly, we're going to go to your colleague, Lindsay Duncombe, because as you can see in the banner there is some breaking news. U.S. Capitol has been put on lockdown. Lindsay, walk us through what that actually means.
Well, what is happening right now is we are getting a briefing from the mayor and top police officials. Their message to everyone is that this curfew that is going into place in just a little more than an hour will be enforced. And if someone does not have an essential purpose, Adrian, to be on the streets in Washington, D.C. tonight, that police will indeed take action. And as you know, this is a city with a lot of police presence, the Metro Police Department, as well as the Secret Service, the Capitol Police, and the full force of the National Guard that has been called up, with more than 1,000 members attending to this. All along, Adrian, the concern for today's demonstrations wasn't necessarily so much what was going to happen during the day, but rather following the pattern of the past protests that have been in D.C. since Donald Trump lost the election, and his supporters, including members of the Proud Boys, have come to D.C. in previous protests. What has happened is the daytime has been largely peaceful, but the violence, the skirmishes play out once the sun goes down. So with the unprecedented happenings at the Capitol, and one of the things that happened at that news conference was that they did confirm that one civilian was shot inside the Capitol complex. So unimaginable that we would be talking about that kind of violence. with that having happened this afternoon, with the crowds still in D.C. and with an hour to go before that curfew kicks in, you can bet that the atmosphere is only going to intensify.
Indeed, and just to add to what you're saying, that the mayor has, I guess, requested both Virginia and Maryland State Police Department to add to that failing. So I think it's going to be locked down tonight, but it won't end tonight. Lindsay, stand by. We have some more video from inside, because as we look now at pictures of what's been going on outside, the story that has been developing and the chaos that has been unfolding within the Capitol, it just seems to get more alarming as people get more pictures out. You know, that picture of the man with the Confederate flag walking through the rotunda, the picture of somebody sitting in Nancy Pelosi's chair. There is this video that has emerged. Once it gets queued up, let's have a listen.
Yep, on it.
So you're looking there, that from the way that man moved, I don't feel like, it sounds like that was protesters. I don't feel like that was tear gas, or people would have been a little bit more panicky, but it was certainly smoke cannon or something. But these scenes are bonkers. And fire extinguisher. There you go. Right. So that was not a gas.
And if I can just catch you up on what's happening near the Capitol, I'm following the tweets of a reporter at BuzzFeed. We don't normally talk about a reporter's tweets without verifying them, but Paul McLeod's Canadian, and I know him and I trust him. And he is talking about confrontations unfolding right now as police are going through and trying to clear the Capitol, saying that there is an F Antifa chant that has happened in the last 20 minutes, that the protesters have been removed from the Capitol Terrace, and there is a real sense of anger being reported by those who remain on the ground in these moments as we lead up to the curfew.
So, Lindsay, I guess that's the question, right? We're trying to figure out exactly what is going on inside right now. So this is still obviously happening inside, and it's still not under control, right? That's the information that you're gleaning.
Yeah, the other thing that Paul tweeted just 26 minutes ago is that he's hearing people yell things like, "Don't back down, guys." Someone is chanting, "Trump won, and certainly the impact of that video that the president tweeted, I can't see that being something that these people are going to see on their phones and then turn around and say, Donald Trump told us to go home, so I guess now it's time to pack up and obey the rules. I think that the task that the police have ahead of them in moving those crowds out, the emotion that Paul was talking about is something that has been building for 4 years. Donald Trump tapped into the sentiment that there was a segment of society that had been forgotten. And these are people who believe they have come here to the Capitol to save their country. And this action, this violence that we're seeing is something that has been building for a long time and is very visceral.
Lindsay, thank you very much for everything. Hang in, my friend. It's going to be a long, long stretch. Andrew, I'm just seeing here the acting Secretary of Defense is talking about activating the National Guard. And if you look at his statement, it's interesting. He talks about being in conversation with Vice President Pence and Speaker Pelosi, not the president.
All right, we're just going to say goodbye to the people watching on CBC Television. Our live coverage is going to continue, but we're saying goodbye. People on CBC Television, we just have to do these little things here and there. I think we should also mention, Adrian, because we're trying to figure out how did they get into the building? How did these protesters get into the building? We heard, this is the Associated Press, that the D.C. police chief say that the protesters deployed chemical irritants on police to gain access. So it seems to be that's how they got in.
Right.
But whatever the case, it was obviously they weren't ready for this.
No, there wasn't the readiness. Washington is normally ready. Washington has all the available people to be ready. For some reason, there wasn't either the intel or the will to have them ready, and those police officers were probably not in a great situation in terms of getting themselves out of there. Nonetheless, it is nighttime Night is falling in Washington, D.C., and the chaos continues. Thank you for being with us for this special coverage of the chaos in the Capitol Hill.
Hi there. Welcome to our continuing coverage here on CBC News Network. I'm Vashi Capellos. Chaos on Capitol Hill this hour after pro-Trump demonstrators stormed the building, forcing a complete lockdown. It happened just as Congress was convening to confirm Joe Biden's win in the November election. But this unprecedented situation, unbelievable really, has put that process on hold. Here's what we know right now. Protesters pushed right through security barriers this afternoon, shortly after President Trump addressed a rally of his supporters. Police were not able to hold them back. Eventually, some of them got in by breaking windows, like you can see right there, knocking down doors. Images captured by reporters inside show those protesters on the Senate floor. Other images appear to show an armed standoff between protesters and Capitol Police. Many members of Congress are still inside, being told to stay in their offices, even under their desks, and remain calm. We have been tracking the situation, of course, all afternoon. We continue to keep our eyes on Washington, D.C. I believe if we could pull up just one live shot right now. It's the only one we have at the moment. Some of the crowds are dispersing, but you can see there continues to be a number of people, a number of those protesters still outside of Capitol Hill. The National Guard in some instances has been called in. There is a curfew now set in Washington from 6 p.m. Eastern until 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So we'll again wait to see if anything changes at that moment. Right now, though, I want to bring in two familiar faces to people who watch our program who know a lot about how something like this might have happened. Aaron Blake, he's a senior political reporter at the Washington Post, and then McKay Coppins, who, of course, is a staff writer with The Atlantic. Hi to both of you. Thank you very much for being with us. Aaron, let me start with you. There's so much to unpack here and so much that's happened, even in the last hour with the president's video. Should this come as a surprise? I mean, it's jaw-dropping to watch, but if you've been paying attention for the last 4 years, it's not necessarily a shock.
Yeah, I think one of the features of the Trump presidency is that he will offer very mixed messages about certain things. He will hint at something like violence among his supporters, but then say the thing that maybe he's supposed to say that tells them not to do the thing that he has been suggesting for a very long time. He's talked about bikers and police rising up on his behalf. He's talked about Democrats being more willing to be forceful than his own supporters in a very suggestive way. There was a time earlier this year when the Black Lives Matter protesters were really starting to assert themselves after the killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis, in which the president tweeted the phrase, "When the looting starts, the shooting starts." Within 25 hours, he had retweeted a video in which another supporter had alluded to the idea of violence being warranted in response to these protests. So this is very familiar ground for the president here. Even in the last couple of months here, there has been concern about his rhetoric about voter fraud and what that might lead people to do. Just a few hours before these scenes, we saw the president's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, appearing at this rally near the Capitol and suggested that there would be, quote, a trial by combat, while also saying that he wanted to have the evidence heard. So, when you're a leader, when you're a politician, you speak about these things in certain ways, and you always have to be cautious about how your words could be interpreted. And the president has certainly given his supporters enough to believe that this is the kind of thing he might be interested in, even if maybe he hasn't explicitly and forcefully said this is what he wants. And so I think that's what we're seeing today. And we're seeing a former White House aides and Republicans in Congress speaking out against this, saying that the president has not been forceful enough in denouncing it. We saw this video just a little while ago in which the president said that the protesters and demonstrators and rioters should go home, but he also said at the same time that he sympathizes with them, that he loves them. So again, very mixed messages. If you want to send people home, if you really want this to stop, you issue a very firm statement that says this has to stop now, this is not warranted, go home, and not actually give those people kind of the fuel to fire what they're doing at the moment.
McKay, let's get into that video, that statement by the president a little bit more while our control room racks it up, because mixed messages is the term that Aaron just used, and certainly it applies here. Joe Biden, President-elect Joe Biden, got up a little bit earlier and said, President Trump, you've got to say something, you know, step up, you've got to tell them to go home. And in this clip, he does talk about that, but he says a lot of other stuff that certainly doesn't send the same message.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be very frank about this. Forcefully condemning the violence is one thing, but even if you were to do that, which he has not done, in that video he tells the people, the mob that has stormed the U.S. Capitol, that he loves them, that they're very special, that he understands how they feel. This is not a president, you know, talking tough with people who are committing acts of armed violence against the United States government. But even if he did that, it still wouldn't have the force that it needed to unless he was willing to concede the election. And that's what he has not done. He has continued to tell his supporters, even in that video, that the election was stolen. That's the first thing he tells his supporters. He says, this election was stolen in an unprecedented way. It's never happened before. Everybody knows that the election was stolen. And then finally he gets around to telling people, but you got to be peaceful and go home. And then he ends the note on, oh, and also remember the election was stolen. Which message do you think that his supporters are going to hear when they watch that video? They're not going to come away with the message that they need to just all go home and be done. They're being told by the President of the United States that a presidential election has been stolen, that there was widespread fraud. If that was actually true, then people taking to the streets would actually be a logical response. It's not true. The president and many of his Republican allies have cynically fanned these flames and convinced millions of people that it's true, and now we're seeing what happens as a result.
Okay, let's play that clip because it's ready. This is the president's message not too long ago on Twitter, not too long also after President-elect Joe Biden said it's time to step up and tell these protesters to go home. Take a listen to the mixed message presented by the President Trump.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election. But we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
So other than a few lines there saying go home, you can see the majority of that message is reinforcing the original message that the president delivered hours before protesters stormed Capitol Hill and got inside, which was essentially the same thing he's been saying since the November elections, that the outcome was a fraud. You're looking live now at the scene, I believe, on Capitol Hill, and you can tell that though there is that curfew set for 50 minutes from now, it does not look like protesters are going anywhere. My colleague Katie Nicholson was in the middle of those crowds not too long ago. She joins me now. Hi, Katie.
Hi, Vashi.
So tell me a bit about what it was like there. I know you're back at the studio now, but we saw you swarmed by protesters. We saw them yelling at the cameras. Tell us a bit about your experience and what it was like in that crowd.
Honestly, today was a bit of a slow boil. So last night there was, quite a bit of angry rhetoric. There was a lot of screaming. We did some very loud hits for you guys. And then this morning that had petered out, even though there were thousands and thousands of people here, and people held beliefs that most people would argue against, holding very strong beliefs that the election was stolen and expressing those beliefs in very forceful means. There wasn't violence this morning, but something changed. Something changed in the tone and tenor of the day. And it was after President Trump addressed the crowd. And it was actually just as he was sort of finishing up his comments. In fact, just before he started in one case, I noticed people were starting to move away from the ellipse. And these are people in combat gear. And then, a large procession of folks went down Constitution Avenue. And we're talking about a lot of older people. Not all of Trump's supporters are young, but are old, I should say, but a large number of them are. So people with mobility issues, that sort of thing. It was this younger group that stormed Congress. They leapt over the barricades, literally, I would say, within half an hour of the president finishing his comments today at the rally. And our colleague Katie Simpson was there with our other crew and witnessed the barricade being jumped over, people storming over the barricade, fireworks going off, some what appeared to be arrests occurring. I debriefed with our crew who were right there as it was happening, steps from the Capitol. And there was tear gas deployed. Police were using pepper balls at one point. It was, Katie Simpson described it as chaos, pure chaos there, and rightly so. And certainly as our crew, we came up sort of secondary and sort of advanced closer. And in these situations, you really want to be sure that everyone feels safe because we were getting quite a deal of aggression. And that is because one of the things that has happened through these 4 years is the media has become a target. We're fake news. So that is something that was shouted at us, and it had been shouted at us periodically over the last few days. But today there was a real edge to it. And so I guess that culminated in us sort of getting swarmed just steps from the Capitol, but just 5 blocks away. We're outside the Canadian Embassy when that happened. And it's not the kind of anger that you can engage with. So I would suggest that what's happening right now as it's gotten dark and this curfew is sort of about to kick in is, these are the fears. We're seeing people not leaving the Capitol. We're seeing some people are staying, some people are here to wreak havoc. I mean, I was standing there as people in combat gear were walking by and yelling, "Hold the line." They're intent on holding the line and keeping the Capitol sort of under this lockdown that they've enacted today by storming it. It's unprecedented, Vashi. It blows your mind that this is happening in the United States.
It is unbelievable. And Aaron, one of the things that really sticks out, and we're looking live, our viewers are looking live at images outside of the Capitol right now and have been throughout most of the day, is how people were able to storm the barriers and storm police and get in. And B, at this point, while there is, a police presence, it's certainly nothing like I remember months ago talking with you and others while we covered what was unfolding in Washington for Black Lives Matter. The presence is not nearly to the same scale that it was then. What kind of questions are being asked from your perspective right now about how this was allowed to happen?
Yeah, you're right. It's a marked contrast to what we saw back in June when the administration dispatched multiple forms of law enforcement onto Lafayette Square just outside of the White House in anticipation of the president walking across for a photo op holding a Bible in front of a church that had been vandalized by protesters earlier in the protests. I think that the Capitol poses some different logistics when it comes to the size of it. We're talking about not just the Capitol itself, but also the House and Senate office buildings, which are separate and somewhat distant from the actual Capitol. So there's more ground to cover. But after the situation really erupted, we saw the Defense Department, according to my colleague at the Washington Post, Aaron Davis, initially declined to send the National Guard in to deal with the situation. Later on, we got word that the DC National Guard would actually be mobilized for the situation. But I would expect this is going to be something that we're going to see inquiries about, both in Congress and locally in the DC government, how this was allowed to happen, why perhaps there wasn't more preparation, given we knew there was going to be a demonstration at least outside of the Capitol, a little bit further away. This was something that was predictable based upon not just the rhetoric of the president, but also upon the very impassioned feelings that surround this issue. And so I think that apart from the politics of what we're seeing now is going to be something that we're going to be talking about for many weeks to come.
If you're just joining us now, you're watching a scene that's been unfolding on Capitol Hill in Washington for a number of hours following a rally held by President Trump in front of his supporters, in which he again repeated his unsubstantiated claims that the election was stolen and that the outcome was a fraud. Protesters headed towards Capitol Hill. They stormed Capitol Hill. They got inside, actually. There are pictures of them on the floor of the Senate, some of them on the floor of the Senate, including one and one even on Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office. Just unbelievable images, really. There is a curfew that's been set in Washington, D.C. for 6 o'clock Eastern. We are heading towards that now, 45 minutes away. As my colleague Katie Nicholson was saying, though, it certainly doesn't seem like protesters plan to leave when that curfew comes into effect. It goes from 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 a.m. Some additional news, McKay, that I'd love to get you to weigh in on. Representative Ilhan Omar says in a tweet that she is drawing up articles of impeachment. Donald J. Trump should be impeached by the House of Representatives and removed from office by the United States Senate. We can't allow him to remain in office. It's a matter of preserving our republic, and we need to fulfill our oath. It's interesting insofar as I think a lot of us in Canada have been watching, wondering if there would be any consequences for the president, since there seemed to be such a direct lineage between his comments and then what unfolded in the hours after. Of course, he's done in 2 weeks. Joe Biden will assume the office following inauguration. Your thoughts on what the representative is saying?
He was saying no. Yeah, one interesting point to make here is that if a president is impeached and removed from office, that bars the president from ever serving in office again. He is eligible to run again as of now, and has been saying that he might in 4 years from now. And so if he was impeached and removed from office, that would make it impossible for him to ever become president again. All of that is to say, I think it's unlikely that in 2 short weeks, he would be impeached by the House and would get enough senators to vote to remove him from office. I think that most Republicans, as angry as they are right now, and a lot of them are very angry. I'm hearing from them and from their staffers, there was already a lot of frustration with the president's unwillingness to concede, with the way that he's been lying to his base and telling them that he can still win the election. All of that aside, I think for a number of Republicans, when they step back in a few days, they'll see that it would be very difficult politically for them if they threw him out of office with just 2 weeks left to go. Although, look, we've seen stranger things happen in Washington over the past 4 years, so I wouldn't rule anything out.
Over the past few hours, actually, in fact.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron and McKay, I'm going to leave it there for now. I know we'll be checking with you later. Thanks very much for your time and your insights. Aaron Blake with the Washington Post and McKay Coppins with The Atlantic. My colleague Katie Nicholson will stick around throughout our show tonight to weigh in on what's unfolding. You are looking live at a shot of Capitol Hill in Washington, where protesters continue to stand outside its doors. Some of them made it inside, actually, hours earlier, breaking down windows and doors to do so. Following that unfolding, President-elect Joe Biden addressed reporters and made a statement to the public. We're going to play you a little bit of that right now. Take a listen.
All of you have been watching what I've been watching. At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection.
That is President-elect Joe Biden earlier this afternoon, calling on President Trump to step up, as you heard there, go on national TV and tell protesters who are protesting in his name to go home. That did not happen. President Trump instead released a video on Twitter containing, you could say, very, very mixed messages. We want to get some more insight on what's unfolding and his message, as well as President-elect Biden's, from Ian Bremmer. He's the president of Eurasia Group. He joins us now from New York. Hi, Ian. Good to see you again. Thank you for making the time.
Sure. Good to see you.
Let me start off, before we get into the messages from each of the presidents, just with what's unfolding. Our viewers have been watching all afternoon the scenes in front of Capitol Hill, inside of Capitol Hill. What has been going through your mind as you watch it?
You know, I mean, talking to you right now, it has to be heartbreaking. It's like your loved sibling has a meth addiction, and you're just watching it play out. I love my country. I consider myself a patriot, but I've watched over decades as the institutions in this country have eroded, as the quality of opportunity has dried up. And, you know, when Trump says that the election was stolen, he's lying, and he's unfit for office, and he should be removed. But when he says that the institutions are rigged, he's actually speaking the truth to an awful lot of people who feel like the American institutions aren't there for them. And those are the people that turned out more than 70 million, despite 300,000 plus dead in the United States, and still voted for him. Those are the people that are prepared to go out and storm the Capitol building when he organizes a demonstration. And those are the people that the members of the House and Senate, the Republicans, are scared of and are prepared to support the lunatic charge of my president that the election, free and fair, was stolen against him. So that's what's going through my mind. I'll tell you what else is going through my mind. I'm thinking back to 9/11 when I was here in New York City and I watched the second tower fall from the roof of my building. And on that day, you may remember that the terrorists wanted to fly a plane into the Capitol building, and they got confused and they couldn't find it. And they ended up hitting the Pentagon instead. The Capitol building has stood strong as long as I've lived in the United States. And today I watch a group of thugs, of insurrectionists, overwhelm local police and even carry a Confederate flag through the building. And the fact that that is happening today on our watch as Americans is a profoundly disturbing and sad note for my country, which is the most powerful country in the world. And I understand that the implications of this, the shadow will last long, both in time as well as well beyond the shores of this still great nation.
What does it say that they were able to overwhelm the Capitol, to get inside, to bring, you know, weapons in some cases? What does that say?
Well, number one, it says that a number of the Capitol police were quite sympathetic to the cause. So I don't think they were actively tried to be stopped. I mean, I've seen a number of anecdotes in that regard already. And it's also that there were a lot of them, and the U.S. government, the U.S. military, was not prepared to repulse that kind of call. And certainly President Trump had no interest, since he was actually stoking the violence. I mean, this was beyond a dog whistle. His tweets recently and his speech this morning have been a direct call to take the law in the hands of his supporters because the election was being stolen out from under them. I will tell you, I mean, there's a woman, at least now we know, who's been shot in the Capitol in critical condition. Her health is directly the responsibility of the President of the United States. So, of course, this is on him. And he should be impeached and convicted. He should be removed from office. I understand that there are only 2 weeks left to go in his term. Every one of those 14 days is too long, in my view.
You think it should still be pursued regardless of the fact that he will be done in 2 weeks? Do you think? I'm thinking, for example, of Representative Ilhan Omar, who just tweeted out that she thought that should be the case.
Look, should, in the sense that it would be correct and proper according to rule of law. I mean, we've been down this road before, and when you have a president of the United States that's calling a foreign leader and is holding up aid illegally that's already been approved by Congress so that he will open an investigation against Trump's political rivals, he should have been convicted for that. Mitt Romney was the only Republican senator that stood up for that conviction and voted for it. So yes, it should happen again, but the erosion of rule of law in the United States at this point goes well beyond what should happen in the next 2 weeks. So, I mean, I personally do not believe at this point, if impeachment was pursued, that there would be time or inclination for a large enough number of Republicans in the Senate, many of whom were prepared to vote in favor of overturning the election just a few hours ago. It is hard for me to imagine that they have suddenly found Jesus and are prepared to convict the sitting president of the U.S., especially when so many of their own constituents continue to support that president. So I think that the nature of the toxin is much more deep than the localization that question would imply.
What about what you, and to that point, what about what you talked about earlier, and that is the genesis of why so many of these people are here, why they believe what the president is saying, their disbelief or their lack of faith in the institutions and whether or not they will work for them. This is an event that's taking place and it's unbelievable to watch, it's unprecedented, but those feelings aren't going to stop when this event comes to a conclusion. What does that mean going forward, and how do you view that?
I think that we should ask ourselves, why is this happening in the U.S. and not in other countries? Why is it inconceivable this could happen in Canada or Germany or Japan? And I think, the United States, one point is that we are better than anyone in the world in unleashing the animal spirits of capitalism, supporting the private sector, building growth, right? And our markets, you see that with the stock markets, I mean, rising today in the teeth of all of this. But when the average American's labor no longer matters for them to participate in that opportunity, that's the other side. We don't have the social safety net. The capitalism isn't working for the average American. That's a big part of it. Fighting in these wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, heck, in Vietnam, on the back of the same poor and disenfranchised people, that's a part of it. Having a relatively open immigration regime and a country that's going to become minority white in the relatively near future, while a lot of those white undereducated men feel like no one cares about them and their life expectancy is going down. That's a piece of it. And all of that magnified by the megaphone of disinformation that is social media, and those social media companies doing next to nothing to be responsible for what's happening on their platforms, because they're making lots of money on that business model, on commodifying the data that human beings consume and that they are. I mean, all of those things are unique in their experience in the United States compared to Canada, Japan, Germany, the UK, even France. And that's why this is happening here. And those issues cannot be addressed by a Band-Aid. Biden can make a difference. Biden becomes president and suddenly he's got 50 seats plus the tie break in the Senate. He can put some checks in the hands of Americans. He can do a couple $1 trillion of additional stimulus. He can get money to blue states and red states. That will make a difference, but it's a Band-Aid, because the problems that we're talking about are much deeper. They're much more structural, and they've been coming for decades. And we'll be trying, I hope, to dig out of them for a much longer time than one administration.
Okay, Ian, I'll leave it there. I do appreciate your time and your insights tonight. Thank you.
My pleasure, guys. See you.
Ian Bremmer is the president of the Eurasia Group. If you're just joining us now, it is just about 5:30 p.m. Eastern, half an hour away from when Washington imposes a 6 o'clock curfew that is intended to last until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can see, though, it has not had much of an effect on the crowd that gathered hours ago and continued to gather over the hours, over the afternoon, into the evening in front of Capitol Hill. A number of protesters, many of whom, or some of whom I should say, were able to storm the police presence and get inside Capitol Hill, even on the Senate floor in one case. I want to bring in my next guest to discuss what's unfolding there. Mark Kimmett is a retired brigadier general in the U.S. Army and a former assistant secretary of state under President George Bush. He's with us from Washington. Hi, General Kimmett. Good to have you back on the show. I appreciate you making the time. You might be on mute. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. I can hear you now. So you're in Washington. I'm sure you've been glued to what's unfolding as much as everyone else. What is going through your mind as you watch that unfold?
Well, certainly not what Ian Bremmer is thinking. I mean, he says this would never happen in Germany, this would never happen in Japan. For goodness sakes, Ian, get a grip. This is exactly what brought about Hitler. This is exactly what brought around Hirohito. But it's not going to happen in the United States. Even President-elect Biden said the right thing. This is just a band of knuckleheads. This is not reflective of a revolutionary America. And I was in this town in 1968 when it was on fire because of the race riots. Look, this is bad. It's shameful. It's absolutely wrong. And the quicker we can get President Trump out of the office, the better. But this is not fatal. This is not a cancer. It's not pretty, but we're going to do just fine.
So let me ask you to expand on that. Why do you think it's not endemic of a wider feeling in society? Why do you think it is limited? And you're right, President-elect Joe Biden did say, I think he used the word knuckleheads, it's just a group of people. Tell us why that's your perspective.
Well, it's because I think that at the end of the day, this was a small group of people that were very, very polarized. Ian did have some facts right, that there is a sector of America that thinks they have left out by the elites on the coasts. It's a large number in aggregate, but in terms of revolutionary and violent, that's a very, very small number. This is something we haven't seen for a long, long time, since the 1954 attack inside the Capitol where 2 members were shot and killed by Puerto Rican nationalists. But this, I just don't see this as anything more than a localized issue that will not blossom, we will not see these kinds of attacks in other cities. We will not see this grand explosion. I work in the Middle East, and I can tell when these things are going to get bigger. This isn't going to get bigger. This is a one-day event, possibly a 2-day event. There'll be a lot of stirring into it, but we'll be fine.
Let me ask you, though, about the sentiment underpinning what many of the protesters have been telling our reporters on the ground there. And namely, that is that they believe what the president has said about the election being stolen, though there is no evidence, they believe it. And those are the kinds of, they repeat the rhetoric that he has said. If they continue to cling to that message and to that belief, does that maybe not have the same kind of violent outpouring that we've seen today, but does it continue to pose a big issue for your country?
Well, not a big issue for the country, but it's certainly a big issue for the Republican Party. Georgia just lost 2 seats to the Democratic Party. Why? Because President Trump went out there and said, your votes don't count, and as a result, the Republicans didn't show up. The Democrats figured that out, and they had the largest turnout in Georgia history. Let's be brutally honest. This is Georgia, a southern state, and they have just elected a black man and a non-Christian. Unprecedented. And that's because there was this belief that your vote doesn't count, courtesy of Donald Trump, and that's why they lost the election. So yes, it will have a consequence for the Republican Party if there is this belief out there that your vote doesn't count. So I would recommend strongly that the Republican Party works to repair this. and don't make this mistake again. Of note, the Democrats contested the election in 2000, 2004, and 2016. But they did it in a much more civil way, and we certainly didn't have a world leader like Donald Trump egging on the protesters.
Yeah, I think certainly there's one thing in your right to contest the election and anyone's right to do so and head to the courts. It's another thing, even once going through that whole court process, to say or to insist that the election was stolen. When you talk about the direction of the Republican Party going forward, I'm struck today by the actions of, or the statement coming from the vice president around what was happening in Congress, the statement from Mitch McConnell, Senate Majority Leader, as well on the floor around certification. Do you think that an event like this actually might be a catalyst for figuring out what the direction of the party is going forward?
Well, I think the direction of the party is pretty well understood. Is Donald Trump had a stranglehold on the party, and anybody that dared to go outside of his views was punished for it. That's how David Perdue lost or did not win the first round in Georgia. But I would hope that the consequences of what we have seen is that President Trump, as a future presidential candidate and as a candidate, as somebody who has influence in the Republican Party, has just been destroyed. Hasn't, but that would be my fervent hope for what happened today.
Okay, General Kimmett, I'll leave it there. I do appreciate your time and your expertise and insights this evening. Thank you, sir.
Sure, we'll be fine.
Mark Kimmett is a retired brigadier general in the U.S. Army and a former assistant secretary of state under President George Bush. If you are just catching up right now, over the past number of hours since remarks made by the president earlier today in front of supporters, a number of those supporters headed towards Capitol Hill. They have been protesting there throughout the afternoon as well into the evening. There is a curfew set of 6 o'clock Eastern in Washington, D.C. by the mayor there. It's supposed to extend until 7 in the morning. But if we get some closer shots, some closer live shots at some point, you can see there are still a number of protesters on Capitol Hill. Earlier, some of them were actually able to get inside the building, onto the Senate floor. There are a number of reports of for example, a shot being fired at one point. We have seen images of a person on a stretcher. We don't have many details yet. As soon as we're able to confirm them about what happened, we'll be able to send those or deliver those details to you. But at this point, just chaos, according to our reporters on Capitol Hill, unfolding right throughout the morning. Many of those protesters as well telling my colleagues that they don't have any intention to leave when the curfew is imposed at 6 o'clock. There's been a lot of reaction right around the world and even right here in Canada as well to what's unfolded. I want to go through some of that for you right now. First of all, our minister, the Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs, François-Philippe Champagne, tweeted, "Canada is deeply shocked by the situation in Washington, D.C. The peaceful transition of power is fundamental to democracy. It must continue, and it will. We are following developments closely, and our thoughts are with the American people." There is also reaction from the leader of the opposition, Aaron O'Toole, who tweeted out, "The storming of the Capitol building is an astonishing assault on freedom and democracy. I am deeply saddened to see chaos grip our greatest ally today." And the leader of the federal NDP, Jagmeet Singh, as well, sent out a tweet a little bit earlier. "The horror unfolding in Washington," he said, "is frightening, and it was incited by Donald Trump. He can end it now, but refuses to. Democracy must not be intimidated. The violence must end." I'll bring back my colleague, Katie Nicholson, who was actually in the middle of all of that unfolding this afternoon, in the middle of all those protesters. Hi, Katie. What's the latest you can tell me about what might happen now? I think that's what we're all wondering. We still continue to see protesters on Capitol Hill despite this curfew coming in just 22 minutes.
They're not budging, the people that are there. They're committed. I mean, I heard them. I was 5 blocks away as they were making their way there, or those who weren't already there. People were wearing goggles. They were wearing combat gear. They were spoiling for a fight. That's why they came here. In terms of, I mean, I'll try to reference last night. Like last night, there were not as many people here. But it was rowdy. It was rowdy in the streets when we left. People were hanging outside restaurants, those that were still open. and outside liquor stores, that sort of thing. That's sort of where you would see people congregating and basically having a big party in the streets. And then we heard shouting, and then there was overnight skirmishes with police that did result in arrests. We know that in the past, Stop the Steal rallies have sort of disintegrated into violence in the evenings back in December and November. So this is on a scale that the city has not seen. There have not been this many protesters at a Stop the Steal or Trump rally since the election. So this is why law enforcement, why the mayor's office is worried and has instituted this curfew. Certainly a lot of people were walking away from the Capitol while we were there, and I wouldn't suggest they're in the greatest humor. So, there are people here who are very angry, who are very sore. It's nothing for us to get the hostility because of the sort of the resentment that this administration has, or specifically Donald Trump has sort of stoked against news media. But even overhearing people lashing out at the police who were there and sort of insinuating that they were sheep, that they were instituting the will of the deep state. You have to remember this is a population that is steeped in conspiracy theories and different notions about how the world works. So this is how some of these protesters are viewing both media and law enforcement. So we could be in for quite a bumpy evening here in DC. And even as I'm speaking to you, I was just thinking, I can't remember hearing, I've only been in DC a little while, but I can't remember hearing this many sirens, and certainly not last night, even though there was, a fair partying presence outside. This is a kettle, and it's boiling, and I don't know how long it's going to keep going, because these people are. I'm seeing the same video you are, the same pool feed. People are not leaving, and they're angry, and they're lashing out at whatever authority figure too they can.
Let me ask for your perspective on something that was a point of difference between the previous two guests that we had. And just because you've been speaking to so many of the people who are there, we had one guest, Ian Bremmer, who thought this was, very much reflective of a bigger problem, a more permanent problem, people who are very disenfranchised, to believe institutions are not working in their favor. Then we had another guest, Mark Kimmett, who used to work for George Bush, who is a former brigadier general in the Army, and he says, no, this is just a 1 or 2 day event. This isn't the end of the world. This is just a smaller group of people. What is your sort of gut telling you after talking to them?
Undoubtedly, yes. That's how Donald Trump came to power. Is he sort of really zeroed in somehow on that part of the population that felt disenfranchised. So yes. They may not be the ones who are going to storm the barricades and stick around. I'm thinking about particularly some of the older folks that I talk to, who hold what some might consider unpalatable views around. Around the incoming administration, around what it would mean to have, for example, a black woman as vice president, or even have a woman in the office. These are people who held views that are just not palatable, generally speaking, in our world, and those are people that are going to go to bed very soon, because a lot of them were quite a bit older that I was speaking with. It's the younger people who have been radicalized. It's younger people, white nationalists. It's the alt-right. It's those people who are. They could drag this out over several days. So the older, the disenfranchised, the people who are maybe holding more racist views, they have been pulled into this ethos, this world because of other views that they hold, but who are not necessarily going to storm the Capitol. Those are the ones who are going to leave. They'll drive away. They'll take off in their buses, their cars. It's this younger group of people that have come in spoiling for a fight. They have come in prepared. They have come in with goggles. They have gas masks. These are the ones that I think would maybe stick around for a while. And the question is, really, what happens after this? What happens once this will end? This standoff will end. But where does America go from here? And how do you heal those divisions? And also the Republican Party is being torn apart by this particular conflict, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, very much true, as both of our guests alluded to. Okay, Katie, I'm going to leave it there right now, but we'll be coming back to you throughout the evening. I appreciate your perspective, as always. My colleague, the CBC's Katie Nicholson, with us from Washington. We are just about 15 minutes away from when Washington imposes a curfew for the evening that is set to last overnight until 7 o'clock tomorrow. You can see very clearly, though, on the screen in front of you that people have not left Capitol Hill, that protesters have not left Capitol Hill. They are not heeding that curfew at this point. We will continue to keep our eyes on Washington, D.C. to see if that changes at all, if the number of protesters wanes, or if the opposite happens. We've got our eyes on that city at this hour, as they have been all afternoon. I do want to bring in my next guest, though, because in the midst of all the chaos unfolding in Washington, there was a significant development in Georgia. The Democrats are now projected to win the second U.S. Senate seat, two very significant runoffs there. To talk more about that and what's unfolding in D.C. at the moment, I'm joined by Kathy Cox. She's a Democrat who served as Georgia's Secretary of State from 1997 to 2007. Ms. Cox is now the Dean of the Mercer University School of Law. Hi there, good to see you. Thank you for making the time again.
You too, Vashi. Thank you.
So I'm wondering, from your perspective, this big victory for two Democrats in these very significant runoff elections, which essentially determine the balance of power in the Senate, happening at the same time as everything that's unfolding in Washington. How do you square that?
What a contrast. What a contrast. Here in Georgia, we had a fair, free election on a beautiful day yesterday. We were celebrating today in Georgia the peaceful transition of power. Certainly there were candidates who were not happy about the outcome of the election, but things were moving smoothly. We are still counting the votes in Georgia, as military votes still have until Friday to come in before votes are certified. But it was a smooth running day after a very high-profile runoff election. And to contrast that with the exact opposite of what American government is not about on the Capitol steps and inside the Capitol in Washington, D.C., could not be a more dramatic contrast today.
You served as Secretary of State for a decade. When you look at what has unfolded, not just on the steps of Capitol Hill, but inside Capitol Hill this afternoon and this evening, how unbelievable, how unprecedented is it from your perspective?
It's absolutely shocking. It's almost hard to find the words to believe that I was not looking at a third world country to see those sights, to see, as your description just was about, people who have been so radicalized to storm our American Capitol with weapons, to break down windows and doors and offices in our Capitol is so completely against everything that America stands for. The bedrock principles of our country, very similar to yours, are that the people speak, but we speak through peaceful means like free and fair elections. We speak through a representative government. We don't speak through mob rule and violence. And that's certainly what we had on display this afternoon.
There's some irony as well, because the big message that President Trump delivered to his supporters, not just this morning prior to them heading to Capitol Hill, but for months following the outcome of the November election, was that the election was a fraud, that the election was stolen, the outcome itself was fraudulent. In fact, even in the message he delivered telling them to go home, he said that again. At the same time, that message seems to have resonated with Republicans in Georgia who stayed home, some of them who stayed home as a result of feeling like their vote wouldn't be counted or wouldn't matter. It's a bit ironic.
It is ironic, and there are angry Republicans today who have recognized that they had really every advantage in these runoff elections yesterday, and saw them really go down the drain because of the president's remarks, because of the misinformation, because those kind of messages, I believe, really did suppress some proportion of Republican vote, and it motivated Democrats to get out and vote, I think, in larger numbers. And so from both perspectives, it worked against Republicans in Georgia yesterday, and there were a number of Republicans who recognized that today. And I think there may be a reckoning, at least in my state, if not on a greater national level, there should be, because it was wrong. We've never seen a president in this country ever try to undo an election. Certainly some were not happy about the results, but never tried to undo or to feed on misinformation about the results of their election. It just has never happened before in this country.
There are so many people who believe, clearly, so many, in fact, that they stormed Capitol Hill today, believe the message that the president delivered, the unsubstantiated message around the outcome of this election and the fraudulent nature of it. How does your country deal with that sentiment going forward? Because while he may go in 2 weeks, at least he won't be the president anymore, the sentiment can persist.
You're exactly right, and that's going to be a significant challenge for the Biden administration, for all of us as Americans, because when you have a country which is now divided by people who truly believe, just as President Trump said to this crowd this morning, he told them, and they have come to believe, that this was stolen from them, which is not true. It has been disproven over and over and over in more than 50 different lawsuits in this country, none of which have succeeded. But he has continued to perpetrate this falsehood to tell people that something they treasure has been stolen from them. And that certainly motivated this crowd today. It's going to continue to motivate them until we can figure out how to bring this country back together and how to restore trust in our electoral system.
Okay, Dean Cox, I'll leave it there. I appreciate your time as always.
Thanks.
Kathy Cox served as Secretary of State in Georgia from 1997 to 2007. I want to update you on some information that has come across the wires about the situation you are watching live in Washington, D.C., a situation that has unfolded over the last number of hours of there. It included protesters who listened to a pro-Trump rally earlier today in which he continued to claim that the results of the election were fraudulent, that the election had been stolen from them. They marched to Capitol Hill. They were able to breach Capitol Hill. And in fact, I think that there is information right now that that is the first time we are seeing that the U.S. Capitol has been breached since the British set it on fire during the War of 1812. So when you hear it being described as unprecedented and unbelievable, there is historical context there to confirm that. There's also information from the Associated Press about what transpired inside. The police chief in Washington says at least 5 weapons have been recovered as a result of the protests today, and at least 13 people have been arrested. They were, of course, they stormed Capitol Hill as it was full. Lawmakers were meeting there to certify the results of the election, and that's a whole other story because that was in an unprecedented manner being debated as well. One person was shot, according to police, but their condition at this point is unknown. The police chief called the attack a riot. You can see that protesters continue to be alongside and outside Capitol Hill. Some of them are dispersing, but I don't have an accurate sense right now of just how many remain there or if there will be some of them heeding the curfew that the mayor of Washington, D.C. has put into place. It comes into effect in just 8 minutes at 6 o'clock, and it's set to last throughout the evening until 7 a.m. We will keep our eyes on these live shots and our reporters on the ground trying to get a sense of how things are unfolding following what happened earlier this afternoon. Right now, I'm joined, though, by Chris Liu. He's here to talk about some of these developments. He's a senior fellow at the University of Virginia Miller Center. And prior to that, he served as President Obama's White House Cabinet Secretary and the Executive Director of the 2008 presidential transition. Hi, Chris. Good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
I appreciate you making the time. Look, every time we've spoken to you, it's so interesting. We've been talking about the transition because of your experience. This transition has now become, anything but peaceful. Are you surprised at all about what unfolded today, or do you expect it given the rhetoric that we've heard from the president?
It's completely shocking, but it's not surprising. Before I worked in the Obama White House, I spent 12 years on Capitol Hill in both the House and Senate. And when I see these images of protesters in Speaker Pelosi's office taking photos on the Senate floor, I see, podiums being taken, glass being broken. It's appalling. This is not what our country is about. And we have had peaceful transitions of power for 200 years, even after very bitter presidential campaigns, during war, during depression. We've never seen anything like this because we've never had an outgoing president like this who continues to foster these conspiracy theories, who refuses to concede, and today did the worst of all, where he basically has created this very incendiary situation with his rhetoric, and then basically lit a match and caused this fire today, and that continues to rage as we're talking right now.
Having worked in that building, watching people actually get inside, break down windows, break down doors, get inside, get in the office, for example, of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. How was that? Like, what was in your head as you saw that?
You know, as somebody who reveres the Capitol and somebody who, and has the greatest respect for the U.S. Capitol Police, they have a very hard job. I mean, they are in charge of protecting 500 members of Congress, but also ensuring that the public has access to their elected representatives. And today they were on the front lines of trying to protect this sacred institution. You know, when you are a Capitol Hill staffer, there are places you just don't walk. You don't walk onto the Senate floor unless you're accompanying the senator. You certainly don't sit in the speaker's chair. You are very careful because this is hallowed ground. It's also an incredibly secure space because you've got our nation's highest elected officials, many people who are in the line of succession. This is, I mean, I'm speechless because I can't even imagine that this is happening in our country right now.
You talk about the level of security, and that's certainly something that I was thinking today as I watched that happen. Like, how, if this happened in Canada, we have had Parliament Hill stormed by a lone gunman, and there was a massive reaction which required a review of security, and now you compare what happened today, where many people were able to get inside. It was surprising to us, I think, just as Canadians, to see that they were able to breach the doors, to breach the police presence there. Were you surprised by that?
I'm incredibly surprised by that because we have protests often in Washington, D.C., because it's the capital, and people, and many times the number of people that were there today. The fact that they were able to get through this, I think there will have to be a review after the fact as to whether the Capitol Police, now admittedly they have very hard jobs, whether they had sufficient precautions in place, whether they had enough support for the DC police, whether there should have been National Guard there. But at least based on the video, it almost looked like they were allowed to walk in, which if true is shocking.
A number of Republicans, the day started with, I should point out for our viewers, the president on one hand delivering those remarks to his supporters, and then some of his delegates, some of his supporters in Congress actually fighting his fight and debating and trying to resist the certification of Joe Biden's win by Congress. I've been listening to a lot of U.S. networks in following the protests and then being able to go inside Capitol Hill, and a lot of Republicans have now been speaking out saying this is too far, this is too much. How important is it to hear from, for these protesters or people who believe in their actions, to hear from Republicans right now? And are you concerned that they might not hear enough?
It is important to hear from voices on both sides of the aisle. But make no mistake, this is a Republican Party that has gone along with the president's violent rhetoric for the last 4 years. And so, yes, I applaud them for speaking out now. It is easy, however, to say that they should have done this much earlier during the time. But I'm also concerned the only person who can really tamp down this violence right now is the president. And as you may have seen, he put out a statement this afternoon, which only fans the flames even more. He continues to say that he loves these people. He supports what they're doing. He does tell them to go home, but he continues to foster this, these theories about the election being stolen. He talks about the other side being so bad and so evil. Again, he's not demonstrating the leadership that he should, But again, this is not surprising. This is the way he has led this country for the last 4 years.
Yeah, to your point, some of what he says, I know you heard, you had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election. Everybody knows it. There are a few throwaway lines in that video that he put out on Twitter about going home. But the majority of it is focused on the same message he delivered just hours before to the protesters who ended up actually going to Capitol Hill and some of them getting inside. I'd be hard pressed to believe there's going to be a point at which the president comes out and says, you know, what you're doing is wrong, you need to leave, and just leaves it at that. I can't envision anything like that happening.
No, I mean, we have seen this from, August of 2017 in Charlottesville, Virginia, when we had white supremacists marching. This is a president who called them very fine people. This is a president who, during the presidential debate, talked to the Proud Boys, another white supremacist group, and told them to stand ready, stand by. So he has never disavowed these extreme elements among his supporters. And to be fair, the vast majority of his supporters, I'm sure, completely are appalled as well by what they are seeing. But there is a faction of people that are supporting Donald Trump that are actually standing ready and standing by his words. And when he says that the election is stolen by very bad people and that they should take the law into their own hands, they're going to do that.
Okay, Chris, I'm going to leave it there. Thanks very much for sharing some time with us tonight. Really appreciate it. Chris Liu coming to us from Washington. It is now 6 o'clock Eastern. This is when the curfew imposed by DC's mayor is set to kick in. It is supposed to last until 7 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning. As you can see, there are still protesters on Capitol Hill. There is a police presence there as well. It's hard to gauge, just given the viewpoints that we have at this moment, how many protesters remain on Capitol Hill, but we know that they do, that the curfew has not sent everybody home. I don't think anybody anticipated that it would. We have been watching this situation unfold in Washington now since this morning, when President Donald Trump addressed supporters of his, continuing to make those unsubstantiated claims that the election had been stolen, that the results were fraudulent. That is the message that many protesters took as they marched from that rally to Capitol Hill to protest there, but they didn't stop at the steps of Capitol Hill. They instead were able to make their way in, past police, banging down doors, crashing through windows, even make it onto the Senate floor. That's something that hasn't happened since the early 1800s, actually, in fact. And so it is, when you hear it described as unprecedented, unbelievable, hard to explain. That's why it is something that we have not seen in modern history take place. It is something that both President-elect Joe Biden talked about to reporters earlier today, and then, as we were discussing with Chris there, President Trump. I want to play for you first some of what Joe Biden said a bit earlier today.
At this hour, our democracy is under unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America's about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television are thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
That is President-elect Joe Biden urging President Trump to step up and address his supporters, many of whom, in fact, stormed Capitol Hill, and some of whom made it inside Capitol Hill in pretty much an unprecedented series of events that took place this afternoon and into this evening. Now, as President-elect said, he urged President Trump to make a statement on national TV. President Trump did not do that. He issued a statement full of mixed messages on Twitter. Have a listen.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
You can see what I mean about mixed messages there. There are a couple of lines telling protesters to go home. As you heard at the end there, go home in peace. But the majority of that message is iterative of what he said throughout the day and throughout the past few months since the November election, falsely claiming without evidence that the election was stolen, that the results were fraudulent. In fact, at 6:01 p.m. Eastern, the president issued another tweet, and 6 o'clock just happens to be when the curfew in Washington, D.C. was supposed to be imposed, is being imposed from 6 to 7 a.m. He tweeted, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever." Once again, mixed messages and a reiteration of those unsubstantiated claims the president has continued to make since the November election. For more on this, I want to turn to Bruce Heyman, the former U.S. ambassador to Canada. He's with us from Chicago. Hi, Ambassador Heyman. Good to see you. Thank you for making the time.
Good to see you as well, Vashi.
Let's start on those mixed messages, because the video was one thing, and now we have a tweet basically saying this is what happens when, as he says, when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots. Once again, claiming something there is no evidence of.
So this is a man who's used that kind of language, trying to dance in between everything all along. Remember fine people on both sides in Charlottesville where the Nazi flag and the Confederate flags were waving? Remember in the debate where they talked about, the white supremacists, the Proud Boys, and he goes, "Stand down, stand by." That was his repudiation. And to sit down and say, "We love you, this is just great, and this is what happens when you steal my election." No, this is what happens when you tell them to go march to the Capitol. This is what happens when you incite people. This is what happens when you turn people against people. He is a very, very dangerous man. And he is in the final throes of his presidency, and he's becoming an extreme of himself. And that puts the country at very high risk over these next few days. Never in my wildest imagination would I have ever thought the U.S. Capitol would be stormed by people at the urging of the President of the United States of America.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you.
So
sorry, I just wanted to ask you, because you have been an outspoken critic of the president. You've made no secret of that. But did you ever anticipate that it would get to this level at this point in time?
Let's go.
No, how could you?
Yeah.
I mean, this building, which is right behind me. This is the inauguration of Barack Obama, which I had attended. It was in my office in Ottawa the whole time that I was serving there. And this is This is a building that has been there for several hundred years with no intrusion of any consequence. There was some small intrusions that took place over time, but for the most part, this is Americans attacking our building where we're ready to confirm the next president of the United States. And in that, they were trying to circumvent the normal course of order of the shift and changeover of power of the country. It's not going to happen. But boy, they did the damage. And it's not the damage of the windows and the offices, and it's the damage they've done to our democracy in this process.
We just were speaking with Chris Liu, who I'm sure you know, who worked for President Obama and was on the transition team. He worked in Capitol Hill for a number of years, and he was just talking about sort of the feeling he had watching people inside, you know, how sacred that building is. And I see you shaking your head right there. I'm just wondering from your perspective, too, what that was like to watch as someone who does value that building and the sacred nature of it so much.
So my first internship, I interned on the Hill, and I remember every time I would walk with the congressman over to that building, I was confirmed by the Senate in that building. I sat at inaugurations in front of the building. To see the desecration, to see what it was taking place by fellow Americans, it was just heartbreaking to me, shocking, upsetting, and all at the same time instigated by our president, which is that much more difficult for former ambassador and somebody who has sworn to preserve and protect the Constitution of the United States against enemies, foreign and domestic. I think, you know, we may be talking about a domestic enemy to the Constitution when he isn't abiding by the natural course of order of how we elect our presidents and confirm them.
And how do you explain this? As someone who has represented your country in other countries, this one namely, how do you think this is perceived outside the walls of the United States, given the U.S.'s history as a pillar of democracy, as kind of the opposite of what we've watched unfold today? How do you explain it to other places? Or can you?
Boy, honestly, it's hard to explain, other than we mistakenly elected. And I believe he was elected, just like I believe Joe Biden was elected. This is how our system works. We mistakenly elected somebody who was so incredibly incompetent and hostile and racist and misogynist and incompetent, narcissistic, that we put our very democracy at threat and at risk. And how do I explain that? I explain that as an error by the American people. The problem is, as I travel to Canada, many Canadians tell me, how do I know you're not going to make that error again in 4 years, 8, 16 years? So it's with a lot of Canadians that I've spoken with and others around the world that have said to me, they're sad, they're hurt, they're scared, and they're sorry for us. And boy, I felt sorry for us today.
What do you think happens now? I'm asking because our viewers are looking at some live shots outside of Capitol Hill. The curfew came into effect 17 minutes ago in Washington, but there are still a lot of protesters. There seemed to be a bit of an increased police presence, but not a huge. And I don't have a perfect perspective because I'm at the whim of the live shots that are coming in. Yeah. But there are still protesters outside of Capitol Hill. There's some representatives talking about impeachment. You know, how do you see the next 24 hours going? What do you think happens next?
So a couple things. First of all, my daughter's 8 blocks from the Capitol. She's okay? Right there on Capitol. She lives on Capitol Hill. She's okay, but it's a scary time for people living in their apartments or homes, knowing that this is all going on right outside their windows and doors. So it's not just the people you see that are interacting there. This is a whole community of people that live there and interact in that society that are in shelter in place. Can you imagine? We have lockdowns going around the world because of COVID. In the capital of the United States of America, we have lockdown because of violence in the Capitol instigated by the President of the United States. The next 24 hours are going to be critical. I think nighttime is always a scary moment in terms of violence and activity. That's why the mayor instituted a curfew. And then they have to figure out how to peacefully dismantle this large group of people and get them out of here so that we can get back to the business of confirming the next president of the United States through the electoral vote. Some people will call for impeachment. That is going to probably be at least a serious debate among some people. And the reason for that is why do that if you have 2 weeks? Well, if you're convicted in impeachment, you can't ever hold office again. And so that is like, okay, maybe this is the way to shut it down. Some people will talk about the 25th Amendment, where the vice president and a team of his cabinet, coordination with Congress, can take the president out of his authority and make Mike Pence the acting president. And then some larger number of people, my guess is, let's just get through the next couple of weeks and let's do what we can do to protect the realm here. And, let's not incite any more difficulties between the people who think it was robbed versus those who know that this was a legitimate election. And so it's going to be a critical period of time over the next 24 hours. And it shouldn't have been. This should have been a perfunctory, exercise of just confirming the votes that were confirmed by all the states, which were the votes of the American people.
What's your instinct? You laid out sort of different paths that can happen. What's your instinct about the path, for example, that President-elect Biden will pursue?
My guess is he'll want to just say, let's see if we can get to inauguration without inciting this and making this any more difficult. That might be the path, but it's a little bit out of his hands because this is going to be more constructed, I think, out of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and we'll see how it goes from there. I mean, this could take on a life of its own because, the president has, crossed a number of lines this week, especially with that phone call with the Secretary of State in Georgia and the way he conducted himself. That was like a mobster. You're going to find 11,780 votes. That's just one more than I need. So go find it and just tell everybody you recalculated it and just make it happen. And so, and then, of course, we have then calling all the people to Washington and then telling them to go march on the Capitol. I mean, it's going to be a very difficult number of days for people in authority in Washington to either turn their head and let it go for a couple of weeks or go full guns for that. And so I don't know which way it's going to go, but I think that today's events definitely, cause people to get, more energized in taking it to them.
Just before I let you go, Ambassador, the Prime Minister just a few minutes ago tweeted out a statement. He said, Canadians are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally and neighbor. Violence will never succeed in overruling the will of the people. Democracy in the U.S. must be upheld, and it will be. Your reaction to that statement?
So I think it's a beautiful statement. And first of all, I know what it takes to construct this language and words. And, this isn't just, the Prime Minister standing on the porch and just typing it out with his thumbs on his phone. This is very well thought out, and it's a very specific message for both Canadians and the Americans. And it has tone in it that's very similar to Joe Biden about democracy and about the fragility and importance of democracy. And, look, for both of us, we want to ensure our neighborhood is filled with democracy and peacefulness. And I'm sure it is a scary time for many Canadians to see America behave this way.
Okay, Ambassador, I'll leave it there. I wish the best for your daughter, 8 blocks away, as you said, in Capitol Hill, sending her our best wishes. And thank you very much for making time for us this evening.
Vashi, be well, everybody. Stay healthy. Most important.
You too. That's Bruce Heyman, former U.S. Ambassador to Canada, joining us from Chicago. As I mentioned, the Prime Minister just tweeted out some reaction to what has unfolded over the past number of hours in Washington. A curfew was just set at 6 o'clock, about 22 minutes ago, but you can see right there in the corner of your screen that there are still a number of protesters on Capitol Hill. Earlier today, they weren't just on Capitol Hill, they were actually inside the building. They stormed the doors and the windows, and they made it even onto the Senate floor in some instances. The Prime Minister tweeted, Canadians, as I mentioned, are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally and neighbor. Violence will never succeed in overruling the will of the people. Democracy in the U.S. must be upheld, and it will be. A little bit earlier, the Prime Minister spoke on a radio show and was asked about what was unfolding in Washington. Here's what he had to say.
Obviously, we're concerned, and we're following the situation minute by minute as it unfolds. There is an important electoral process unfolding in the United States, and I think we all want it and need it to unfold properly and peacefully. So we certainly hope things will calm down, but we're going to keep watching carefully.
It seems an absurd question to ask, but do you have confidence that the transition will happen and we will see Joe Biden move into the White House?
I think the American democratic institutions are strong, and hopefully everything will return to normal shortly. But we're going to continue to do what we need to do to make sure that Canadians are well served in our relationship with the United States, regardless of how things unfold.
Other political leaders in this country have also reacted to the chaos in the United States. Erin O'Toole, the leader of the Federal Conservative Party, tweeted out, "The storming of the Capitol building is an astonishing assault on freedom and democracy. I am deeply saddened to see chaos grip our greatest ally today." Jagmeet Singh, the leader of the federal NDP, said the horror unfolding in Washington, he tweeted this as well, is frightening, and it was incited by Donald Trump. He can end it now, but refuses to. Democracy must not be intimidated. The violence must end. South of the border, past political leaders are also voicing their opinions on what's unfolded today. I want to read for you a portion of the statement from President George W. Bush that was just released. "Laura and I," he writes, "are watching the scenes of mayhem unfolding at the seat of our nation's government in disbelief and dismay. It is a sickening and heartbreaking sight. This is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election and by the lack of respect shown today for our institutions, our traditions, and our law enforcement." The statement goes on to say, "In the United States of America, it is the fundamental responsibility of every patriotic citizen to support the rule of law. Our country is more important than the politics of the moment. Let the officials elected by the people fulfill their duties and represent our voices in peace and safety." That is a statement just coming out over the wires from President George W. Bush. Plenty of reaction from not only the United States, not only this country, but right around the world. Many leaders expressing shock and dismay at what has unfolded south of the border in Washington, D.C. over the day. To recap for you, following remarks from President Trump today in front of supporters in which he continued to claim in an unsubstantiated manner without evidence that the election was stolen, that the results were fraudulent. Many of those supporters left the rally at its conclusion and head towards Capitol Hill. Some of them were able to break down barriers, move past police, break through doors and crack windows in order to get into the Capitol building. We don't have a lot of details, but what I can tell you is that a woman was shot on Capitol Hill. A reporter of ours contacted the police in D.C., and they have confirmed what multiple outlets in the United States are reporting. She was a civilian and that she has died. We don't have more information about the circumstances surrounding that shooting or the death, just that a woman in all of this was shot and killed. She was a civilian, and that's all we know at this point. As soon as we get more details, though, we will make sure we get them to you the second they come in. Right now, though, I do want to bring in the CBC's Katie Nicholson. She has been reporting for us all day, yesterday and today, on the scene for many hours this afternoon at what's unfolded. Katie, we're half an hour past the curfew, and as you predicted, nobody's going anywhere.
No, these people, I saw people wearing those little camel backpacks yesterday. That was just yesterday. I saw people in full camo gear today heading towards the Capitol. People are prepared to stay in. I even saw a guy with a pack of Cliff Bars, in case he gets hungry, I guess. These people are ready to stay for however long is needed. They are not heeding law enforcement, and, there is a great deal of hostility as well within these ranks of this subset of people who have taken the Capitol toward police as well as media, any type of authority figure. So you have to remember again that the mindset here that they came here to challenge the results of the election. They are steeped in misinformation, a lot of them, and so there is not going to be perhaps a lot of respect for a curfew. and for law enforcement at this point. I personally heard protesters razzing police out there earlier today. I can only imagine how that has sort of boiled up again today in the evening hours as this. I mean, and we can see it. We can see the riot gear. We can see certainly there is tense right now. You know, there is this. It's really heating up, the sort of the tension point there. And one of the things that I've really noticed too in watching the way that the crowd has changed over the day is a lot of the older folks that were here, that came here, like chartered a bus, that sort of thing. Those are the people that have disappeared. The people that have remained are the people in the combat gear, the people who came here spoiling for a fight, and they're prepared to dig in here clearly. And you know, we see a lot of, you know, mixed in with the crowd. You sort of almost get used to, in a weird way, seeing somebody walk by with like a bulletproof vest or something like that. Sort of the camel packs, the fatigues. But you know, as the crowd sort of changed and the tenor of the afternoon changed, these are the people that really ended up staying near the Capitol area. And it's people like that wearing goggles, people wearing gas masks. Those are the ones who were sort of making those incendiary comments earlier about storming the Capitol, things that we overheard as our crew.
Yeah, I want to bring in our colleague Aaron Blake with the Washington Post. Bring Aaron back. Aaron, Katie brings up a good point. There's this larger group of protesters, but there are, you know, rioters prepared in riot gear as well. There's a distinction between those who are supporting the president at his rally, then those who are protesting, and then those who are not peaceful and who have violently entered the Capitol building and who are, you know, who stormed the Senate floor, for example. How do you see this unfolding over the next 24 hours? As Katie points out, as she had predicted, you know, they're still there half an hour past this curfew. Not really a surprise.
Yeah, one thing that I've heard from people who are on the ground there is that they're struck by how kind of organic this whole thing was. You know, usually these things, you know, there may have been some kind of incitement that may have led these people to take these actions, but sometimes it just takes a few people deciding that they want to really create a situation and then having people who are alongside them decide that they want to also participate in these things. And certainly there seems to be a large element of that. Right now, the Democrats in the House are talking about trying to take this issue up tonight and finish their business. Certainly, the prospect of that would maybe lead some of these people to fight against this again. There's a real tension there between not wanting to give in to people who are essentially trying to take things over by force versus trying to get the business of the people done. We don't have any kind of a final conclusion on how things are going to move forward, whether that's tonight or tomorrow. But I am hearing that on Capitol Hill, despite some indications that they believe these buildings are secure, that many members of Congress have not been told, that they have not been speaking to law enforcement necessarily. And so we really just have no idea. We're still in a holding pattern here when it comes to whether this business is going to move forward. And I think that they are going to proceed with all kinds of caution when it comes to whether they actually try to do that tonight.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up because I was also seeing multiple reports that Capitol is secure, and I didn't want to report it yet because I wasn't sure exactly what that meant, and all I can see on the live shots is that there are protesters still very much outside the building. You do see a police presence, but what more can you tell us? Like, if Congress members aren't being told that yet, we can't really say that for sure it is secure, can we?
Yeah, I think that there's a difference between saying that the outside of the buildings are secured right now and saying that there is no risk at all of something like this happening again. Certainly, if there are people who are still spoiling for a fight and still lingering outside of these buildings, the idea that you would open things up and not necessarily open things up, but actually get things started again without making sure that something like this couldn't happen again. Nobody wants to see that, and everybody wants to make sure that everything's safe before they start doing things again. And what I'm hearing so far is that there is not a consensus that people understand that things are necessarily totally secured at this point and that they feel confident moving forward. Hopefully that'll arrive in the hours to come, but sometimes it's a matter of not just making sure that the outsides of the buildings are secure, but that the people outside them who could create situations that could challenge the law enforcement that are involved are no longer kind of lingering in large numbers out there. And also, I should add, Maryland State Police have offered to send people in, so it could be a matter of actually getting more law enforcement in before they actually move forward with things to make sure that there is not such a disproportionate number of people outside versus the law enforcement who can actually repel them from doing what they did this afternoon.
And what do we know about the makeup of law enforcement or even the quantity of it there right now? We see all these various images as you're talking, Aaron. Some police that are decked out in one type of uniform, others in a different type. What do you know about who is there right now as far as the police presence goes?
Well, it's pretty apparent that initially this was the problem of D.C. Capitol Police. There was no National Guard involved. The D.C. Mayor, Muriel Bowser, recently said in the last hour or so here that she would be sending D.C. police. Of course, the D.C. police are separate from the Capitol Police, which is a federalized law enforcement agency. So what we're starting to see is a recognition after initially the administration not sending the National Guard in. We're seeing law enforcement from multiple different entities, local, federal, National Guard, which is at the disposal of local leaders in a given area, are all being brought to bear. I think there is a recognition that this needs to be a show of force and that nothing like this can actually happen moving forward. And so while there was clearly an initial problem with the number of people overwhelming the law enforcement, the number of protesters and demonstrators and rioters has dissipated. The number of law enforcement is going to be increasing. So we're going to see a situation in which they'll at least believe they can protect things a little bit more than they did a couple hours ago.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. As always, appreciate the information, and I'm sure we'll continue checking in with you throughout the evening. The Washington Post. Aaron Blake. As Aaron referenced, the situation is continuing to unfold on Capitol Hill. You can see the images in front of you. Right in the background of where that reporter is preparing, there is Capitol Hill. There are still a number of protesters outside. It's difficult to glean exactly how many or how significant their presence is compared to the police presence, though, as Aaron mentioned, it does look like there is an increased police presence compared to at least a few hours ago. There are offers of assistance from other police forces, so we'll keep our eye on the scene as it unfolds in DC to see how that all goes down. I will mention once again that there is a curfew in place imposed by the mayor of Washington that came into effect just about 35 minutes ago at 6 o'clock Eastern. That marker of 6 o'clock, you didn't see all the crowds disperse or people go home, though. The curfew is in place until 7 a.m. So like I said, we'll keep our eye on that scene, see if there is additional law enforcement on its way, and if that does change the situation or the number of protesters who continue to gather outside of Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, though, I want to bring in Frank Luntz. He was outside the Capitol. He's a longtime GOP pollster and political strategist. He joins us from Washington. Frank, good to have you back on the show. Thank you for making the time.
Thank you. I partially want to apologize for viewers for this mess. I've got it over my shoulder right now. I live about 7 long blocks away from the Capitol, and what I saw, I never dreamed. People carrying signs saying that we don't behave the same way as BLM. We police. And at the same moment that they say they respect the police, they're attacking the police. They're fighting with the police. That we don't trash our communities. We don't cause damage, and yet there's damage that happened in the Capitol. It's a disgrace. It's an embarrassment. And as a Republican, I never dreamed that this would happen with the people who I thought I shared some common ground with. But you know what? I'm glad that several years ago I decided to eschew partisanship. I'm glad that I consider myself a pollster, not a Republican, because today, would be the most embarrassing day for Republicans nationwide. And this has been the worst 48 hours for the GOP that I can remember. And we're not done yet. We still got another 24 hours because even though they're going to go back to the debate tonight, they're not going to finish it tonight. It's going to go into tomorrow. So this will be 72 hours of an embarrassment for the Republican Party.
How did you feel in the midst of what was unfolding. You talk about the images on TV now, but you saw what was happening. It's always different watching it on TV than it is in person. What was it like?
It was scary because some people recognized me. Now, I was wearing a mask. I had a stroke earlier in the year, and I got to be careful. And I had people coming up to me saying, hey, who didn't know who I was, saying, why are you wearing a mask? What are you afraid of? And using derogatory language to describe that. And then I had a few people who did recognize me, and they put cameras in front of me and started yelling at me, trying to agitate me, because I've been challenging what the president's been saying and how he's been saying it for some time now. And they wanted to provoke a fight. And I took the approach that you don't do that. But I was alone. And if something had happened, if they're going to behave that badly to the police, which they say they respect, how are they going to behave towards me when I'm a sometime journalist and I've been critical of the president and his language? So it was harrowing. That said, I did not know what was going on inside the Capitol. I knew what was going on right outside the Capitol. And what was going on inside is a disgrace.
When you found out what happened inside, what were you thinking?
I was thinking, as a journalist, I was thinking I should be there. As a friend of Kevin McCarthy, I was thinking, is my friend okay? As an American, I'm thinking, what the hell? Geez, I'm on live television, I get emotional. What are we doing? What's happening to our country? We're supposed to be this beacon of this light of hope and a shining city on a shining city on a hill, and we're an embarrassment. This is what you expect in a dictatorship. This is what you expect from a third world country, not from the U.S. And I just I'm thinking, why us? What have we done to have gotten to this point? And I'll tell you, I'm very, very angry at the president for what he said and for what he didn't say, because we knew that I knew this was a problem as early as 2, maybe 2:30. I could see it. I could see it in the reactions to the cops. I could see it in the mood of the audience around me. There were people who came to cause a fight. Why didn't the president tell them, stop, do not do this? This is not dignified. This is not America. This is not the process that you're supposed to follow. This is not democracy as we know it. Tell them to stop. And the president, in his statement, still talked about winning in a landslide. Yeah. What the hell? I'm cleaning up my language because that's not how I felt at the time. Donald Trump lost. And the idea that he cannot accept that he lost is causing a whole lot of pain and a whole lot of suffering this evening.
Would you have ever expected him to say otherwise? I mean, after all the opportunities he's had to say the right thing at the right time, why would this time have been different?
That's the right question to ask. And the right answer is, I would hope so. I would hope that just as we know when we've hurt someone, we know to say, I'm sorry, even if it's painful. We know to ask for forgiveness when we made serious mistakes. I would have hoped that in this moment, as things were looking bad, he would have said, stop, enough is enough. And by the way, Donald Trump is trusted by these people. His words, they listen to. His voice, they pay attention to. And the fact that he was silent, and when he had the chance to speak, he spoke for 1 minute. Joe Biden was far more expressive in his comments to these people than Donald Trump ever was. And if you saw the comments, what's on the banners, I guess I need to apologize. I was very critical of the 1,000-woman march the day after the election, or I should say the day after the inauguration, because of the language that they used, the offensive language. I saw just as many offensive posters in this march today. It's not just on the left, it's on the right. And you know what? The American democratic system, I'm sorry to say this, but the American democratic system is sick. There's a poison, there's a toxicity that exists right now. And it makes me respect you all in Canada much more. It makes me appreciate the fact that you trust your elected officials, that you may disagree, but you don't behave this way. Good for you. We could do a lot in America by learning from Canada.
Why does it make you so emotional?
because it's not a joke to me. It's not a game to me. It's not a career to me. It's my life. I'm a professor. It's what I appreciate, the chance to teach my students. And they don't even know how much they matter to me. And I teach at NYU Abu Dhabi, the most international campus on the face of the earth. And I now have to face them and say to them that some of what I told you is not true. Do you know what it's like to have to admit that what you've been saying is not accurate? I mean, I'm looking at what's going on right now. I can see it 15 feet from me. And, oh God. I see the future, and I don't like what I see. And I'm embarrassed for what I see, and I'm sorry for what I see. And I wish I'd done more to prevent it. And there you go.
You talk about it being, a sickness. Is there a medicine? When you look to the future, and I take your point that it's not looking too bright right now, but when you think more long term, is there a medicine for that ill that you point out?
There are people like Mitch Landrieu, who's the former mayor of New Orleans, and Tim Scott, who is the current senator from South Carolina. There are people who have hearts as big as all of Washington, as America, as Canada. We need those people to step up and try to help us heal. It's going to require Joe Biden to channel Bobby Kennedy, and I know you have a lot of listeners. All they need to do is Google Bobby Kennedy, Indianapolis, 1968, Martin Luther King speech. It was the greatest 5 minutes I've ever seen in English, where he begs people not to get violent. He begs people to love each other at the moment that he learned that Martin Luther King had been assassinated. That is the most beautiful speech I've ever heard. That's what Joe Biden needs to challenge, because Donald Trump is incapable of doing it. And we need love in this country right now. We need respect and civility and decency. We need to be, we need to hold our own sides accountable. Stop complaining about the others. And you, the journalistic community, you guys need to be accurate and precise, because the public trusts you to deliver them the information that they need to make the decisions for their lives and for their country. Journalism has never been more important than it is now, and that requires you to do your job as well as it possibly can be done. We all have to step up.
Understood. Frank, I'm going to leave it there. I do appreciate your candor and your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank Luntz joining us from Washington. As you can see, we were discussing what has unfolded over the past number of hours in Washington. It's 6:45 right now, 45 minutes past the start of a curfew imposed by the mayor of D.C. that has not stopped protesters who remain outside of Capitol Hill. We continue to keep our eyes on D.C. to see if the situation evolves, if more law enforcement is brought in, and if those protesters do eventually disperse. But right now, I can tell you, and you've been watching the live shots along with me, that is not the case. They still remain outside of Capitol Hill, though there are reports that Capitol Hill itself, the perimeter of it, is secured. And we are seeing, for example, the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, say that the certification that was taking place in Congress before all this happened is going to proceed at some point tonight. We're efforting to find out exactly how that will unfold, and I'll give you those details as soon as I get them. In the meantime, though, I do want to bring in Cliff Albright, rather. He's the co-founder of Black Voters Matter. He's with us from Atlanta. Cliff, good to have you back with us. Thank you for making the time.
Thanks for having me.
A couple of things to talk. I mean, last night we were here talking about what's going to happen in Georgia. Two very significant runoff elections that ended up going, both of them, to the Democrats. I do want to ask you about that. But first, I have to ask you about what I was just talking about, what has unfolded in Washington over this afternoon, what continues to happen outside of Capitol Hill. What does that say to you? What have you been thinking while you've seen that unfold?
You know, it's hard, and thanks for the question. There's so many layers to what I've been thinking and feeling, and even as I was sitting here listening to Frank and listening to him obviously struggle like with some of these issues. There's so many thoughts I had. The first is the obvious, right? And it's the thing that you see a lot of people on Twitter commenting on. It's the thing that you can't really miss. It's the noticing the difference in the treatment of these protests compared to other protests, compared to Black Lives Matter protests that we've seen throughout the summer of protests that took place here. You know, these protesters, which are literally, they're storming the Capitol building, and it seems like they've been treated with, kid gloves. And that's not to say, I don't want to see any protester be abused or beaten up or anything of that nature. But again, this is just to highlight the difference in treatment between certain types of protesters. There are photos going around of how some of the police are taking photos with these protesters, right? It's well known that, there's been some issues with police departments that have been infiltrated by some of these right-wing groups. And so, the FBI itself has said that, this white nationalism and some of these groups are actually the biggest domestic threat in the country. And yet, again, you have these groups being treated, pretty much with kid gloves. So that's one issue that stands out. The other issue is far more complicated, and it's this. This is their reaction, basically, to the election results that have been driven to a large extent by black voters, right? By black and Latinx voters. We've heard this in like all of the attacks that Trump has made against these election results. He tried to target Michigan by targeting Detroit, black voters. Even on a phone call where he was caught the other day threatening the Georgia Secretary of State, he was threatening, he was most upset about Fulton County, right? Black voters. These protesters are upset because they feel like an election has been stolen, because they are upset about the extent to which black voters have been able to have their voices heard, and they're trying to overthrow and really disenfranchise black voters. That's what this protest is about. It's really an extraordinary thing to watch.
Did you ever think you'd see something like this? I think all of that which you've described is obviously not surprising to you. But did you expect to see it manifest in the way it did today?
I have to say I kind of did, right? I mean, because we've known about this protest for some time. Like this wasn't a secret protest. It wasn't stealth. It wasn't something that was just planned on social media and nobody knew about it, right? It was something that's been out in the open. Trump himself has called for it, right? So we've known that it's been taking place. We've known what some of their other protests have looked like. We know that just recently that one of the Proud Boys leaders has been expelled from D.C. or banned from D.C. because the last time they had one of these, they tore down some banners at a black church. And so, we've known that this was going to take place. We've known that it had the potential to turn into this type of protest. As I mentioned, the FBI knows that many of the groups that are involved in this movement are basically domestic terrorist type organizations. It's really astounding that there wasn't more of a presence, Capitol Police or DC Police or some type of presence before they got to the point of getting inside the building. I mean, the images are stunning. They're sitting inside the well of the chambers, like with their feet up on the desk. How it got to the point is really astounding. It almost makes you wonder if somewhere in the chain of command, somebody was given some kind of an order to basically say stand down or to evacuate the property in order to even allow something like this to happen. I mean, I don't want to get too conspiracy theorist, but I mean, it's really an odd situation that it was able to get to this point for such an event that, again, we've known about literally for weeks.
Yeah, it's striking, and I think you're right. Like, we don't have the answers to those questions, but it's hard not to watch what we watched this afternoon and not ask them, because the breach of Capitol Hill, the last time that happened was in the 1800s. And we as Canadians, I think, sat there watching today thinking, wow, how could they get in? It was definitely jaw-dropping. Like I said, we don't know the answers to those questions, but it's difficult not to answer them. Just before I let you go, Cliff, on the topic that we were discussing last night that feeds into all of this as well, while the president continued to make those claims about unsubstantiated claims about the election being stolen and your vote not counting, it apparently worked on some Republicans in Georgia who ended up staying home, as you speculated it might. And Democrats were able to come away with both runoff elections. How big of a deal is that?
Oh, I mean, it's obviously a huge deal. It means the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, which allows for Joe Biden and his administration to actually be able to get some things done on their policy agenda. It means so much in other ways, too, right? It means that in Georgia, there's really been a blueprint now for what it means or what the path is to be able to win a state like Georgia, to win other states in the South or other places, even in the Southwest, someplace like Arizona, that you can have a strategy strategy where you can prioritize and reach out and invest in Black and brown communities and the organizations that serve and do outreach to those communities, that you can have that kind of a strategy and not only win an election, but reach historic levels of turnout in the process. Yes, Republican turnout was down, and that's an important thing. And yes, it turns out for Trump that when you tell people that an election is rigged and you tell them that maybe they shouldn't participate, surprise, surprise, some of your friends might actually listen to you. And that's what happened. But I don't want it to be lost that along with that, if it was just a decrease in Republican turnout, that wouldn't have been enough. It took a simultaneous increase in Black turnout, and we're seeing evidence that, you know, Black turnout was somewhere along the lines of like 95%. In a runoff election, it was 95% of what it was in the general election. That's almost unheard of. And so this means a lot, both in terms of the policies that they'll be able to move forward, but also in terms of the blueprint that has now been established about what can be achieved when you invest in Black and brown voters.
Okay, Cliff, I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, as always, for making time for our program. Really appreciate it. Cliff Albright is the co-founder of Black Voters Matter. We continue to look at a live shot here of what has unfolded throughout the afternoon and into the evening in Washington, D.C. A bit of an increased police presence, from our vantage point outside of Capitol Hill, but there are still a number of protesters outside. We continue to keep our eyes, as you can see there's a better shot of the protesters. We continue to keep our eyes on D.C. to see if that situation does change. A reminder that the mayor imposed a curfew, 6 o'clock Eastern. We're coming up on an hour past that curfew. It will last throughout the evening. There have been other police forces outside of the Capitol that have offered to help. We are efforting to get some details on when or if that might happen. And of course, keep our eye on Congress as well. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has indicated that it will resume its certification of the election results sometime this evening. As soon as we know when, we'll get that information to you. I do want to bring in Tom Corbett right now, though. He's a former Republican governor of Pennsylvania. He's joining us from Pittsburgh. Hi, Governor. Good to have you with us again. Thank you.
Good evening. Nice to be back with you.
How unprecedented from your perspective was what unfolded today?
Unprecedented is not even a strong enough word for it, but I've never seen anything like it. I grew up during the 60s and saw the riots of the 60s. I don't think this started out to be a riot. I think it was a protest. It started as a protest down at the on the mall and walked up there, but unfortunately, some people took control of it and it moved and forced their way into the Capitol grounds and into the Capitol building, and that's most unfortunate, not only for the entire country, but it's unfortunate for the people who were peacefully protesting. They're going to be targeted, or they're going to be labeled as this mob that went up there, and they certainly didn't do that. But it's a very sad day in my mind in the history of this country when the losing presidential candidate cannot accept the fact that he didn't get the number of votes. You know, I was a one-term governor. I didn't get reelected in my second term, primarily because I told the people what I was going to do, and it was going to be tough, and we did it. But you accept when you haven't won. And unfortunately, with this president, he hasn't been able to accept it. And much of this that he has, that you've seen today, has been caused by his rhetoric. I heard you talking to an individual about the Georgia race. I think he had a detrimental effect on the Republican candidates down in Georgia also. So he has nobody else to blame but himself for this. And I've never met the individual in person, but he is certainly somebody who is not a typical Republican or even Democrat politician that I know of.
You are a Republican. In your conversations with other Republicans, what is the conversation like about the rhetoric that has been displayed, and then about what transpired today?
Well, if you're talking about over the long run, many of the Republicans that I talk to is that, we're just stunned that the various actions that he's taken over his 4 years, and has just continued to do it. And frankly, in my mind, he has no shame in what he is doing. So I totally disagree with some of the things he did. Some of his policies I would agree with. I think he got a lot of things done and could have gotten a lot more done and maybe reelected if he would approach this in a much different way than he did over the last 4 years. I've not really had the opportunity to talk to anybody directly about what's been happening in Washington other than one of my staffers from before. And we're both saying, I mean, this is just totally unacceptable behavior by the people that stormed the Capitol. But also, again, it mirrors what they were being told, not directly, but certainly encouraged to march on the Capitol building. I don't know they said to go inside, but to march on the Capitol building.
What about the Republicans who supported the president's claims, which again, went through the court system and were rebuffed about the outcome of the election? There were a number of them who had planned today to fight back against the certification or debate the certification of Joe Biden's win.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, in light of this, what they actually do.
Right.
And if they go forward and fight on this, I mean, I certainly don't agree with it. Before I was governor, I was the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, the United States Attorney in the western part of Pennsylvania. My career was as a prosecutor. You have to have, if you're going to make allegations, you have to have proof. No proof was ever presented. You can allege anything, but you've got to prove it, and they failed to prove it. So the process is pretty clear. The actual event today was more ceremonial than anything else, but there are some in the Congress that are agreeing to make these arguments for different reasons that I can't agree with, but I'm not in the public stage anymore.
You mentioned your time in office as governor and prior to that as attorney general. You know what it's like to work in a building like Capitol Hill. How surprising was it to you that the building was able to be breached, that people were able to get inside?
I have to tell you, I was shocked. I was sitting here talking to my wife. I've talked to a couple other people. They were unprepared for this. Both the Capitol Police and the District of Columbia Police apparently were totally unprepared, A, for the size of the crowd to come down there, and B, that somebody would actually try and breach the barricades and try and get into the building. And it took them much too long to respond to that. Now they've responded now. They've brought in state police from Virginia and Maryland have come down to help. One of the Virginia has come over to help. The National Guard is now there. Our National Guard, I forget what you have in Canada, but the National Guard is really a state agency that can be federalized. But in this role, they're a state agency. Although this National Guard is in D.C., so they're federal also. But they're more there in the backup role. You can see them in the videos behind the police as they march through an echelon formation to move the crowd further and further away from the Capitol building.
Yeah, it was quite something to watch unfold. Governor, I appreciate you making the time for us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige.
John Corbett is former Republican governor of Pennsylvania. If you are just joining us now, you're watching Power and Politics. I'm Vashi Kapellos, coming to you from Ottawa, but we very much have our eyes on a different capital city south of the border, Washington, D.C. You can see on the screen ahead of you, there are a number of protesters who remain outside of Capitol Hill. Earlier in the day, some of them were at a rally supporting President Trump, where he continued to make those unsubstantiated claims about the election being stolen and the results being fraudulent. Some of them made their way to Capitol Hill, and among that group, some of them actually made their way into Capitol Hill, and not in such a diplomatic manner as I just described. No, they broke down doors, they broke down windows and barriers, they made their way past police into Capitol Hill, where and you can see some of the pictures there, right onto the ground of the Senate floor in some instances. In one instance, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, somebody made it inside there and sat and took a picture of himself, or got a picture taken of himself sitting on his desk. Members of Congress were told to get on the floor, as you can see on those pictures there, stay in their offices, get under a desk. Weapons were drawn. One woman, a civilian, we are told, was shot and killed, according to police in D.C. We don't know more about who she was, what she was doing there, who the perpetrator of the crime was. As we get those details, though, we will deliver them to you. However, chaos continues at this hour in Washington, D.C., despite a curfew being imposed by the city's mayor 1 hour ago, into effect, I should say, as of 1 hour ago at 6 o'clock Eastern, expected to continue through the night until 7 a.m. tomorrow. My colleague, the CBC's Katie Nicholson, has been tracking developments all day. What is the latest, Katie? We are hearing that Congress could resume tonight with its certification of the election results.
Yeah, call this democracy being undaunted through all of this. We have a notification that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says we have decided we should proceed tonight. It's a letter to her colleagues. She is basically saying that they should resume the joint session and essentially get on with the certification of the Electoral College votes for President-elect Joe Biden, which was what they were supposed to do before all of this chaos started around 1 o'clock today.
And tell me a bit about that chaos. And like we've been talking about this evening, you had said those protesters, your impression was, after speaking with them, after being there all day and yesterday, were not going to leave as of 6 o'clock when that curfew was imposed. They are still there. Is there any information coming out about the police presence? Are there more police expected? Is there a plan in place to make the protesters disperse, or do you expect this to continue well into the rest of the night?
There was a call out this afternoon, DC police looking for help. This did come from the mayor's office, and we are seeing that, there is a very strong police presence. The police presence has become more pronounced through the day. It had been sort of standing back and watching as it had been yesterday. But we can expect a little bit more of, I think we're going to see some more aggressive works. In fact, if you look at some of the other American media right now are reporting that there is more of an effort right now to remove protesters from the area. And certainly if now there's a bit of a deadline here and the politicians want to get back to work, the lawmakers want to start pushing this through, the caveat being everything needs to be secure, everything needs to be safe. There is a bit of a deadline here now to sort of clear the area of the stragglers, the protesters, which remain here. So, there's a question now. There's a lot of people wondering if this is going to, if people continue to stay out despite this lockdown, or rather this curfew in place, are there going to be arrests? What's going to happen? So we're sort of keeping an eye on the situation right now. Certainly, the temperature has gone down a little bit as well. So we're not, we're not seeing any sort of new surges forward, anything like that. But again, throughout the city right now, there is a much more pronounced police presence, and people certainly hoping to avoid some of the violence that erupted last night, particularly now because there are so many more thousands of people in the city who came here specifically for this rally today, and maybe not thousands that stormed Congress, but certainly people who are inflamed and angry, and certainly we experienced that on the ground as a news crew today, some of the anger in real time.
Yeah, and you handled yourself really well during all that. We're watching some of those images that you referred to and those heightened tensions for sure right now. Our viewers are watching as you describe them. Thanks, Katie. The CBC's Katie Nicholson, and we'll continue checking in with her as we follow what does develop south of the border. I want to bring in some of our regular panelists to talk about what we are watching in D.C. The host of CBC Radio is the Sunday Magazine, Pia Chattopadhyay, is with us. Former New Brunswick Premier Bryant Gallant is with us as well. And joining us to talk about some more of what she's seeing in Washington is Mary Scott Greenwood, a former U.S. diplomat and CEO of the Canadian American Business Council. Hi, everybody. Scotty, I want to start with you because you're in the heart of things. What has it been like this afternoon?
Vashi, this has been such an intense day, and it's despite the fact that people are saying it's kind of the culmination of Trumpism, it's unexpected and shocking. I mean, I would say the peaceful transition of power is no longer peaceful, and that is a fundamental tenet of the American system, our democracy, and it's been heartbreaking, and it's shaking us to the core here.
Pia, I know you've been covering it all afternoon. We keep using this word. I feel like we've used it so often when it has to do with COVID, unprecedented. But I've had so many former politicians and people who worked in Capitol Hill on the program this evening who say unprecedented doesn't even begin to cover what they have watched unfold, specifically people breaching and getting into Capitol Hill. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's lots of words people are tossing around today. I would disagree with Scotty that this is utterly shocking. I think a lot of people would say this has been long in coming. We knew there was going to be a protest today in Washington that has long been planned. The fact that the police seem to have been caught flat-footed, I don't think should be surprising, in the sense that if we didn't expect this, it should be surprising. But many people would say this was expected, not the level of violence, not the rioting, but it has been an atrocious day in Washington. And I think that's what is shocking, is the extent to which this was able to happen. And I think this is a sobering moment for the United States and for people who believe in that democracy and are part of it, to really sit back and think about the country that they want.
Brian, I remember covering your time as premier. I know you made a bunch of trips to the U.S. Were you ever in Capitol Hill or near it? And if so, what's it been like for you watching this?
I'll say I was unfortunately there because we were trying to get some softwood lumber terrace pulled away from the province of New Brunswick and the rest of the country. This is such a somber day. It's so infuriating to watch. Our thoughts are obviously with all the American people as they watch one of their most important democratic institutions be raided like this. I don't even know what to say. I mean, I've been trying to think of ways to equate this to certain just normal situations to sort of put in context. And the video that CBC has shown quite often, and I'm sure many have seen some of the stuff online as well, the president coming out and sort of saying, "Oh, go home," but this is fraud, of course, and they're stealing the election to landslide. You just can't. I mean, you couldn't have written this 10 years ago. You'd never think a president would say something like that. And I was trying to think of a situation. It's literally, it's a schoolyard that I can only think of. I mean, I'm thinking of a teenager speaking to two other maybe elementary school children, and the teenager basically telling one of them, that other child is going to steal all your toys. They're stealing all your toys, and they're going to steal all your money, and they're going to steal whatever. And then the other kid pushes that kid. And then would we go to the teenager and say, well, that wasn't very nice. Could you please fix this? And would we be okay with the teenager just going and saying, well, yeah, no, I wasn't lying. They really are stealing all your toys, but don't push them. I mean, it's just unfathomable, and it's depressing, frankly. The United States is supposed to be the beacon for democracy. And to have the president do what he, did today, I mean, he's been doing it for 5-6 years now, I suppose, and we shouldn't be surprised, I guess. But disappointed, we definitely should be.
Scotty, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to get you in on that.
Well, I was going to say there are elements of this that really are surprising and appalling. I mean, my first job in politics was on Capitol Hill working for Congressman Frank Wolf a million years ago. And to have someone sitting in the speaker's office and gloating about it and talking about it and having members having to take refuge, it is shocking. Democracy itself in the United States of America and around the world is fragile. We didn't realize how fragile it is, but it depends on the consent of the governed. And Vashi, the thing that I've been thinking about that we've got to get our heads around that's really difficult is we don't have a common language anymore. We are literally not, we don't have a common understanding of what's important with the fundamental, institutions of our society here. And so how can Joe Biden unite the country? Well, he has a very important call for decency, honor, respect, but they're not listening to him. They don't believe him. They don't agree with him, and they tried to overthrow him today. So I believe that that the forces of good and democracy will prevail. But how do we get back to having a conversation where we don't have a fundamental agreement or even a common language? That's I think a big task for us.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point, P, and I'd love to get your perspective, because there is not an agreed upon set of facts. And that has become so evident, not just today and in what transpired today, but in the months that have led up to it. Like, there is a belief by people we are watching on the screen ahead of us that the election was stolen, a belief that they hold very dear. They don't have any doubt in those beliefs. And in fact, it's probably more people than are on Capitol Hill right now, because there are over 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump and who he addressed, not just today, but in the months following the outcome of that election. What are your thoughts on, how do you bridge that gap when there isn't that one set of agreed upon facts?
Boy, if I had the answer to that, I would be the best chosen politician around. This is the big challenge, right? It's not just finding a common language. The question is do Americans have common values? And we have seen this throughout the summer and into the fall and in the winter and during this entire pandemic as well. And with the protests, the mostly peaceful protests we saw on American streets in this summer, is that I'm not sure that Americans at this point in their history are agreed upon on what the values of their country are. As Scotty said, Joe Biden is calling for decency. Well, some of the things that we saw today and observed today on Capitol Hill, many people would say was far from decent. And so I think Americans have to do a lot of soul searching about what they're trying to achieve. We have 14 days till Donald Trump is no longer president. That doesn't mean we don't have day 15 and 16. We have millions of Americans who are behind this president, even when he leaves office, behind what he believes in, how they think an election was stolen. This is not ending tonight. The question is what comes next? And I go back to we can't continually be shocked with what's next. You kind of have to anticipate it. It can always be unprecedented if you look at it that way. But I think there's some deep soul searching and some deep thinking about how Americans, not just their leaders, but individual Americans, get a hold of this and curb this.
Scotty, you wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is I think that for Trump, this is a game. It's about ratings. It's about creating outrage, but for the people that follow him, it's incredibly real, and they're being lied to. They're being lied to repeatedly, and so figuring out how to I don't know, but we have to figure out a way to come together and agree upon some fundamental ways we want to organize ourselves, because many of the people that are out there feel passionately and feel like they're doing the right thing, and they feel like they're doing the patriotic thing. And I think it couldn't be further from the truth. I think what happened today is one of the least patriotic. Sedition is a word that's being used today. Insurrection. I don't think those are exaggerations. And what I don't know. I think we'll have calm. I think it'll prevail. But it is troubling to think we've got 2 more weeks of this. And so hopefully Republicans will prevail on the president and his own cabinet, his family, his friends will prevail on him to tell his people, tell his supporters that it's over and that they've got to calm down. Because if he does the opposite of that, I think we're looking at the 25th Amendment.
And Vashi, if I can just say, on January 20th, what's expected to happen, or what normally happens on January 20th when a new president is sworn in, either for his first term or his second term, is he comes out onto I think it's the west side of the Capitol, and addresses enormous crowds, different sides of enormity depending on the president. But what's happening on January 20th now, given what happened today? Can a quote-unquote normal inauguration process take place? These are questions that people are asking themselves right now about, what's happening in these coming days, and then, of course, the longer view here as well.
Yeah, I think there's big questions about the coming days and the next 24 hours. If you're one of the viewers who are watching right now, the scene on Capitol Hill, there are still there is still a multitude of protesters standing outside there. There are still big questions about how even this specific grouping of people gets broken up, how that calm that people are hoping for actually comes to fruition. I think, Scotty, you hit the nail on the head, and Brian, I'd love to get your perspective on this when it comes to Republicans and what happens next with them. You have to wonder, we've interviewed a number of them tonight on this show. It almost seems like this is a bit of a catalyst, and it might be, and I don't want to be naively optimistic, but there seems to be a denouncement of the breach of Capitol Hill, of the violence that occurred, that might end up at least being communicated to other Republicans. Whether the president, though, actually internalizes that message seems, I would say, borderline hopeless, given the message that he tweeted out today, as you referenced, Brian.
Well, absolutely. So first off, let me just say, for Republicans, for the whole time of this presidency and during the time that Trump was campaigning, they should have stepped up. And I understand why they're not politically. They feel that Trump and Trump supporters are so loyal. They're such a tight-knit team that they would never want to offend either the president or the supporters, because they would then sort of punish these people at the polls. But at one point, they just got to step up. At one point, they have to say enough is enough. And like you just said, Vashi, maybe this will finally be it with 14 days left. A little too late, I would say, but at least it will send a message if some Republicans start to really demonstrate that what Trump has done and what he is doing continuously, even today, it will not be something that they accept. The other thing I want to say, because I agree with what Pia and Scotty were saying, I just want to add though that the whole system has some thinking to do. There's no question there's some bad actors in the protests today, and obviously the ones that raided into Capitol Hill, there's no question about that. But there are a lot of Trump supporters out there that really do have very legitimate concerns, challenges, and reasons to be upset. There's rampant inequality throughout the globe, including in the U.S. They feel like the institutions that are in place to help them, to protect them, to lift them, to help their quality of life just aren't there for them. And to some extent, they're right. Now, why that's happening and who's to blame, I don't agree with what they're being told. And as Scotty said, frankly, they're being told lies. But we shouldn't, as a society, sort of shun the idea that these people have real legitimate issues that need to be addressed. And I think that's the unfortunate part about this, because everybody's going to focus on what happened today, and all of a sudden the plight of the people that are very legitimate might be pushed aside. And then the last point that I'd make is, I mean, all of this really lays on the shoulders of Trump, however, because look, nowadays you can unfortunately say things and get away with it more so than ever before. But it's just incredible to say that to see that he could say that he's won the election by a landslide. He's saying today by a landslide. Yeah. I mean, in the past, in any jurisdiction, in Canada, provinces, cities, I mean, every election, you say something, sometimes with the wrong sort of emphasis, or you left out the wrong word, or whatever it might be, and you'll be spending days explaining it, even though your intention was probably right. I mean, he really is just saying flat-out lies about things of great import, and somehow is getting away with it. So we got to figure that out. But at the same time, I mean, the blame is on his shoulders for abusing the fact that he can do that and just, get people to believe whatever he would like them to do, and then obviously have this as a result.
On that last point that you make, some bits of news to deliver to our audience. Twitter has apparently locked Donald Trump's account for 12 hours. That's a pretty big deal, because those messages that and the language that the president was using that Brian references, all of that was done via Twitter. So the video that he put out, for example, was via Twitter. The tweets in which he called it a landslide victory and continued to say that the election was stolen, all of that came via Twitter as well. So the account has been locked apparently for 12 hours. If he violates Twitter rules again, apparently, Twitter is saying it will result in a permanent suspension. So that is according to Twitter. The second piece of news is, as we've been reporting throughout the night preliminarily, that it looked like Congress was coming back to resume the certification of the election results. I think that's expected to happen around 8 o'clock Eastern, at least to begin. It could take it could go into the night, but it looks like that will happen in about 40 minutes time at 8 o'clock Eastern. Scotty, how important is it that does resume?
That's incredibly important, Vashi. This day is actually set forth in the Constitution as the day that Congress will certify the electoral or will bless the electoral college results, which, as we know, have already been certified and litigated by Republicans and Democrats and courts throughout the country. So this day is constitutionally set forth, and that's why when the president said, today urged his supporters to go down and take over the Capitol the way he did, that was against his sworn oath to uphold the Constitution. So what happens in the next hours, I think, are incredibly important. I think Republicans, if I had to predict, the ones like Ted Cruz and those that were trying to make a point today were actually not trying to overthrow the outcome of the election. They were trying to make a point about electoral college reform, and they were just using today as a tool. The question now, given what has occurred this afternoon and this evening, is what will they do? Will they say, okay, we need to make our point in a different way. We need to have a debate in a different way because this thing has now gotten out of control. Will they say that or won't they? I mean, my hope is that in 2 weeks' time, Trump becomes irrelevant, that he won't have, anybody covering or caring what he says, because he'll just be some guy in Mar-a-Lago who's locked out of Twitter. And Facebook also, by the way, took down his video today as well. It is putting restrictions. But between now and then, while he's still the president of the United States, we are in a perilous place. And it'll be up to really Republicans and people in power, members of cabinet, members of the legislative branch, to decide whether they choose our constitutional system or they choose Trumpism. And so there will be people on each side, but hopefully the ones that choose our constitutional form of democracy will win out, and then we can begin to have a conversation about the future. But the next several hours are going to be incredibly telling, as will the next several days, Vashi.
For sure. Okay, thank you, Scotty. Good to have you with us tonight. Mary Scott Greenwood is the CEO of the Canadian American Business Council. Pia and Brian are going to stick around. If you are just joining us now, a very developing situation, a chaotic situation in Washington, starting in the morning with an address to supporters, a rally, a pro-Trump rally from the president, in which he continued to say, without evidence, that the election was stolen and that the results were fraudulent. Many of the supporters who were there for that rally made their way to Capitol Hill, and some of those supporters broke through the barriers, broke through windows and doors, and made their way inside Capitol Hill. They made it onto the Senate floor. They made it into the office of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. As we were just discussing, Congress is set to resume at 8 o'clock Eastern, just about 37 minutes from now. They were certifying the results of the election. There were some Republicans who were fighting against that certification, and debate was ensuing. It was expected to take a long time, but what unfolded today was certainly not expected. We continue to keep our eyes on Washington, D.C., as a curfew came into effect about an hour and a half ago in that city. However, many protesters remain on the scene in Capitol Hill. Law enforcement has increased to a certain degree, but we're trying to ascertain exactly to what degree. As soon as we find out, though, we will let you know, and we'll keep a live shot on throughout the remainder of the evening so that you can witness for yourself exactly what is unfolding there. I want to bring in two additional guests right now, though, to discuss how it all came about and what might happen from here. Capri Cafaro is a former Democratic Ohio State Senator. Jay Shabria served as an advisor to former Republican Governor John Kasich. Hi to both of you. Thank you very much for being with us. Our viewers know you well by now. Jay, let me start with you. We've been talking a lot about Republicans today in their reaction to what's unfolding, and specifically what President Trump and his message, what he said in his message to his supporters. How has it been for you seeing what's going on? I think you're on mute. Sorry, Jay. Maybe we have you now?
Are you there?
Yeah, we got you now. Thank you.
Okay, great. Look, this has been one of the most shocking days I've ever experienced in politics or life. I would have hoped that I could have come to you talking about the Georgia election, and one of the bright spots for being a Republican would be, hey, how can we, stop the liberal assault? But that's not the case here. This is actually quite an embarrassing day, and it's been embarrassing several days for someone like me who's not a Trump supporter, but has been a lifelong Republican. And to see so many Republicans of power pushing this along, and it's just been stunning and so disgusting in so many ways. And I condemn all of it. Your last guest was talking about how some of them were really not trying to overthrow the election. Well, the thing is that what they were doing is they were playing politics, and they were playing politics with our most sacred institution, and that's the peaceful transfer of power. I'm an old school guy, and I love George Washington. A lot of Americans do, and the reason he's revered in this country is because he freely gave up power. And all of America's greatness, in my opinion, comes from that. And that is the exact opposite of what's happening now. So it's been extremely difficult for me and for a lot of my fellow Republicans.
Capri, there's been a lot of discussion over the afternoon and into the evening about whether or not this is unexpected. Like, we knew the rhetoric was there. We knew the belief that the election was fraudulent was there, despite the lack of evidence. Should this have been expected, or is the violent nature of it something that does come as a shock?
I think that this was totally expected. I think what the aspect that is unexpected is the fact that the U.S. Capitol and sort of the fortress around it was able to be penetrated and permeated by an angry mob. I mean, never really in modern history have we seen that. Back in 1998, we did see someone, tragically get in with and shoot 2 Capitol policemen, 23 years ago, and that was certainly a tragedy. But we have not seen anything of this scale, frankly, since the War of 1812. So, but we should not be surprised. These individuals that came to Washington today, and we've seen a number of these, pro-Trump rallies, Stop the Steal rallies, so on and so forth. But today was very specific because I think it was seen as the last-ditch effort to, stop the peaceful transfer of power. Certainly, the president and vice president-elect have to be sworn in on January 20th. But, rather than let the process unfold that, as was mentioned earlier, is constitutionally prescribed and also prescribed under the Electoral Count Act of 1879, instead of that, they chose violence. They chose, mob behavior, a group of individuals that I think have been in one way, shape, or form self-radicalized. I agree that they are a marginalized group of individuals that feel that they have now been heard in the movement of Trumpism, been further emboldened by mainstream Republicans, kind of joining forces in this process. But we should not be shocked that, this kind of rhetoric has been going on for years from President Trump and has been, these flames have been fueled by both social media and, to an extent, the mainstream media. And so this is a tragic, dark day for American democracy. And I think that it is a good thing, if there's any light in this, that members of Congress are committed to doing their job at a time where the world is looking at whether or not the United States can actually continue to hold its mantle as the leading democracy on the globe.
If you're just joining us now, you're looking on the left side of your screen at a live shot just outside Capitol Hill, where there are a number of protesters gathered. They have been there all day. The group has dwindled somewhat, but there still remains a large number of them. There is also a police presence there, and that's the main image that we have on the left of your screen. As you can see, the Knights Fallen there. So that is a live shot. A couple of things, though, that we're watching in addition to what's unfolding outside Capitol Hill. In about 30 minutes' time inside Capitol Hill, Congress will reconvene to progress with the certification of the election results. That was what was happening earlier today when all of this started to unfold. Mike Pence, the vice president, has apparently returned to the Senate, according to his press secretary as well. Another indication that things will resume at 8 o'clock. So we are certainly watching how that happens and what the implications of that are, while at the same time, though the perimeter of Capitol Hill has now been secured, though it wasn't hours ago, there are still a number of protesters outside. Pia, I know that you have strong thoughts on whether or not this should have been expected or not. I think many of us now are thinking, what happens from here? Because though maybe the way in which things unfolded today was not something that everyone expected, and that Trump will be, no longer president, President Trump will no longer be president in 2 weeks. The sentiment expressed by people who are there and who support what he said falsely about the election, that won't disappear in 2 weeks.
Yeah, let me just first be clear about when I say it's not shocking. Of course, I mean, I keep shaking my head every time I look at the screen and these images. what we saw today and what we're even seeing tonight is shocking. What I meant that people should have been shocked by that is that the groundwork was sort of laid for this. We expected crowds in Washington, D.C. today. Any police officer or any security official will tell you is that their job is to have contingency plans, to plan for all kinds of scenarios. And I think, there will be an accounting for why wasn't this sort of worst case scenario or one of the worst case scenarios even thought to have been potentially possible. So that's what I mean. I think it's shocking in that way. I do disagree with people who make the argument that, Trump will just wither away into the shadows. And he may, but in terms of him no longer being president, but he will have a presence on, the Breitbarts of the world and other media organizations. I don't think this man's ego is going to let him just go back to Mar-a-Lago and go golfing in Scotland. I don't think that's what we're headed for with him. And as you suggest there, Vashi, and as we well know, this has gone far beyond Donald Trump. He has laid the groundwork, caused incitement, said all the words, but this has now really embraced millions of Americans, frankly. And so I just can't imagine the genie being put in the bottle. And I think that's the most worrisome thing. In the days ahead, how do you unite this country? It's one thing to have people divided along partisan lines, by which I mean traditional Republicans, traditional Democrats. These aren't two cohesive parties or two cohesive groups of people, if I can put it that way, in the United States. And I think this is a really, really tricky thing that the United States is going to have to do in the coming months and years. And I think there's a little benevolent naivete when people say, hope we can just all put it back together. Of course, we would like to believe that could happen very easily, but I think there's a ton of work to be done.
Brian, we are watching right now the continuation of that scene just outside of Capitol Hill. It is difficult to discern exactly how much law enforcement is there versus how many protesters are there. It seems, just compared to earlier this afternoon, that there is a heavier law enforcement presence. And my colleague Aaron Blake with the Washington Post said that in fact was the case, that the expectation was that other police forces, for example, outside of the Capitol had offered to assist and that they, to some degree, would be moving in. Maybe that affects how things transpire. But with Congress resuming, the next 24 hours are going to be something to keep an eye on as well. Very significant, you'd think.
Oh, absolutely. First off, I really feel for the elected officials, for the political staffers, for the civil servants that I'm assuming had to lock themselves in offices or had to be escorted from one room to the other or outside of the building. Yeah, and just terrible. I can tell you that I've had mild experiences that were somewhat similar, where you have protesters and you as an elected official have your heart beat pretty fast. And we had one where they got up in the legislature in the gallery and started screaming at us, started screaming at me specifically. And that's about a 1 or a 2 on 10 compared to what's happening right now. And I can tell you that I still remember the day pretty vividly, and you never know where that sort of tension is going to lead. So it's very tense, and I think it's very commendable and impressive that they're going to continue and try to get the certification process on track again. So I think we have to take a moment to think of all those people that certainly have had a bit of a traumatic day and evening. And in terms of Republicans and what they do next, just a few quick comments. I mean, the first thing I'd like to say to Pia's point is when we talk about party lines, we often talk about the differences between the main political parties in the U.S. when it comes to trade, when it comes to minority rights, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to economic policy, whatever. I just hope that we're going to get back to a world where there's not one side that believes in facts and the other ones just believe in whatever their leader says. I mean, I hope that's no longer a demarcation between the parties. And look, I'm not saying that Democrats, who I would most likely support if I were an American. I'm not saying that they don't have some of those issues as well, but nothing blatant like this. Nothing where their leader, where the president gets up and says absolute falsities, complete lies, and won't even retract the lies to try to stop very, very clear danger and violence that's happening because of those lies. I mean, it's disappointing. It's upsetting. It's a somber day for democracy. And the last point I would make for Republicans, in case anybody's listening, is look, sometimes in politics, you can say something and do something, and it's what's best for you politically in the moment, and you'll get maybe a short-term gain. I would just encourage all of them to do the best they can to start to think about where they're going to stand when it comes to the judgment of history. And I have to think of someone like John McCain, where I hope a lot of viewers have seen this. If not, go YouTube it or watch it online, where he literally stopped somebody at his rally that was there to support him while he was running for president against Barack Obama, and stopped somebody who was just saying falsities and just disgusting things about Barack Obama. And John McCain, who was running against him, stopped that person and said, no, you're not going to be saying that here. And that was not helpful to his political aspirations. I'm sure that person was upset, and people that thought like that person didn't see themselves in John McCain, but it was the right thing to do. And I would argue history is going to be very kind to Mr. McCain. And although he's passed and he'll be sorely missed by the whole world, I'm convinced his light will continue to shine because of what he did, and demonstrating, as Jay mentioned, really almost sort of reneging on power if that's how we had to get it. And we need more people like that for all political parties, but certainly we need them on the Republican side at the moment.
To recap for our viewers, there are a number of protesters still outside of Capitol Hill. You'll see the headline on the screen there. The video that the president tweeted out earlier today, his account has actually been suspended, and Facebook on Twitter for 12 hours, and Facebook has removed the video. That's something that we've got our eye on. Congress is set to resume in about 23 minutes. They'll resume with the certification of the election results. Jay, on something that Brian was just mentioning, we have seen today, and I've had a number of them on the show, of Republicans denouncing very clearly what happened. They haven't all done that for the past 4 years, certainly. I just have the feeling that no matter what they say at this point, it's not like it's going to make Donald Trump stand up and all of a sudden release a video saying the opposite of everything that he said to incite things like today.
Yeah, look, that's absolutely right. Look, there's some that are recanting of what they were going to do. Kathy McMorris Rodgers, a congresswoman from Washington, she was going to object, and she's put out a statement saying that she's changed her mind on that after seeing what she's seen. So there's been some effect from that perspective. But look, let me offer something to you from a very local level. While these protests are going along, I hopped in my car just because I had to go pick up my daughter, and I flipped on talk radio, which I have not done in 3, 4, 5 years. And it was local talk radio with conservatives on there. It was denial of what's going on. It was Antifa is the one that started these protests. It was a blame on everyone else. There is this goes well beyond Donald Trump. And look, and I will say this too, there is this element on the hard left too. It is just more pronounced right now because Donald Trump is our president. But this problem persists in America. America is fundamentally broken. And it pains me to come on to another country's broadcast and say that. But that's where we are as a country. And yes, the Republican Party's got huge, huge problems, and it's very deep into our core. And I was listening to this talk radio, and I'm shaking my head because I don't know how we fix it. It goes beyond Donald Trump. There are conspiracy theories that abound, and it's a big problem for all Americans right now.
That's such a consistent thing, Capri, from guests of both political parties we've had on this evening. We had, for example, Frank Luntz on, who was GOP, well-known pollster. He was in tears, thinking kind of in despair about a lack of hope that he had for how to fix exactly what Jay just identified. Right. How do you feel about that?
I do know Frank, and he's a good man, and I can imagine that this has hit him hard. I mean, I think that one of the biggest casualties, long-standing casualties of Trumpism, the Trump administration, and everything that's come before it, frankly, all the way back to Sarah Palin. We just talked about John McCain. Sarah Palin back in 2008 talking about the lamestream media, this vilification of the media and frankly of facts. There used to be this assumption that there were facts and then there was opinion or interpretation of facts, but facts were indisputable. Now we have quote unquote alternative facts. We have fake news, and the concept of fake news essentially being anything that someone does not agree with. And those concepts have permeated, frankly, the outcome of a legitimate election that has been litigated, that has been challenged, that has been counted and recounted in multiple states and multiple times and certified by Democrats and Republicans all across the United States. And what we have seen is this transference of the concept of fake news onto things that individuals do not want to believe because does not align with their worldview, and distort that into something else. That, I think, is how we got where we are today, because alternative facts of people turning people in, those people with Trump flags and Trump shirts and swastikas and a whole host of other things, all of a sudden they're Antifa, because people don't want to take ownership of what this is, that it's Proud Boys, that it's white supremacists, that it is Trump supporters. And not to say that all Trump supporters are those things, but we have a group of individuals that frankly have been radicalized by all of these ideas. And it's going to be very, very difficult. And I'm really concerned about what's going to happen in the days and weeks to come, particularly, again, by elected Republicans that have enabled part of this narrative of fake news, and alternative facts to continue. How are they going to interface with the newly elected and sworn in president and vice president of the United States? Are they going to return to being the loyal opposition, or are they going to continue to fan the flames and erode the tenets of our democracy?
Pia, your thoughts on that?
What Jay said about America's broken and don't know how to fix it. I mean, that just makes me sad. I don't know how else to put it. That shows the crisis that the United States is in. And Vashi, as I'm listening to your other guests, I'm thinking about covering civil wars in other countries when I was a reporter. I'm not making a straight analogy to them, but there's something that keeps coming to my mind. And it's always the sort of version that people will tell you no matter where a civil war is ending or has ended or in the midst of. And people will tell you that there is a truth, but the question becomes, and the problem becomes, when people don't believe the truth. So there is facts. There are facts. This was legitimately one election in the United States. It has been tested by many courts, an impartial institution that is part of American democracy. The truth is that Donald Trump lost the election. The challenge is some people don't want to believe that. They won't accept that, no matter how many times and who tells them, no matter if it's politicians, their moms, their dads, their brothers, their alienated sister-in-law because they don't agree on politics. They just won't choose to believe it. And I go back to what Jay says, how on earth do you fix that?
Well, and Brian, to Capri's point, fake news is, that is a part of the vernacular in Canada too right now. That is how anyone describes something, many people describe things that they don't agree with. Social media is a huge part of how the president was able to kind of circumvent, I guess, fact checks. And now it looks like today there's a development on that front, as our viewers will see on the headline, the banner in front of them. Twitter has locked the president's account for 12 hours. We have not seen them do that before. And Facebook has removed the video that he sent out earlier today, one that kind of said go home, but for the most part just said what I have been telling you for the past 2.5 months is accurate. The election, even though it isn't, the election was stolen. I wonder, is the move by Twitter, the move by Facebook, a sign that there might be some checks to some of this going forward, or is it bigger than all of that?
Well, yeah, checks, sure. Checks by a private organization, right? So they're doing that with all these other considerations at play, not just what's in the best interest of the public. And the other thing is, could you imagine 20 years ago, 30 years ago, however far back we have to go, that sort of social media wouldn't have really been something we would have fathomed? Could you imagine we would say that a president or somebody of the import again of President Trump would get up and start to say these lies, basically laying the groundwork for people to not accept that the president-elect is going to be able to transition and become the president, to basically lay the groundwork for people to raid Capitol Hill, and the issue, the sanction, I suppose, will be that they won't be able to tweet for 12 hours, right? Like, would we have accepted that 15, 20 years ago? It's almost ridiculous when you think about it. Now I'm happy that it's happening, because in the immediate term, it's good that we can sort of turn his mic off to some extent, so that hopefully this can subside and and the elected officials can do what they were sent to do in Washington. But it's incredible when you think about the system we've set up. He's going to have his Twitter account and his social media suspended for a few hours because he basically said that, you know, one of the deepest lies you could say within a democracy, that he won by a landslide and that the election is being stolen from him. It's really something when you think about it and put it in context over time. The only other thing that I would add is I do agree with what Capri said. I think it's really important to understand what type of people that are there right now. But I also do want to reiterate the fact that there are some Trump supporters that are home. They're in their homes and communities, and they support Trump. And it's because they think that the inequality that has seeped into their communities, to their families, is there to stay, and that nobody's really helping them. They feel that they're alone. They feel like the days to come are not going to be as prosperous as the days past. And that's a real challenge. And it's one, to your point, Vashi, that exists here in Canada as well. It exists in the UK, and I think drove the Brexit movement. It exists in France, which drove a right-wing extremist movement there. I mean, it's all over the place, and really, it just becomes a question to what extent and how pronounced it is, how the institutions can sort of withstand that type of pressure. And the other, probably most important component, is there going to be a very significant leader not care about it and just basically stoke the flames for their political gain? And there is nobody in the world that I've seen in the last few years, or at least in my lifetime, that has been willing to do that as blatantly as Donald Trump. So very clearly, that is an important part of the recipe, but it's one that could happen in any country. And I think people listening that find the actions of the people at Capitol Hill right now deplorable. We all have a role to play. We got a role to play to step up and get involved and step up and correct people when they're trying to bring out these falsities and they're trying to sort of deny facts and play a role, because look, other people are stepping up in very deplorable ways. So we all got to do something to make sure, to Pia's point, that there's a bit of hope that we can bring all this together, whether it's in the U.S. and try to keep it together in countries like ours.
Okay, I have to leave this discussion there. I want to thank all four of you for being with us on this very significant day. Thanks to Capri Cafaro, Jay Shabria, Brian Gallant, and Pia Chattopadhyay. We continue to keep an eye on the situation unfolding in Washington, D.C. We've been on air now for just over 2.5 hours, and it has remained pretty stagnant insofar as the images that you have seen throughout those 2.5 hours. Protesters remain outside of Capitol Hill. There is somewhat of an increased police presence, at least compared to earlier this afternoon. There isn't a lot of action happening outside the perimeter of Capitol Hill. That's because law enforcement does say that the building has been secured. That also means that Congress is set to resume in just about 11 minutes' time, according to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. They will resume with the certification of the election results, something that they had begun earlier today before all of this unfolded. We want to get some additional perspective on the events of this afternoon from Keith Bogue. He joins us just outside of D.C. He's, of course, longtime CBC Washington correspondent. Hi, Keith. Good to have you with us. Thank you for making the time.
Thanks for inviting me, Vashi.
You spent so long in Washington. I've been asking this question. I feel repetitive, but I feel like it's the main one that I have. How was this to watch unfold? How unbelievable was it for you, or was it not?
No, it wasn't unbelievable for me. In fact, I had already imagined these scenes some months ago when it became clear that Donald Trump was not completely committed to the idea of a peaceful transition of power should he lose the election. Many of the things that he has said over the last several months, before and after the election, would be hard to view in any other way other than as an incitement both to disregard the results should he lose and to protest against it in whatever way you want. And because during the period before the election, we had already seen examples of the lengths that people would go to. I mean, there was the foiled kidnapping plot of the governor of Michigan, for God's sakes. I think the expectation should have been on the part of the police authorities that with Donald Trump stoking the fires of these I don't know what to call them. They're not insurgents, but they're like a mob, I suppose, is a fair thing to call them after what we've seen today. After Donald Trump incited them, there should have been an expectation that there would be a need for an extra security force there, and there wasn't. So to some degree, this is also a story of that failure. But the expectation that this was going to happen, that's something that I've harbored for a long time.
When you mentioned the police presence, I have to say that's something that really jumped out at me watching it this afternoon. As you saw the breach of the barriers, of the police, the knocking down of the windows, it is almost unfathomable that is Capitol Hill. Like, why wasn't there more security?
Yeah.
And you're absolutely like the first thing you thought is, how come they weren't ready for this?
Well, you know, I've actually done stories on the complicated nature of law enforcement around Capitol Hill and the White House. There are at least, I did this story some years ago, at that time, there were at least 8 different police forces reporting up different lines of command, responsible for different things from the parks around the Capitol area to the Capitol Hill itself, to the municipal police. And as we saw, you know, during the summer when Donald Trump wanted to have a photo op outside the White House, there were these unidentified unidentified law enforcement people coming in. So first of all, we don't know where the real breakdown was. Whose responsibility was it to see that this could develop from a rally on the National Mall to an attack on the Capitol? But I can tell you that if the rally moved from the National Mall to the Capitol, that would involve different police forces along the way. So who is ultimately responsible for the failure to prepare for this is something that's going to have to be investigated. And I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure anybody does right now, but there will be an answer to that.
I mentioned just before you came on that Congress is set to resume in about 8 minutes' time. Our viewers right now are looking at a live shot right outside of Capitol Hill where there is law enforcement, but there also remains a big group of protesters. What are you watching for over the next 12, 24 hours?
Well, to see whether the curfew that the mayor of the District of Columbia imposed at 6 o'clock has any force, whether it can be sustained. If it can't be, what does that mean? What kind of night is it going to be? Because the night inside the Capitol is going to be a long one. These legislators are going to be at this for a long time. If they continue in the way that they indicated they intended to continue, which is to hear a lot of debate about the legitimacy of the vote on November 3rd, then that could go on until tomorrow morning sometime, or even longer. We'll see how that unfolds. But outside is a different story. I don't think anybody should be sanguine about the possibility that that this is over. I don't know what the ability of the police forces are to enforce a curfew right now. Whether they even know what the extent of people in the streets might be later on, but we'll see. Those are the things to watch for in the next 24 hours, anyway.
Okay, Keith, I'll leave it there. Thanks for making time for sharing your perspective with us. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for having me. Take care.
You too. Keith Bogue from just outside of Washington. We continue to watch, as you just saw there, what continues to unfold in Washington, D.C., just outside of Capitol Hill. A group of protesters remains outside the building, though in just about 6 minutes' time, what happens inside the building will resume, and that is the certification of the election results by Congress. We are watching that very closely. A little bit earlier, I spoke with Cliff Albright. He's the co-founder of Black Voters Matter. He shared his thoughts about what we have been witnessing all day.
There's so many layers to what I've been thinking and feeling, and even as I was sitting here listening to Frank and listening to him obviously struggle like with some of these issues. There's so many thoughts I had. The first is the obvious, right? And it's the thing that you see a lot of people on Twitter commenting on. It's the thing that you can't really miss. It's the noticing the difference in the treatment of these protests compared to other protests, compared to Black Lives Matter protests that we've seen throughout the summer of protests that took place here. You know, these protesters, which are literally, you know, they're storming the Capitol building, and it seems like they've been treated with, you know, kid gloves. And that's not to say, you know, I don't want to see any protester be abused or beaten up or anything of that nature. But again, this is just to highlight the difference in treatment between certain types of protesters. You know, there are photos going around of how some of the police are taking photos with these protesters, right? It's well known that, you know, there's been some issues with police departments that have been infiltrated by some of these right-wing groups. And so, you know, the FBI itself has said that, you know, this white nationalism and some of these groups are actually the biggest domestic threat in the country. And yet, you know, again, you have these groups being treated, you know, pretty much with kid gloves. So that's one issue that stands out. The other issue is far more complicated, and it's this is their reaction basically to the election results that have been driven to a large extent by black voters, right? By black and Latinx voters. We've heard this in like all of the attacks that Trump has made against these election results. He tried to target Michigan by targeting Detroit, black voters. Even on a phone call where he was caught the other day threatening the Georgia Secretary of State, he was threatening, he was most upset about Fulton County, right? Black voters. These protesters are upset because they feel like they've been, an election has been stolen, because they are upset about the extent to which black voters have been able to have their voices heard, and they're trying to overthrow and really disenfranchise black voters. That's what this protest is about. It's really an extraordinary thing to watch.
That's Cliff Albright. He's the co-founder of Black Voters Matter. A couple of things I want to recap for you about what is unfolding. Can we pull back that live shot of Capitol Hill? Because protesters do remain outside of Capitol Hill hours after they first gathered there following remarks from President Trump at a rally in Washington, in which he continued to basically claim that the election had been stolen and the results were fraudulent. Many of them made their way to Capitol Hill, and some of them were even able to breach the barrier, the security barrier, the police presence outside of Capitol Hill, and make their way indoors. They got onto the Senate floor. Someone inside was shot, a civilian who has been shot and killed. That's all that D.C. police will confirm at this point. We don't know who the perpetrator of that is or more details about the victim, but we are efforting to find out. What was happening at the time of that breach was the certification of the election results. That was happening inside of Congress, and that, though it had to stop while all the violence ensued, will resume in just a few minutes' time at 8 o'clock Eastern. In the meantime, Twitter has suspended the president's account for 12 hours. He tweeted out a video in which he told protesters to go home, while at the same time continuing to claim, again without evidence, that the election had been stolen, that the results could not be trusted. He said that repeatedly in that video. That video has also been taken down from Facebook. There is reaction all around the world to what has ensued in Washington, D.C. today, including from the capital of this country. Justin Trudeau tweeting, the Prime Minister, Canadians are deeply disturbed and saddened by the attack on democracy in the United States, our closest ally and neighbor. Violence will never succeed in overruling the will of the people. Democracy in the U.S. must be upheld, and it will be. Bill Clinton, former President Bill Clinton, also just tweeting, today we faced an unprecedented assault on our capital, our Constitution, and our country. The assault was fueled by more than 4 years of poison politics, spreading deliberate misinformation, sowing distrust in our system, and pitting Americans against one another. President George W. Bush, another former president, tweeted out, released a statement saying, this is how election results are disputed in a banana republic, not our democratic republic. I am appalled by the reckless behavior of some political leaders since the election. There is reaction that continues to pour in, not just from the U.S., not just from Canada, but right around the world. As the situation continues to unfold, we will keep our eyes on Washington, D.C. to see if anything changes, and when it does. Congress, as I mentioned, is set to resume any moment. That's it for Power Politics.
Hello, I'm Carol McNeil. You're watching CBC News Network. We are watching the scene right now on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. What a day. We expected protests. We did not expect to see the U.S. Senate storm the way it was. Outside, police are staying put, you can see, en masse, with a curfew in place there tonight, a curfew that's been in place for a couple of hours. Meanwhile, inside the buildings of Capitol Hill, the Senate in particular, lawmakers say they will continue the job of confirming the results of the United States election, in which Democrat Joe Biden won the next presidency. And also, this election, as of today, officially gives the Democrats control of both the House and the Senate. But all of that was before this happened.
Take that house! Take it now!
Okay, I just want to be spoken from.
That's where you need to go with the rubber hitting the road. That's brass tacks time. Put up or shut up.
All right.
And this just coming in, by the way, this is Katie Nicholson joining us now from Washington. But before we get to you, Katie, just coming in across the wires right now, reaction from two former presidents, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. We'll tell you more about what they had to say in just a moment. But Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, both of them placing the blame at the foot of Donald Trump. Former U.S. President Obama saying violence at the Capitol was incited by Trump. And then we heard from Bill Clinton, who said the assault was fueled by more than 4 years of poison politics, and the match was lit by Donald Trump and his most ardent enablers, including many in Congress. Okay, Katie, one of the biggest questions tonight is how will Trump supporters vote now, tonight, given the violence we saw today? Congress is resuming the joint session. What can you tell us about what's going to happen?
This is a strong message. This is democracy undaunted. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, a Democrat, she sent out this letter to her colleagues, basically saying they want to continue the business that they set out to start at 1 o'clock today, which was the certification of the presidential election and the electoral college votes to basically formalize the process by which President-elect Joe Biden, it's certified, it's done, it's formalized, and basically end all of this sort of back and forth and the delay tactics that were being introduced by Republican members of the House and the Senate who had previously planned to contest results in various states. There are calls right now for some of those House members, for some of those senators to no longer do these tactics that they were going to take to the floor today to sort of delay this certification process. There are a couple of representatives who have signaled now that they are not going to proceed with their objections to the Electoral College certification. That is clearly in response to the violence witnessed today. These are lawmakers who were shaken up. I mean, some of those pictures I have seen for the first time because I was out in it all day, Carol, and I didn't actually see some of the stuff that was actually happening within some of the feeds from the Capitol. And certainly a lot of the staff were on lockdown and terrified today. That was made abundantly clear on Twitter too. People tweeting from their offices, tweeting from buildings. So I think what we made, and it certainly seems that there's a very strong message being sent out now, bipartisan message. We know that McConnell is going to speak as well. We are hearing that McConnell and Schumer may make a statement together very soon. So I think what we can expect this evening is some sort of bipartisan message coming out right now in response to this violence, but perhaps just setting aside all of the delay tactics that were going to be enacted on the floor to delay the certification process.
Yeah, and
a lot of that was for an audience for one, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting because Mitch McConnell McConnell holds a lot of power, no doubt about that, in the GOP, but is it going to be enough? And I know you mentioned that there are people from the House of Representatives who are going to buy into that message now, but specifically we're watching for Ted Cruz from Texas and Josh Hawley out of Missouri. What are they going to do? Are they going to continue to hold fast and stay loyal to Donald Trump, or are they going to move forward? Katie, there is a curfew in effect. I'm looking at the live shots right now. You see mostly riot police, very different from what we saw earlier today. Riot police still barricading the Capitol building, if we can show our audience that picture. What are you hearing?
Yeah, so we have seen a more forceful effort right now to clear the area around Capitol Hill. There is a stepping up of force. Riot police have been taking more action now to really clear the area. And I don't know if you can hear some of the sound bleeding into my microphone, but there's actually police outside as well, just trying to clear the area. We're really close to Freedom Plaza here. So, I mean, there is an effort to really contain this. There was violence last night, and last night there weren't as many people here. Today, there were thousands, tens of thousands of people who descended here, and there is fear that maybe there isn't enough in place to really sort of lock this down, given the anger and certainly given the violence that we saw on Capitol Hill. So that is why this curfew is in place. They are stepping up. There was a call earlier for support of law enforcement
Katie,
to come in.
Can I just interrupt you for a second? I'm very sorry about this, but Vice President Mike Pence is speaking now. Let's listen in from the Senate.
And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
That they are getting back to work means that they are resuming the confirmation of the election results this evening, very determined to do that. Mike Pence, for his part today, as the vice president in the Senate, interestingly, not long ago tweeted he was in regular contact with the White House, Senate leadership, Capitol Police, Department of Justice. There's Mitch McConnell, the GOP leader. Senate leader, let's listen in.
Time not count against 2 hours of debate in relation to the objection raised on the state of Arizona.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
On the state of the American people, the United States Senate will not be intimidated. We will not be kept out of this chamber by thugs, mobs, or threats. We will not bow to lawlessness or intimidation. We are back at our posts. We will discharge our duty under the Constitution and for our nation. And we're going to do it tonight. This afternoon, Congress began the process of honoring the will of the American people and counting the Electoral College votes. We've fulfilled this solemn duty every 4 years for more than 2 centuries. Whether our nation's been at war or at peace, under all manner of threats, even during an ongoing armed rebellion and the Civil War, the clockwork of our democracy has carried on. The United States and the United States Congress have faced down much greater threats than the unhinged crowd we saw today. We've never been deterred before, and will be not deterred today. They tried to disrupt our democracy. They failed. They failed. They failed to attempt to obstruct the Congress. This failed insurrection only underscores how crucial the task before us is for our republic. Our nation was founded precisely so that the free choice of the American people is what shapes our self-government and determines the destiny of our nation. Not fear, not force, but the peaceful expression of the popular will. Now, we assembled this afternoon to count our citizens' votes and to formalize their choice of the next president. Now we're going to finish exactly what we started. We'll complete the process the right way, by the book. We'll follow our precedents, our laws, and our Constitution to the letter. And we will certify the winner of the 2020 presidential election. Criminal behavior will never dominate the United States Congress. This institution is resilient. Our democratic republic is strong. The American people deserve nothing less.
Majority
Democratic leader.
Oh,
Mr. President.
all right, Chuck Schumer.
Mr. President, it is very, very difficult to put into words what has transpired today. I have never lived through or even imagined an experience like the one we have just witnessed in this Capitol. President Franklin Roosevelt set aside December 7th, 1941, as a day that will live in infamy. Unfortunately, we can now add January 6th, 2021, to that very short list of dates in American history that will live forever in infamy. This temple to democracy was desecrated, its windows smashed, our offices vandalized. The world saw Americans' elected officials hurriedly ushered out because they were in harm's way. The House and Senate floors were places of shelter until the evacuation was ordered, leaving rioters to stalk these hallowed halls. Lawmakers and our staffs, average citizens who love their country, serve it every day, feared for their lives. I understand that one woman was shot and tragically lost her life. We mourn her and feel for her friends and family. These images were projected to the world. Foreign embassies cabled home their home capitals to report the harrowing scenes at the very heart of our democracy. This will be a stain on our country, not so easily washed away. The final, terrible, indelible legacy of the 45th President of the United States, undoubtedly our worst. I want to be very clear. Those who perform these reprehensible acts cannot be called protesters. No, these were rioters and insurrectionists, goons and thugs, domestic terrorists. They do not represent America. They were a few thousand violent extremists who tried to take over the Capitol building and attack our democracy. They must and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, hopefully by this administration, if not, certainly by the next. They should be provided no leniency. I want to thank the many of the Capitol Hill Police and Secret Service and local police who kept us safe today and worked to clear the Capitol and return it to its rightful owners and its rightful purpose. I want to thank the leaders, Democrat and Republican, House and Senate. It was Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, and myself who came together and decided that these thugs would not succeed, that we would finish the work of that our Constitution requires us to complete in the very legislative chambers of the House and Senate that were desecrated, but we know always belong to the people and do again tonight. But make no mistake, my friends, today's events did not happen spontaneously. The president who promoted conspiracy theories that motivated these thugs, the president who exhorted them to come to our nation's capital, egged them on, he hardly ever discourages violence and more often encourages it. This president bears a great deal of the blame. This mob was in good part President Trump's doing, incited by his words, his lies. This violence, in good part, his responsibility, his everlasting shame. Today's events certainly would not have happened without him. Now, January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history. A final warning to our nation about the consequences of a demagogic president, the people who enable him, the captive media that parrots his lies, and the people who follow him as he attempts to push America to the brink of ruin. As we reconvene tonight, let us remember, in the end, all this mob has really accomplished is to delay our work by a few hours. We will resume our responsibilities now, and we will finish our task tonight. The House and Senate chambers will be restored good as new and ready for legislating in short order. The counting of the electoral votes is our sacred duty. Democracy's roots in this nation are deep, they're strong, and they will not be undone, ever, by a group of thugs. Democracy will triumph, as it has for centuries. So to my fellow Americans who were shocked and appalled by the images on their televisions today and who are worried about the future of this country, let me speak to you. The divisions in our country clearly run deep, but we are a resilient, forward-looking, and optimistic people, and we will begin the hard work of repairing this nation tonight, because here in America, we do hard things. In America, we always overcome our challenges. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I yield 2 minutes to the Senator from Oklahoma, Senator Lankford.
Senator from Oklahoma.
The Vice President, you said things more eloquently than how we say it in Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, we'd say something like, why in God's name?
All right, let me just jump in here for a second. If you're just joining us, you're watching the resumption of Congress tonight after everything that happened today. We heard from soon-to-be Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking to the violence on Capitol Hill today, calling it a stain on their country, not so easily washed away, blaming what happened on current President Donald Trump, which he said egged the mob on. Schumer referred to the rioters as domestic terrorists who should be, he said, prosecuted to the full extent of the law, if not by this president, then the next one. We also heard from GOP Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, also condemning the violence in no uncertain terms on the Hill today, calling the protesters unhinged, an unhinged criminal crowd who tried and failed to disrupt American democracy. And we heard from Vice President Mike Pence, who many are saying acted like the president today. In fact, he tweeted this not long ago saying, He was in regular contact with the White House, Senate leadership, the Capitol Police, Department of Justice, Department of Defense to facilitate, this is the Vice President, to facilitate efforts to secure the Capitol and reconvene Congress, which they are doing tonight. As for the actual president, he spoke today condemning what was happening not on the Hill, but the election results. Once again, the raison d'etre for what we saw on Capitol Hill, but asking the mob to go home. He was also very active on social media today, tweeting multiple times, posting a video to Twitter and Facebook. He asked his supporters to end their violent protest, as I said, but also repeated those claims, false claims about the election being stolen from him. Facebook has since removed the video from its social media platforms for veracity's sake. Twitter has locked the president's account for 12 hours until the video and other tweets are removed. Twitter saying this means, and it's extraordinary, the president of the United States, you know, they're threatening to permanently ban him from Twitter. They're saying the account of @RealDonaldTrump will be locked for 12 hours following the removal of these tweets. And if the tweets are not removed, the account will remain locked. The Vice President of Integrity of Facebook says this is an emergency situation and we are taking appropriate measures, emergency measures, including removing President Trump's video. We removed it because on balance, we believe it contributes to rather than diminishes the risk of ongoing violence. And it goes on to say that future violations of social media platform rules, including its civic integrity or violent threats policies, will result in the permanent suspension of his account. By the way, two former presidents also speaking out at the same time tonight, as I mentioned previously, but if you're just joining us, Barack Obama saying that Donald Trump incited what happened on the Hill today. Very similar words from Bill Clinton. We'll have more on that in a few minutes. But as the unrest escalated this afternoon, President-elect Joe Biden said he was shocked by the violence. He described it, as many others have, as an insurrection. He pleaded for calm.
At this hour, our democracy is under an unprecedented assault, unlike anything we've seen in modern times. An assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself. An assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution.
Let's get the American perspective from two political strategists in New York, Democratic strategist Aisha C. Mills, and in Mountain View, California, Republican strategist Lan Hee Chen. Good evening to both of you.
Good evening.
Aisha, I want to begin with you. What's your reaction to what happened today?
You know, I am someone who is seldom at a loss for words, and I've been sitting in front of the TV watching all this go down. I used to live in D.C. for over 20 years, and I worked right there on Capitol Hill, and just watching, there's never been anything like this. Watching this has really just left me a bit speechless and also really outraged. You know, a lot of people have been saying, oh my God, I'm so sad for our democracy. What does this mean? You know, we saw this coming. We saw this coming a mile away. Donald Trump told us that this is what he would incite. He told us that he thought he was above the law. He rallied white nationalists to come and stand and have their arms and just wait for his command. And so I am really, really angry and frustrated and just disheartened by the lack of accountability that we have demonstrated here in the United States for people who break the law. We've got United States senators trying to overthrow the government right now, and they're not being held accountable. So I'm feeling a lot of feelings, and a lot of them, you know, really are just based in the fact that in this, you know, what was our greatest democracy in the world, that we are failing to hold accountable the people who are supposed to be upholding our democracy, and instead they're trying to tear it down.
Yeah, Lanhee, I want to get your assessment. I want to get your reaction to that. But first of all, what about you? How do you feel? How did you feel watching that unfold today?
It's impossible to not see that as an American and feel anything but disgust at people trashing and vandalizing and trying to harm not just symbols of American democracy, but people there doing their job. Let's not forget, this violence happened in the midst of an effort to effectuate the peaceful transition of power, which is a hallmark of American democracy. To see that was sickening. It upset me. You know, I've been in that very Capitol building, in and around that very Senate chamber, and it was shocking to see that kind of presence of people there trying to do that harm. So I personally was also quite upset by what I saw. And I don't think there's any question that the president bears some responsibility for what we saw today. And I think it's important now for Republicans to do their part to effectuate the peaceful transition of power, to effectuate the transition to a Biden administration in 2 weeks. I think it's crucially important for Republicans and Democrats to come together to ensure that happens.
Yeah, and when we see the confirmation tonight, what do you expect? And you know, Lanhee, I want to ask you, what do you expect of fellow Republican Ted Cruz? What do you think he's going to do tonight?
Well, you know, I wish I could predict it. I wish I could say that he will lay his concerns aside, lay his rhetoric aside, and proceed to what is going to be an inevitable outcome anyway. The election results will be certified tonight, and it's just a question of how long it takes. You know, I don't know what some of these Republicans will do, those who've lodged objections. What I do know is that a number of Republicans, including Mitch McConnell and Mike Pence today, have stood for the rule of law and stood for the Constitution. That I am heartened by, and I hope more Republicans will do that, if not tonight, in the coming days.
You know, it's interesting, Aisha. Everybody was saying that today, and I heard, you know, that your country is a country of laws. Rule of law presides. You're laughing at that. Why is that?
Because it's something that white people say when they want to quelch any kind of activity around, you know, Black Lives Matter, or just, you know, dealing with Black people being violated in the streets by cops. It's always convenient for Republicans to go on this law and order trope. I mean, even Donald Trump has said, oh, yeah, you know, law and order, we're supposed to respect the law and order. But the truth is that white people feel like they are above the law because the cops have always been on their side. If you look at some of the video footage from the Capitol today, there are Capitol Hill policemen who opened up the floodgates to allow these thugs and rioters access to the Capitol in the first place. There are Capitol Hill police officers who were taking selfies with these white people that flocked in all from around different parts of the country, not wearing masks, by the way. They rolled through there and kind of gave, you know, head nods to the cops as if they were their buddies and their pals and they were all on the same team. And that is the problem that we have in the United States with law and order, is that law and order never seems to apply to anybody but Black people, most of whom are just minding their business, walking down the street, shopping, you know, visiting their mothers, sleeping in their beds, kids playing outside, whatever it might be. Law and order only seems to matter to Black people. And I'll just put a fine point on that by saying that when throughout the summer, when there were Black Lives Matter demonstrations and protests happening in Washington, literally they pulled out National Guard and thousands of troops from God only knows where, had them all lined up on the Capitol to protect the Capitol, protect the Congress people, etc. Today, we saw the opposite.
I think we're going to pull up that picture if we have it, because a lot of people have pointed that out on Twitter today and on Facebook. Lanhee, what do you think? Do you think there was a problem with the way that police handled this situation today on the Hill?
Yeah, I think as we look back on this, we're definitely going to think there was a problem because, look, I think obviously the Capitol Hill police were going to be overwhelmed. It's not that large of a police force. They needed help. They knew that this was coming, that there would be a bunch of people showing up today. So I do think we're going to have to take a good hard look at what happened here. But the fact that this was able to happen today, that they were overrun, I mean, there's no excuse for that. And really, that is something that people need to take a good hard look at exactly what happened after this is all over.
Yeah, and I heard many commentators today on American networks calling for the rioters' arrests, calling them, like, you know, we heard tonight that they're thugs and this and that the United States, as I said before, is a country of laws. However, those people, you know, listening to them yelling and talking, they believe that they are on the side of the law. They believe that this election was stolen from them and stolen from their rightful president, Donald Trump. I mean, is Donald Trump solely to blame? Because my Facebook feed, you know how it works. You listen to one commentator and then you get that repeated through the same idea comes to you 100 different ways from 100 different people. And I can tell you in the last few days, even on my Facebook feed, there were a lot of people saying, go to Capitol Hill. This election was stolen. I mean, there was a whole industry around this. Aisha?
Sure. I mean, yeah. So absolutely. I mean, the entire, how we got here, people keep asking me, how did we get here? How did we get here? There are a lot of players that are culpable in how we got here. Certainly the media is one. Let's be clear. There are a lot of thirsty media outlets in the United States and beyond that really made a lot of money off of Donald Trump's crazy campaign, right? We thought it was going to be a crazy campaign, and put on so many of his lying, thuggish minions to get on networks, free airtime to completely spread the lies, the conspiracy theories that all of these people believe. They've had 4 or 5 years of hearing this nonsense, and it's all been on the networks. Same thing with Facebook and Twitter, for example. I mean, Jack has been getting it today because he, finally closed down Trump's account, but totally Twitter has enabled Donald Trump and all his minions to spread so many lies that these people really do internalize and believe. But here's the thing, though. We have to let the buck stop at the top where it also belongs. Donald Trump incited this. He couldn't even tell these folks to go home without doubling down on the lies about the campaign and how he supposedly won it in a landslide and all this other foolishness that was his rallying call to get these people to come to Washington in the first place. So he absolutely stoked this, as well as Senator Ted Cruz, and as well as Josh Hawley and a bunch of other Republicans on the Hill. They all should be impeached, censored, and frankly, they should be prosecuted, because at this point, this is just sedition and crimes against America. And the lack of accountability is what continues to embolden these people.
Lanhee, what do you think what happens now?
Well, hopefully this all gets certified tonight, and going forward, I also hope that those who are responsible for today's violence are prosecuted. But look, there has to be, I think, going forward, a real debate about how this country can come back together again, or not a debate, but hopefully a reconciliation around how we can come together again. And I have hope that when Biden takes over in a couple weeks, when we have a new Congress sworn in, that we can come back to the business of actually disagreeing about policy instead of being how divided and just how partisan things have become. I like to be optimistic about that. We'll see what happens, but that's my hope for what we'll see in the coming weeks.
All right, Democratic strategist Aisha C. Mills, Republican strategist Lanhee Chen, thank you both very much.
Thank you.
While violence erupted in the U.S. Capitol today, another major development in American politics, Democrats regained control of the U.S. Senate. The news broke after a second Republican in Georgia was defeated, shifting the balance of power in favor of the incoming Biden administration. For more on that, let's turn to Giles Gibson with Feature Story News in Washington. Giles, today's chaos notwithstanding this development, the Democrats' control of Congress means Joe Biden will have an easier time of it in his first 2 years.
That's right. As protesters were swarming all over the U.S. Capitol building, Democrats actually managed to seize back control of the U.S. Senate itself. We had these twin races going on in Georgia. David Perdue, the Republican incumbent, up against Jon Ossoff, the Democrat challenger. And the second race was the Republican incumbent Kelly Loeffler versus the Democrat challenger Raphael Warnock. Now, Warnock's race was actually called in favor of the Democrat in the early hours of Wednesday morning, but it was only as protesters were breaking into the U.S. Capitol over the last few hours that the second race was called in favor of Jon Ossoff, the Democrat. Now, why is this all so significant? What this means, the Democrats claiming these 2 Senate seats in Georgia, is that the balance of the Senate is now 50 seats for the Republicans and 50 seats for the Democrats. And because the Vice President of the United States gets the casting vote when the Senate is balanced on a knife edge like that, that means that Kamala Harris, when she becomes Vice President in just around 2 weeks' time, will be able to tip the balance of the Senate in favor of her party.
And every member of Congress counts. The 2 people who won in Georgia are interesting. Jon Ossoff is the youngest senator to be elected since Joe Biden. Ossoff is just 33 years old. He'll also be the first Jewish senator from Georgia. And the other winner is Raphael Warnock, and he will be Georgia's first black senator. How did he manage to defeat the incumbent Republican senator?
Yeah, Raphael Warnock is a 51-year-old preacher from Ebenezer Baptist Church, which actually happens to be a church where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself once preached several decades ago. Not only does Warnock become the first black senator for the state of Georgia, he's actually only the 11th African-American to be successfully elected to the U.S. Senate. What really drove Warnock over the line in this very tight race with Kelly Loeffler was a really strong turnout amongst black voters. You had these organizations like Fair Fight, the New Georgia Project, led by Stacey Abrams, of course, which really drove very high turnout in places like Atlanta, one of the major cities in Georgia. And you actually had black voters in Georgia who didn't vote back in the November presidential election being encouraged and turning out to vote in these 2 Senate races.
Giles Gibson with Feature Story News in Washington. Thank you. Let's get an historical perspective on these ongoing protests. I'm joined by Ken Gormley. He's a constitutional scholar and presidential historian. He's also president of Duquesne University in Pittsburgh. Ken, welcome to you.
Good evening, Carol. A pleasure to be with you.
And to have you here. Before today, Ken, has there ever been a breach of the Capitol building by protesters like this?
Never before, Carol. There have been occasional disruptions. For instance, I attended the impeachment of President Clinton and President Trump, and there may be one person who shouts out and has to be carried away. Never has this happened. And in fact, the last time the Capitol was assaulted like this was really during the War of 1812, when British troops came and tried to burn it down. So this is unprecedented in our history.
And how unique is this situation in the scope of U.S. history where you have all these protests in support of an outgoing president?
It's very uncommon. Certainly during the contested election between Bush and Gore in 2000, you had some initial protests because there was a debate about the recounting in Florida. And in fact, there was a little violence briefly in Florida. And then it went to the courts and it was all resolved through the courts. Never has it gone on like this. And certainly it has never been prompted by the president himself. There have been 14 presidents, including President Trump, who have not won re-election. They have always, in the past, gone gracefully. In fact, the poignant moment in my mind, Carol, was when Al Gore lost the contentious election of 2000. He was the vice president who had to sit there and read, like Vice President Mike Pence today, the ultimate result. And he ended it by saying, God bless America and God bless the next president and vice president. That's how it works in our country, a peaceful transfer of power.
There is still another 2 weeks until the inauguration of Joe Biden. Some members of Congress are once again, as we understand it, drawing up articles of impeachment against President Trump. What would be the grounds for impeaching him at this point and the reasoning for it?
Well, Gerald Ford once said when he was in Congress, an impeachable offense is whatever a majority of Congress decides it is. So it could be done, and the grounds would be inciting this violence and lawlessness and fomenting the misinformation about the election. I don't think there's an appetite in Congress for that. I have a good friend who's actually a member of the U.S. Senate, and I know it's shaken all of them. But I think they just want this administration to end and move on, and I think both parties do at this point. And so I would be surprised if there is an actual movement toward impeachment. I think there's going to be a strong movement to coalesce and move forward productively to begin the new administration with more resolution than ever before, including by Republicans.
Well, how will that translate into all those millions of people who believe that Donald Trump was the rightful president and that the election was stolen from him?
Well, it's an unfortunate thing, Carol, because, people need to understand how American government works. In fact, the process did work correctly because each state had to certify its electoral votes, and it was Republican officials in many of these battleground states who, after recount confirmed that. So really on December 14th, that's when the electoral vote was finalized. And this is really just a kind of a ceremonial function at this point. I think people were purposely misled. I think that the members of Congress who've been leading this knew better. They know that they aren't going to change the outcome. They've been using it to position themselves politically. I think it's going to damage their careers permanently, quite honestly. And I think that once people start understanding more about the fact that there really wasn't any opportunity here to change the outcome, they will see that they were really led down the wrong path. So I do think that this will bring about a moment of healing, quite honestly, because there is such outrage. If you watch the proceedings that have resumed in Congress, and I think it's wonderful that the members of Congress have reconvened to show that they are still the keepers of the sacred house of the people in the Capitol, that there is going to be more resolution than ever that we maintain our democratic principles and do things correctly.
When you refer to the opportunistic senators, are you talking about Texas Senator Ted Cruz and Minnesota Senator Josh Hawley?
Missouri Senator Josh Hawley. Yeah. Yes, I am, among others, and members of Congress. These are very intelligent people, Carol. They have good legal educations. They know that this isn't like the Hayes-Tilden election of 1776, where there were actually different slates of electors submitted by the states. The key thing is I've studied the Constitution my whole life and career. Under our Constitution, it is the states that decide, each state by state, which electors they put forward to Congress. It is not Congress that decides it. The Founding Fathers rejected the notion that Congress would pick the president. These members of Congress know that. They're doing this for political advancement, and it blew up on them. They hitched their wagon to a president who was really pushing things way too far, and I think they're going to all pay consequences for it.
Your most recent book is The Presidents and the Constitution, A Living History, and soon you will republish this book with an additional chapter about President Trump. How will that chapter be described, characterized? What do you think?
Well, I'm working on it with a historian in Texas right now who will be the principal author of that, and we've already been talking about it. Certainly, President Trump brings many firsts to the presidency. He has taken, for instance, the bully pulpit of Teddy Roosevelt and turned it into Twitter in a powerful form never before imagined. And so there will be parts of this presidency that are unique and interesting. But sadly, it will end with this refusal to acknowledge the outcome of this election and the results of what is happening here and perhaps in the weeks ahead. Unfortunately, it will not be a happy ending to this presidency. And I'm hoping in the weeks ahead, President Trump understands what the role he has played in this and tries to end on a very positive note, which is consistent with our democratic norms.
We have about 10 seconds left. Do you think there's any chance that he'll be removed from office before those 10 days are up, or do you think they're just going to let it ride out?
I don't. I think it's more likely that he may just decide to gradually leave a little early and not continue on this path. It is not a good way to end one's presidency, and I suspect he may recognize that tonight.
Ken Gormley is a constitutional scholar and presidential historian and the president of Duquesne University. Thank you for joining us tonight.
It's my pleasure, Carol. Thank you very much.
Well, as Donald Trump supporters pushed past those barricades today, made their way into the Capitol building, you're looking actually at a live shot right now tonight. Many are left wondering how something like this could happen. For more on that part of the story, let's bring in Christian Leuprecht. He is a security expert and professor of political science at the Royal Military College of Canada and Queen's University. He joins me from Kingston, Ontario. By the way, I'll just mention to our audience once again, if you're just joining us, that it is official that the Capitol in the United States is secure tonight, and Congress is resuming its duty to confirm the election results. Christian, what was your reaction as a security expert and as a Canadian watching this? What was happening in the United States?
Well, this looked like an intelligence failure because, I mean, many of us anticipated there was going to be some sort of trouble. It's not like this came out of nowhere. And it also looks like a puzzling unprepared for this type of event, that there was no surge capacity in the Capitol. There was no surge capacity out on the street that they could have called in for reinforcement. And so it begs some interesting questions. Were the rules of engagement for Capitol Police, for instance, too lax? Were they instructed not to arrest people and not to resist? So this is there's lots of very, I think, puzzles here around how this could happen, especially in the aftermath of 9/11, when Washington may very well be the most secure capital anywhere in the world.
Yeah, a lot of people, that was the question all over. There were two questions. One was, how did Capitol Police not know a threat like this was imminent? Let's start there.
Well, so police get rules of engagement, and they get those rules of engagement from the leaders of Congress or the leaders of the Senate and House that get together. And so it may very well have been that there may have been specific instructions in that regard. There may have also been a bit of a turf war between Washington City Police saying that we're not prepared to do the dirty work here for protests that are really incited by people in the White House and supported by some members, indirectly at least by some members of Congress. And so that basically you're on your own, and it seems like the reinforcements ultimately came from federal law enforcement, so that local police will say, look, not my monkey, not my circus, you're going to have to call in your own people and you're going to have to figure out how to deal with this. But we saw this debate also in the aftermath of the shooting on Parliament Hill, Zahaf Bibo in 2014, that the people's representatives don't like big walls and big security. This is ultimately the House of the people. And so they want to be seen as being accessible to the people. They don't want to be seen as having to defend themselves from the people. And so that might have also been sort of why perhaps the posture was not quite, why they deliberately did not want a confrontational posture, and why they it appeared were so low staffed as they were as to not be able to deal with this conflagration.
Maybe at another a time that people were not so ill-informed, or misinformed, I should say, and armed.
So this is, of course, one of the inherent risks here, and I think given the Second Amendment in the United States, and I think this is also why some current and former members of Congress are calling this insurrection, because if people are going to be charged here, I think there's people who are looking for some very serious charges, because you're going to have a deterrent against anyone attempting to do this again. And so I think this is going to have to be a very public show of prosecuting individuals who show such disrespect for the institutions of democracy and for the social contract of disavowing violence to reconcile our political differences within our democratic institutions.
A lot of Americans watched that scene unfold today, and they were reminded of what happened in, let's say, with the Black Lives Matter protests this summer. And they're asking why protesters here were allowed to cause so much disruption. Let me show you the picture that was going around. So this was this summer. This is a picture of military police in riot gear, fully protecting the area. And today it looked like it was a free-for-all. I mean, do they have a point?
So, sure, and I think this is part of the challenge that there's a perception in the United States that the state does not treat all Americans equally, and the state does not treat all forms of protest equally, and that some forms of protest are more permissible than other forms of protests. And so I think this is only going to add to the debate about what role politicians need to play in an effort to level the playing field, because the first premise in a rule of law democracy is that the rule of law applies equally to all citizens, and there's certainly at least a perception, if not a reality, that that appears not to be the case in the United States.
Well, there's certainly, we know there are a lot of cameras, if nothing else, in the area of Capitol Hill and around the Senate and the House and all through Congress, in fact. So it shouldn't be hard to find and charge the people who were responsible.
Yeah, so this will be, I think, very difficult. But if we think back, for instance, to Timothy McVeigh and the Oklahoma City Federal building, now that was, of course, a bombing and there was loss of life. But I think that set a clear precedent for that this sort of activity is simply intolerable in a democracy. And I think that's ultimately what's going to have to happen here. But there's always people who'll cross the line. And I think, the U.S. is a difficult country to govern. The fathers of the Constitution knew that. And I think what it shows is that the institutions of the United States themselves have become deeply contentious in whether and how they serve the people that elect their politicians.
Christian Leuprecht is a security expert and professor of political science at the Royal Military College of Canada and Queen's University. Christian, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you, Carol.
Inside the Capitol building, the people's business is now officially underway. The certification of Electoral College votes that will confirm Joe Biden as the next president of the United States. Before chaos erupted on Capitol Hill, a sizable contingent of congressional leaders and a small number of senators had pledged to reject the process. Now, given the unprecedented violence and breach of security, it seems many have changed their mind. Let's find out who. Sarah Galashan has been watching. She joins me now.
Well, Carol, we are really, I think, still in the early stages of this. We have only heard from still pretty much a handful of leaders in this room right now who are currently all being given approximately 2.5 minutes to speak. But, I think at the top of this hour, our colleague Katie Nicholson called what we are watching happening right now democracy undaunted. And I don't think you could really undersell the fact that this certification process is actually taking place, given what we saw earlier today. The term democracy undaunted, I think, really illustrated by one of the more remarkable images, and there were so many today. We have it for you, and it is of one of the Trump supporters who stormed the building, taking over Nancy Pelosi's own office. It was House Speaker Nancy Pelosi who did initiate the certification process to take place tonight, despite the late hour. It was, as I say, it was an extraordinary and unnerving image, one of so many. As well, the tweet that came from another Democrat representative, David Trone. It's also hard to forget a congressman tweeting a selfie where he is wearing a gas mask as he's being evacuated to say that he is safe, but he will not be stopped in terms of going through with this certification of the Electoral College votes. In terms of what we have heard tonight, in terms of those who said that they were not going to support this, that whether they had flipped or not, given what they saw this afternoon, I think the first person that we heard to flip, if you will, would be James Lankford, a Republican senator from Oklahoma. I want to play you what he had to say.
Obviously, the commission that we have asked for is not going to happen at this point. and understand that. And we're headed towards tonight, towards the certification of Joe Biden to be the President of the United States. And we will work together in this body to be able to set a peaceful example for the days ahead.
And going into tonight, we had already heard from a number who had said that they were going to flip Cathy McMorris-Rodgers, one of them a Republican congresswoman, writing that in a statement, what we have seen today is unlawful and unacceptable. I have decided I will vote to uphold the Electoral College results, and I encourage Donald Trump to condemn and put an end to this madness. A lot of the responses, Carol, that I saw to statements and tweets to that end were from those who said, you know, to do otherwise, they feel would be only to support what had happened earlier today. That said, watching what's going on the floor tonight, there are those who are still saying that they want to have more investigation into the electoral process. But we know, Carol, of course, that by the numbers, Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States.
All right, Sarah, and three more going, including Kelly Loeffler from Georgia has switched to now say she will not object to Biden's electors. Thank you very much. That is our program for this evening. I'm Carol McNeil. Thank you for watching. Up next on CBC News Network, The National. I'll see you tomorrow night. Good night.